I have been an absolute monster today, a productivity monster. I've gotten so much done. I feel great about it. Um, so much so that I briefly considered um opening by doing the Nikki verse in Monster, but then I decided not to for a wide variety of reasons. Too lengthy to count. Um, Also my back hurts. I woke up like that though. It just I don't know. Guess I slept bad. It's life. Nice shirt. Thank you. It's one of the clothes that I got in LA. It's like bathrobe material. It's really cozy. Hey, Holic Master. I hope your single is doing well. I listened. Artemis back there. That's his fat butt, as always. Hey, hey. His back hurts from carrying the leftist streaming space. Ah, yes, true. That must have been it. It's not a Hawaiian shirt. It's made of bathrobe material. Does it have a skirt? No. Unfortunately, Outback Steakhouse, wherever I got this from, I forget, normally has matching shorts to go with it, but they didn't anymore in my size for this shirt. So I might have to order that. I do have a matching pair of shorts for the brown version of this shirt, which I have. Um, why is Vosh's beard turning gray in the middle? That's just, it's really blonde there. And it's always been like that. Outback Steakhouse is cringe. I don't think I actually got this from Outback Steakhouse. I don't think that was actually the place that I got this from. Um, no, sorry, I don't remember. You gonna play Pizza Tower? Looks like a good stream game. No. I actually tried it. Not my type of game. I don't like time challenges. I don't like the way the platforming functions. I don't like score-based grading systems. It is just not my thing at all. However, it looks like it's amazing for people for whom that is a thing. You know what I mean? Like, I can recognize when something is definitely not my jam, but like it's still really good for other people. I would still highly recommend it to other people, but not to me. Pretty good game. I've heard it's great. I mean, it felt really great while I played it. Did I ever finish Receiver 2? No, I did not. Will Vosh play Ultra Kill? Will Ultra Kill get out of early access? Interesting questions abound. So much mystery in the air. How are we all doing? So I guess we have a debate to open with, and then we'll and then we have other stuff to talk about. Uh, I guess this is a live stream. I'm live streaming right now. We'll see how the debate goes. Oh, that's right. That's right, Holic Master. Yes, we do for sure. Vosh, I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia. I'm sorry. That's a bad thing, right? I'm very sorry to hear that. You ever play Just Cause? No. Vosh looks like he got pussy recently. Um, Pussy, what's that? I go on Twitter these days, and it seems like literally everyone has dicks. It's a mythical thing that is. I missed you, Vosh. Well, I missed you too, Sunny42. Can you describe what the debate is about? No. I never actually find out what the debate is going to be about until after the debate has started. Oh, I'm sure you guys will be very happy to hear, but the Ultimate Research Document revamp is coming along really well. Soon I think it's going to be like my goal is to make it the single best document of its kind, because it's not going to have the most studies, but that's the problem. A lot of these online research Google documents have a million studies, but they're just kind of tossed out there. Whereas for me, I always thought all you need is like 3 or 4 solid studies to a point and a little bit of like rhetoric around it, like to contextualize it, and you have like a rock solid, like an undefeatable argument. Um, so most of the research document this is all old stuff. This is years old. But the stuff that I'm starting anew on, the transgender culture war section, I think is going to be a lot better. So the formatting isn't done here, but my goal is to keep it like to a tight 3 or 4 studies per subject, and to try to also have like little paragraphs where the important stuff will be bolded, and there will be links in the paragraphs as well. So the so like look, So here are 3 studies on regret rates after gender-affirming surgery. And then here's a paragraph. Compare these gender-affirming care regret rates to other commonplace medical procedures. One study found regret after primary knee and hip replacement surgery was either 17.1% or 4.8%, depending on the procedure method. An enormous meta-analysis on 889 studies concerning regret in surgical decision-making found that, on average, in procedures ranging from trivial to life-saving, the average rate of self-reported decision regret was 1 in 7. 1 in 7, about 14%, as compared to regret rates for gender-affirming surgery in the around 1% category. 1%, 0.2 to 0.3%, 0.3%. So, like, my goal here isn't just the studies. It needs to be, like, well structured, you know? But that's what I'm working on right now. Obviously, there's still a lot to do. I think I need to cut this down, but this is mostly like a rhetoric block, you know? But I think it's necessary. I might be able to cut a couple sentences out, but brevity is not my strong suit. Is the new section going to cover more than the trans culture war talking points? Yes, but that's the most important thing by far. It seems like 80% of like all political action these days is on whether or not trans people are human beings. So that is the most important thing right now. And then from there, we'll move on to other subjects, a lot of which I'll be able to copy and paste from the pre-existing document with some formatting updates. That's the goal. Will you preempt possible rebuttals to the rhetoric in the doc? Yes. Yes, I need to have a section with, like, stuff to look out for, or, like, what about this point, you know? A lot of it is going to be talking points. Maybe I can format the talking points in, like, quotation marks, where it's like, okay, this point is mostly going to be rhetoric, not data-driven. So it'll be in quotes, like, social contagion, okay. And then, like, the next one, like, 40%, like, referring to the suicidality rate, you know, like, okay, well, this is mostly a rhetoric thing, right? If a person says, like, haha, transes all kill themselves or whatever, throwing studies in their face won't change anything, right? You have to have, like, the right arguments to use, supplemented by research. But for the most part, I think it's kind of like a rhetorical thing. So, you know, yeah, that's the goal. So we'll keep working on that. It's going to be a little while before it's ready for, like, what I'd consider to be a proper re-release, though. Mm. Did I see the Lab League thing today? No, I didn't. We'll take a look at it after the debate. Vosh, as a black man, I'm asking, can you make a segment about how white barbers should study how to cut black hair? I'm asking this because I got a haircut today. It was not good. I'm very sorry to hear that. My honest answer to that, and this sounds like so shitty, but, like, I don't know how much you can expect. Depending on where in the country you are, sometimes a white barber will have literally never encountered a black person, and black hair is complicated. It's like, it's as complicated as white hair, at least, you know, or non-black hair, I guess. I don't know, less to more kinky. I know there's like a scale on how the hair is or what texture. And like, I can imagine, like, it's if you're like out in the podunk regions of like Oklahoma or something, and it's like, oh yeah, you also, I have no idea, man. And look, if it's any consolation, I went to a black barber once and they were rough as fuck with my fade. I have no idea why black barbers are so goddamn rough when they do your hair. Holy shit. I felt like I was getting a buzz cut at a penitentiary. Like, they just, like, grab my head. Maybe it's like punishment for being white. I don't know. I tipped well. It's all good. Hey, Logical Pretzels. Fade, Vosh is code switching. Fade isn't a black term. It's a type of hair thing. Okay. I mean, black people do fades more than... Okay, hold on. Stop. It's reparations? Okay, we're going to do the call now. All right. Please do a little debate prep on the say your name stuff. I don't know what debate prep there would be to do on this subject. It doesn't feel like a very empirical topic. But okay. Here, that's okay. We're doing a call. Is there work I can get done while we're doing this? Do you think I could play Returnal, but, like, muted?
Hello.
Howdy.
Oh. Well,
Can you hear me all right?
Now. That's nice.
Oh, it might be that my mic is off. Oh no, yeah, this is me. Hello?
Rude. Hello.
No, it was me. There was a system update. It reset my audio settings as always. Hi.
It was not. I saw you talking about black hair. It's fine.
Oh yeah, well I reset it for OBS, but I didn't with Discord, so it was actually on me.
It's all good. Hi.
All right. Hey, good to talk to you. I realized that you actually had a message sent to me a while ago that I didn't respond to.
Twice.
Oh, I only see one from around Christmas time.
I sent you 2 emails and 1 message forever ago. Yeah.
Well, this one is about talking about Israel.
Indeed.
Okay.
Which is great because you just had a guy in your chat, Amitai Aloni. He donated to you and he wanted you to talk about the Hawara genocide in Palestine that happened tonight. 400 people were injured and 1 person died. And I want to bring that up anyway, just because it's a very recent thing that happened. That is a huge issue.
I haven't read on it at all, so this would be a good chance to epically own me. Yeah, on the topic. I've been doing chores all day. So yeah, give me your name and pronouns so chat knows what to do, and then hit me up.
I mean, my pronouns are she, her. My name is Katie. I stream a little bit. It's DatKatee, DATKATEE, on Twitch. And yeah, I don't think chat would need my pronouns to say that I'm wrong because I'm debating you. So we'll see about that.
It's true. It's kind of a superficial thing, but they still like to know. You know, they're polite like that.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So even though I have been dying to talk to you about Israel for forever, that was not the topic that we agreed to talk about. So I will not, in fact, ethically own you this time on that. Although I'd appreciate talking about it at some point if you'd be interested. So we agreed to talk about the Say Her Name discourse.
Yes.
If you remember.
I do remember that.
Cool. So would you like to, like, crystallize your position, or do you want me to just go at it?
Yeah, well, my position is that it's really, really dumb to ask people to, like, pivot on a hashtag they're using right after a tragedy because it happens to share a name with an existing hashtag that hasn't been used for a while, and when there's the same basic cause anyway. I think that's, like, really dumb and unrealistic.
Okay. I see. So there are a few things that I want to get out of the way first, just to make sure that we don't get stuck on things that don't matter, I guess. I wanted to ask, I see a lot of people when I discuss this and they go, this is just a hashtag, why does it matter? Are we both on board that the hashtag is just a representation of, like, a movement and it's not about, like, the actual point of arguing different hashtags on Twitter, or do you have a different stance on that?
I mean, I'm sure there are people for whom it is literally just the hashtag, but I think most people are considering it broadly to be just like a movement association thing, you know? Like the actual the actual letters aren't, I think, what most people were upset about. I think it was just kind of like the audacity of taking a term associated with Black liberation and that struggle and then using it for something else.
Yeah, I agree 100%. So I just wanted to make sure that we're both using it as a movement reference, so it wouldn't be like, why are we arguing about hashtags anyway that don't matter? Because I had to argue with people about that nonsense. Okay, I just will make a very quick aside for me, and hopefully Chad would accept that. I consider myself a trans ally, and even though I disagree with Vosh's position on this, it is not like an anti-trans sentiment that I'm trying to convey. And if anyone feels that way, then I am apologizing, and that is not my intent at all. So it was just important for me to say that.
Oh, good intentions have never stopped chatters from getting angry, so we'll see how they react.
Yeah, I'm being constantly informed that my intentions don't matter in this space anyway, so.
So, what are your intentions then?
So I'm going to be very honest. I still haven't decided if I'm trying to convince you that you're wrong or I'm trying to convince your chat that you're wrong.
Well, you should probably focus with me. You'll have a pretty tough time convincing them if I don't seem that moved.
Okay, but the issue with that would be that you don't have any material interest on conceding a point, even if I were in by a godly mistake, like correct, you know?
Well, if you approach things from that angle, then you have to understand there's not much of a material interest in my chat to side against me unless you manage to like really get me on a point, convincing enough that I would look a fool if I didn't concede it.
Yeah, that was pretty much like what I was trying to um, decide how I want to try to play it, basically. But my intention is obviously you've been criticizing a lot of like leftist infighting, and like I see you as one of the two major figures that wield the most around amount of influence here. And personally, I've been following your content for like 3 years now. You're the reason why I got into like Discord and online politics generally.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I really enjoy your humor, which is why I started following you to begin with. So not the current humor, the old humor, the edgy humor. Not this the I'm so cool humor. That's less my vibe.
Oh, don't worry.
Um,
I made plenty of that humor back then too. It was just a lot less funny, so I think people read it not as a joke, but rather as an actual indication of like narcissistic personality disorder. So in
oh
that
shit.
respect, I'd
Okay.
say that on average, the humor's probably improved quite a bit.
Okay, then maybe I just like declined in IQ points and I'm not as funny anymore or something. I don't know. Um, that's fair. Um, yeah, fucking, I lost my train of thought. It doesn't matter. So those are generally my intentions. I guess. Oh, I remembered what I wanted to say. Yeah, I just think that I have some critiques about like this specific issue regarding your conduct around it and your talking about it. And I also believe that it leads to like a greater point with some of your content. But I'm fine discussing the specifics first about this. And if we have time, then we can go into the other stuff.
Sure, hit me up.
Um, Okay, so I guess the first thing that I really like to address is that both in the video that I sent you on the email and now you said that the slogan is rhetorically appropriate. So you basically are saying like this slogan applies to Brianna J. So there's no reason to like gatekeep it except for like black people being upset that it's like what they see as appropriation. Is that a fair rephrasing of what you said?
I don't think there's a reason to gatekeep it at all. You have to have a really good reason to try to adjust rhetoric on a group level, especially during heightened times of sensitivity, like right after the death of a trans girl. I can think of a couple of reasons why you might want to do this. So, like for example, if a slogan is kind of stochastically arrived at, like it just happens, you know, and then it turns out that slogan is actually through sheer coincidence kind of overlapping with an anti-Semitic slogan, you know. I think it would be fair then to go like, all right, guys, we need to, okay, all right, take two, you know, let's roll this one back. I think that's okay. I don't think it's impossible to find situations where that's justified. But this, to me, comes nowhere even close to that standard, to that burden of obligation.
Okay, so I think what I was trying, because I'm trying to like decouple certain components and like address them individually. So I was trying to address the point that I don't feel that the slogan is appropriate, and therefore the usage thereof is misguided. But if you want to address the point first of like that you feel that some parts of the progressive movements are like trying to basically speech police, we can talk about that first.
Well, they are. I mean, that's pretty explicitly what was being done, right? The idea was that the hashtag was in some way taking away from black issues, and therefore people should stop using it. Seems like an pretty explicit case of gatekeeping in this respect, whether you think it was justified or not.
Okay. So I was told I shouldn't fight on gatekeeping. So I'll just say, yes, it's a type of gatekeeping. But I think it wasn't done in a way that I'd necessarily be on board with calling it speech policing. In the terms of, yes, absolutely, many people on Twitter were very vocal and said, this slogan shouldn't be used on white people. And there was a lot of I believe this is racialized for a reason, but yes, I agree there was some aggression. but I also think that the general plight, especially considering like Jesse Gender's like tweet, wasn't necessarily as hostile as you present it or as you perceive it.
Well-
And let me just very quickly explain what I mean. My interpretation of what happened is that there was a good faith attempt to use the slogan. And then some people in the progressive movement found that inappropriate or offensive or whatever the fuck. And then they turned to their allies and they're like, hey guys, maybe not. And maybe they even yelled, hey, can you cut that shit out? Right? And then the way I see it, the other side was like, no, we're cool. We're just going to keep doing this. You're being silly. And now you can say what you want to say. Sorry.
The level of aggression isn't really relevant to me.
Good.
The essential implication was that it is racially insensitive or racist to continue to use the term, you know, no matter how politely it's phrased. Essentially, it's saying, you know, change your language or you're a bigot / contributing to bigotry, as if there's any difference in the minds of a lot of people on Twitter. And, you know, the level of actual explicit hostility in the message is kind of irrelevant to me. You could have been really nice about it, but at the end of the day, I think it's a toxic attitude to take.
Well, I guess my counter argument to that would be that I would argue that if you have heard and understood the claims that were made by, I don't want to call it Black Twitter because there were both like Black advocates and white advocates that were. So let's just say the not use the hashtag side or use a different hashtag side. I do believe when they make those claims and then we want to keep using the hashtag side says, I'm hearing you, but I'm not racist for using it. I'd argue that that's kind of, unfortunately, the reason why they choose to continue to do that can partially be attributed to a general dismissal of Black voices inside the progressive movement.
Well, I think it's okay to dismiss voices if they have a bad point. I don't really care what the race of those voices are. If they think it's because of their race that they're being ignored, they're free to make a point to that. But that's not really what I see. The point was pretty stupid up front. I don't think that people should be expected to engage in a kind of selective apologetics where if they encounter a bad position from a person of color, they have to engage in an additional level of scrutiny or they have to be more protective with the rebuttal. I think it's fine to just disagree.
Yeah, so I 100% agree with what you said, except that I think that the claim wasn't stupid, and that's what I wanted to go over with you, because I feel that the fact that you just found it stupid right off the bat, I don't think you should listen to someone's opinion just because they're Black. I do think that there was maybe a lack of understanding of the points that I believe were good enough points to be considered, and potentially they were dismissed because of all types of biases. I'm not really interested in saying white people who keep using the hashtag are secretly racist. I don't care about that. I'm just here to indicate that the point wasn't as stupid as people claiming that it is. And that's kind of partially what I wanted to discuss.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you said that the slogan is rhetorically appropriate to the Brianna. Is it Brianna Jai or Brianna J? I always get confused.
I think it's J.
Okay, then we'll say J, and hopefully we're both right. Because it would be really embarrassing to say the wrong name when the hashtag is say your name properly, right? Okay, so you said that the slogan is rhetorically appropriate, and you've said that in the video and both in this conversation. And my basically main argument is that the slogan really does not apply to Brianna J. And like, I found it interesting that you've even very strongly implied that if people think it's not relevant is because they don't see her as a woman. So it's like a transphobic sentiment. I'm not going to be too aggressive on that, but I just found that to be a bit like silly, I guess. I'm sorry if that sounds weird.
Well, I believe I made that claim with regards to Jesse Gender. My issue there was that Jesse Gender's claim was that the say her name hashtag wasn't really relevant to Brianna J's situation. which seems silly
Mhm.
to me because it was, born of Brianna Jay's misgendering. Um, the whole say her name thing is on one level, it's like, okay, well, media pay attention to this death. And on another level here, it's a reference to the dead naming. Of course, I think it was
Yes.
the Daily Wire that went on board and did for once some investigative journalism, and they uncovered Brianna's dead name by like accessing dental records or something. Like they called around and
Fucking
found some
dicks.
old. So, given those circumstances, it seems like the say her name hashtags, if nothing else, pretty snappy. I mean, even if it was a poor fit, I still don't think you
Mhm.
should just randomly change hashtags for no reason. But it seemed like a pretty decent fit here, really.
Okay, so I guess before I'll address why I think it's irrelevant, I think there's an issue that wasn't properly addressed. So Brianna J is was in the UK. So if we're saying that people in the UK weren't really aware of like the context of the Say Her Name movement in the United States, and that um, and sorry, I got a message and threw me off. Don't message me. I'm talking to Vosh. Um, yeah. So I think in the context of like, if we just look at the UK, um, I don't necessarily disagree that the hashtag fits considering what happened with like Brianna's dead naming, for example. But I think since Twitter and the internet generally are very American centric, once Americans got into this discussion, and now we're having mostly people who are American discussing whether this is legitimate or not, this is outside the preview of like well intending people who weren't aware of the context. Use the hashtag because now when I've informed people of this context and they choose to refuse to be like, you even pointed out that is it called a vigil for Brianna, and then they apologized for chanting "Say Her Name" because they said they were brought awareness to the context of the thing, so they used something else,
Yeah,
right?
that seemed awfully sad.
Um, I disagree. I think that's something that I see as a reconciliation and like bridge building to prevent infighting. Um,
But
I
that
will
doesn't.
get to the point of like mourning and stuff, but basically what I'm saying is that once we're inserting this as an American context, and this is obviously American centric discourse, I don't think it's a legitimate thing to say, well, people in the UK, when they started using this, didn't mean it to be this way. Because now Americans who want to use the slogan are using it too, even though they're completely aware of the context now. So it's
I
not just a good faith mistake anymore.
I want to be clear.
Hmm.
I don't think decisions like that prevent infighting. Acquiescing to outrageous demands from woke scolds increases the amount of infighting. The more leeway you give them, um, the more harm they can do in the future because you've given them that kind of social power. And for two, I don't really care if people use it. There's no mistake involved here. There's nothing wrong with using the hashtag after all. Um, it's
Hmm.
there's no cost benefit analysis here. I think it's quite harmful too at a vigil. Um, After everyone's gone home, it's a very solemn moment, and then people are like, "Okay, well, let's reflect on what's happened." And the discourse is then like, "It was racially insensitive to use that term to mourn a dead teenager." It's like, again, you need to have a really goddamn good reason to engage in this kind of behavior, to prompt this kind of fake introspection, and I just don't think it was on display here.
Okay. Well, again, you said that you said woke scolds like posing outrageous demands, and I want to address that because while I do believe that there's some woke scoldy elements to this, I don't think they're worth being dismissed when there is some validity to those claims.
Then
So
what
I
harm
don't
is
believe
there?
they're outrageous. Okay, so again, I've tried addressing this multiple times, but we keep going on slightly different directions, which are all very important to this discussion. So I'm not complaining about that. I don't feel like in an American context, so maybe we can move past like it was appropriate in the UK for the dead naming. I don't feel like in an American context using say your name is relevant. So I don't believe it is rhetorically appropriate. Um,
Even if it
Would
was
you like?
irrelevant, I still wouldn't think there was any harm in using it. I don't think it's irrelevant, mind you. But even if it was, and we had a whole discussion on its relevance, I don't think using an irrelevant hashtag is in itself harmful. You
Mm-hmm.
say her name, a person died, it was a her, so say her name, you know?
I
The
see.
terms that we arrive at, they don't have to be like masterfully crafted allegories with 17 references to the specific case at hand. The term people use is the term people are going to use.
Okay, so do you feel like instead, when people say Black Lives Matter, would it be okay if people then said all lives matter, but they actually mean Black Lives Matter?
I don't really see what the comparison is between what I said and what you said here.
Okay,
The All Lives
well,
Matter movement was a direct rebuttal of the Black Lives Matter premise, implicitly the suggestion that Black Lives matter less than white lives right now in American society today. The All Lives
yes.
Matter was a deliberate misinterpretation of that framing, the implication being that saying Black Lives Matter means only Black Lives Matter, when of course that was never the intended message to begin with. It's a bad faith engagement.
Um, I agree. The point that I'm trying to make is I'll explain why I think the slogan is not rhetorically appropriate, and then you'll get where I'm coming from. So, say your name in America specifically addresses the erasure, and by erasure, we mean the fact that Black women who are being brutalized by police are not even being reported on in the news. So they're being erased. They're not even reported on. There's no awareness to that. So there are two elements to this, basically. Three elements. White, Black woman and brutalized by police. Brianna is a woman, absolutely, white, and wasn't brutalized by police. So it feels like this slogan doesn't really apply in an American context.
Only
And
if
that
you
matters.
only if you
Mhm.
presuppose the pre-existing context. I don't really care what its pre-existing context was. Say her
Okay.
name, it's a her. I mean, if it was a guy who was killed, I guess it would be kind of grammatically incorrect. Apart from that,
So,
whatever people settle on is fine with me. I wouldn't care if they
okay.
settled on, something completely out of hat. I do think there are reasons to use the say her name term. Like, I think there's some specific parallel there, but it doesn't really matter to me that much. I think you need a really good reason to try to cajole people off of an existing hashtag or slogan. Like a really, really good one.
Can I try to make sure I understand your point and then inquire something about it?
Yes.
So you say that the original context doesn't matter. So the fact that the original Say Her Name movement stands for X, Y, and Z is irrelevant as long as I can use Say Her Name in a way that expresses my point, right? So context does not matter, basically. Is that fair?
Unless the context is somehow harmful. Like, again, if it was an anti Semitic slogan, then obviously using it now for Brianna J would be,
I see.
right.
So that's why it's not equivalent to the All Lives Matter, because you do think that's harmful, so it does not track the same way.
Well,
Okay, I see.
if
Mhm.
for some reason, like, all lives matter had been settled upon rather than Black Lives Matter as the pro equality slogan, I don't think I would have had any inherent issue with that, right? Like, you can imagine pretty easily, um, a bunch of people chanting down the street, all lives matter, and it's like a anti-racist protest. It's, the terms are interchangeable and largely meaningless. But there
Mhm.
is inertia to them.
Okay. So I guess the issue that I take, and I think um, part of the harm is basically that, and I get that you don't care about context, but I think the context here is exactly the plight of this side of the progressive, like the side that I'm here to express. So you say context doesn't matter, but the context is that there is an erasure of African American women being brutalized by police. And then if we make it if we open it up to everyone, and by opening it up again, I'm not putting anyone in jail for using the hashtag. I'm more upset at fellow allies who have heard me make this argument and say, I don't give a fuck. As you said, like, who cares? You know, I think you should care. And the reason why I think you should care is because if the context discusses a specific issue that the African American community faces, and then we potentially dilute it by saying, well, it's actually an issue that all communities have, then now we're no longer addressing the African American issue. Now it's a general issue. And I know that you made the claim that, like, this is not intersectional. But even though I believe that intersectionality analysis is, like, important, you're also, you know, because you're an intelligent, I've heard you say this dozens of times, like, different marginalized groups require different solutions for potentially different problems. We can't resolve the oppression of all marginalized groups by using the same methods for everyone. There are targeted things that need to happen, right?
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think any
Mm-hmm.
harm is being done to Black advocacy for the use of this hashtag. I don't think
Okay.
there's any competition for resources or for attention here. The idea that there is competition between different marginalized groups, I think, has historically been a reactionary belief. It's like the Dave Chappelle argument. The idea that all the, you know, like, trans people are canceling him for being black or whatever. No, they're not. That's not happening. Overwhelmingly, trans people are far more progressive than cis people as a demographic, of course. But for some reason, he was insistent that there was some kind of competition for resources. I think it's a psyop, or something often believed by people with misguided principles. I don't actually think it's a real issue. The trans advocacy and Black advocacy hashtags, whether they overlap, intersect, or don't at all, I don't think they're fighting with each other. So I don't think there's any harm in those terms being used in that way.
Okay. So I understand that. First of all, I'm reading chat. So
That's
the
always a
original
mistake.
I agree, but, like, the original hashtag was say their name, and now the Native American community often uses I'm gonna butcher this, but something with Stolen Sisters. I'm really sorry. I was told this by a Native American advocate, and I don't remember the specific thing. But I don't have an issue with it being used for Native Americans first. If they had an issue with that, then I would potentially make similar arguments for that. I think what I'm saying is that when you're expressing, like, a level of dismissal so I feel like my side is saying, hey, you're diluting this very specific cause that we're trying to advocate for. And it's not that we don't care about trans people. We do. We can care about trans people while also understanding that this is about a very specific context of Black women being brutalized by police. And when you're using this, you're shifting the focus, because now the focus isn't about Black women brutalized by police. It's about marginalized groups being murdered, and that is simply not what the slogan is for. And then when you
talk
say
about a focus, but the focus you're talking about doesn't exist. There's no actual crowd of people who are looking at the hashtag being used in the context of Black women, and then their attention got shifted, and somehow this, diluted the discourse. That's not a real thing that's happening.
Okay, by diluted the discourse, I mean that we're now using say her name for Brianna, and Brianna's name is being said a lot, and we're all talking about it. But, like, a few weeks ago, everyone says her name wrong, Zashi or Zaki, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. That was an American trans Black woman who was murdered, not by police, by a coworker. And we don't know her name, right? That's the exact thing that the slogan is for.
Don't you think it would have been inappropriate to use the term then? She wasn't killed by police. Wouldn't you be diluting its original meaning to talk about murders broadly when say her name was used rather as an attack on the racist institution of the police?
I would argue that to claim that say her name doesn't have to do with the racial issue that black Americans face is misguided.
Sure it does, but it also has to do with the police, a factor absent in the killing of the person you just described. It seems to me like both
Perhaps.
of us want to dilute the term, but you arbitrarily believe your dilution is acceptable, whereas my dilution is somehow unacceptable.
Well, maybe even if that's true, I find that to be a very interesting statement. I I feel like this is kind of a gotcha, and I don't know if I should participate in that or not.
It's
But if
not a
we want to
gotcha.
do,
It's
okay,
you would need to explain why your deviation is justified but not mine. So I think it's okay to say her name in basically any context that isn't
hmm
reactionary. And if reactionaries say it, I can't really stop them, can I? I don't mind how people use it. People are going to settle on whatever hashtags they want. You're
hmm
interested in the purity of the term. Not something I go by, but if you are, fine. But you would then have to explain how your impure decision to include the woman you just referred to is acceptable when previously your argument has been about preserving original
would you like
intention.
me to?
Go for it.
Okay, so I believe that if we broke down the three categories for like say her name, although I feel like I should probably, if I want to be more optically effective, I should probably fight the framing that I'm looking for the purity of the term, but I'll go with this. Um, if there are three elements to the use of say her name, black woman and police, and we rank them, I assume that like black is a pretty important component, woman is a pretty important component, and yes, police. But if I had to rank them, I'd rank them in that order. Um, so
You think the
when,
police element is less important than her having been a woman?
well, I think that say her name was used in African American communities, also for just black women who were murdered generally, although it's mostly used for police brutality.
It was overwhelmingly used for police brutality. I mean,
I agree.
the loudest use of the term was with the death of my goodness, I'm blanking right now. She was shot. She was in the hallway. She'd risen from her sleep. The police fired openly into her apartment building. Breonna Taylor, yes, of course, my mind blanked. It was used most prominently for her. But this was all part of an anti-police protest. After all, Black Lives Matter was about fundamentally police behavior. So it seems to me then that you could actually say that, say her name and any associated, you know, terminology is really more about police behavior. And you could say it if, say, an autistic white woman was shot to death for no reason by a police officer, right? I mean, if we're focusing
Well,
on what matters most, it seems like the police element here is pretty critical.
oh, well, I would say that's wrong because say her name has been often used before the BLM protests and before Breonna Taylor for other black women as well. And as your chat pointed out, since Native Americans have been using this for since at least 10 years to argue that this is somehow new to like BLM or like the recent uptick in interest to African American issues and violence. I don't think that the police brutality is the strongest element, although I'd argue all three are pretty important, but say her name have been used, not predominantly, but partially just for black women who were murdered and were not properly reported on.
Do you not think you're erasing the indigenous people a little bit? Because what they were talking about with those protests wasn't the police. It was about the abduction of indigenous women from their reservations.
Yes. Um, whoa, why am I getting pings right now? This is very bad. Sorry about that. Um, I don't feel like I'm erasing Native American women, although they might feel that way, and I'd like to hear the arguments. As far as I understand, the use of it in Native American communities, it was welcome that Black women can use it as well. And generally
So?
speaking, what?
So?
What do you mean so?
Well, it doesn't really change the argument of dilution, doesn't it? By that argument, you might just say indigenous people are more chill and some black people on Twitter are less chill. You could be arbitrarily selecting some voices to listen to and some not to. There are probably plenty of indigenous people who would have engaged in behavior I disagreed with. Some of them might have said, no, black women shouldn't be using this terminology. And I would have disagreed with them, too. My position here is
Well,
consistent,
mhm.
but it's not really dependent on the perspective of the indigenous or black people involved, because I don't really care what they have to say or think. I only care about the empirical harm done by the use of these terms. And I just don't think any's being done. I do, however, think that, with respect, this henpecking is actually damaging. This idea that in order for a slogan to be used, and by the way, slogans aren't really chosen by orgs. They're arrived at kind of, broadly through
Hmm.
processes we don't have direct control over. The idea that we need to engage in a kind of point-by-point breakdown of perceivable acceptability based on what the concerns of people on Twitter. They get mad at everything. Like you could spend all night trying to come up with something that wouldn't offend anybody, and you'd still fail. Somebody out there will have
That
some
is
kind of
true.
concern.
My point, however, is that with respect, the reason why we're doing this breakdown is because you had an automatic reaction of immediately dismissing these concerns. So I'm trying to make an argument that these concerns are more valid than you make them up to me, because some people have criticized you, and I think rightly so, that when you hear you should listen to Black people, you think people are telling you when Black people say something, it's correct.
That is what they're
And
telling me.
okay, well, I'm not going to argue about what other people tell you, I guess. I
Then
just
there's
don't.
no reason to say it otherwise. I'm a public figure. I've listened to the voices of tens or even hundreds of thousands of people. Many people
Hmm.
in my community are Black. The argument that I disagree with somebody because I haven't listened to Black voices is objectively wrong every time. I've always listened to Black voices. But there are always Black voices I haven't listened to. Some agree and disagree with me. The implication always seems to be that had I listened to the right Black voices, I would be proven wrong. They also say
Then I
listen,
think
but
that's misguided.
what does it mean to
I,
listen as well? Because my frustration with this, I just want to voice this. You listen to a Black voice, fine. What if you disagree after? They don't really have a follow through for that, right? People who say listen to Black voices do not then say, and if you disagree with them, then that's fine. The
I have
implication
a
is,
follow through. You can listen to me now
and go for it.
because I'm not those people. Um, yeah, I think that, again, as I said, I don't have an issue if people listen to that part of the progressive movement who says, hey, maybe this hashtag is inappropriate to use. And then you say, well, I hear your point, but I don't think there's utility to it. But I'd argue that as a very prominent public figure who runs this discourse, runs a big part of this discourse, to say this point is stupid and Black people are being overly sensitive
Well,
is probably not the best progressive take I've ever heard.
to be
And it's not
clear,
about coddling Black feelings. It's about, again, your counter argument to me is simply that you're taking a utilitarian perspective, that you're not seeing the harm. And I'm saying
to be clear really quick, I haven't said that Black
mhm.
people are whiny. Usually the loudest voices when stuff like this happens are white allies interjecting themselves. There are whiny Black and white people and all kinds of people. I don't think this has anything to do with Black people being whinier. I just think this
Okay,
discourse is
I
being repped by
apologize.
whiny people.
Okay. I apologize. I looked at a lot of Twitter and prep for this, and I found, because I've heard your claim that white people are just taking up this cause and this isn't even about Black voices, which I found interesting considering you don't care where it comes from. But just the broader point that I'm trying to make and the actual critique that I'm making relays more to the conduct of the side that, if you're I get that for you, this is an unreasonable demand. And this entire discourse is being hijacked by woke scolds who have unreasonable claims. So, engaging with it is just giving them power, or whatever. And I get that perspective, but I also think that you care about progressive values and you care about unity, and a lot of your content, especially right now, focuses around infighting. And I just think there was a better way of handling this than going, everyone who cares about this on Twitter is whiny. And white people are just trying to raise the Black people flag right now. And Jessie Gender is spineless because she asked people to use a different hashtag. Do you disagree that that might have not been the best way to help unity?
No, I think it's fine. The fact of the matter is, the coherence and kindness of my arguments have very little to do with whether people like that will listen to me. I've been very unsuccessful in my 4 years of doing this, of getting those types of people to listen to reason, based on the, I don't know, kindness of my argument. Because their counter-argument is always, well, the real kind person would just agree with me anyway. In fact, it's usually kind of like a condescending attitude towards the idea of caring about being right in some of these communities, you know, like, oh, do your argument, sure, but like, isn't it so tiring, all these white men having to argue whether or not this or that is true or right or reasonable, which obviously is just progressive anti-intellectualism. It's really dumb, but it's also a really common attitude. I get sometimes people are tedious when they try to logic out everything, and there are ways to do that while being tedious. But in my experience, I think it's generally best to be just kind of latently hostile towards those attitudes, especially since the opening from it was like so obviously worthless to begin with. The original Twitter post that went viral was from a person with, you probably saw this, negative attitudes towards mixed-raced people. You know, that which and it's perfectly reflective of it. You take a look at that person's profile, and they don't seem like much of a progressive. They care about black issues, but sure, so did Dave Chappelle. Caring about black issues on its own isn't a mark of a progressive. It's a mark of a person who cares about black issues, but you can still be holistically reactionary. And I thought, from what I saw from her, was a kind of weaponization of progressive vitriol, you know? I am a black person with good faith opinions on this transgender issue. Now let me speak up on this. And I don't really care for it, and I think people who fall for that kind of stuff are naive or spineless. Jessie Gender's thread was just quivering. It was disgusting. It's not just this, like, you know, I've listened to the arguments.
You can't consent to my point that you're not sowing unity and then call it disgusting. I mean, it wasn't disgusting.
Unity is unifying against these ideas. These are anti-unity ideas. I wouldn't unify with people who...
The ideas that Jessie put forth might have been ideas you disagreed with. They were not disgusting. They might have been poorly phrased, although I think she generally did a good job. But I understand why saying stealing was bothering to you, or like co-opting. But to call that disgusting, again, that's a lot of loaded language for someone who says I think you're an ally. I just like, I guess
I have loaded it. I am disgusted by it. I think it's a very negative attitude to take. I think it's very destructive towards our long-term goals. And unfortunately, I think there's a lot of social clout to be had in behaving that way. Because in the left, if you are the kind of white person who will cloak every bad position they have in the, I've listened to black people, you know, I've listened to X voices, I've listened to Y voices, there's a lot, you can get away with a lot if you go for things that way. That's the difficulty of the, I don't know, the path I walk, right? It's that no matter how dog shit my takes are, I never pretend that I'm just like, you know, neutrally representing some other marginalized community. I stand by everything that I say, whether or not I end up being right in the long term, you know, you know, even if you disagree with the stuff I say,
see, this is what's disturbing to me, because I heard Destiny make the exact same argument about you.
That I make all my points.
Sucks.
That I'm authentic? Yeah, that doesn't sound like him, but that was the point I was making.
Yes. He and you are the only authentic ones, and all the other people are just doing it for clout. When you can just be honest and say, obviously there are clout points for you to win here too. Well, and that's completely fine. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying that claiming someone like Jessie Gender did that thing for clout points more than maybe if even she was wrong and I'm wrong, to claim that like an ally is doing this just for like virtue signaling, when I think if you look honestly at Jessie, and I get that there's like some personal friendship drama with Keffals and stuff, but like to claim that Jessie Gender is just in it for the clout, so, I think that's incredibly unfair and divisive.
Don't misunderstand me. First of all, the claim with Destiny is ridiculous. He cares about clout more than anything. Clout with the psychotic demon god in his mind that drives him to do everything lefties tell him not to do. But secondly, with regards to Jessie Gender, I'm not saying that she's some kind of like malevolent, like arbiter of dishonesty who's doing all of this as part of some kind of calculation to maximize the... No, this is just really common in left spaces. People on the left, especially white people, are socially incentivized to kowtow and bow down to what is perceived to be the progressive position. Now, the progressive position in many cases is often just reframed as listen to black voices, listen to trans voices. Mind you, this is not the same as whiteies on the left have to cow down to black and brown people, because it's not. Oftentimes, I think that the voices of black and brown people are kind of weaponized. Like white people will say, "Oh, you know, I'm just repping black or brown voices," but in reality, they're just saying what they want to say, and they're just kind of couching it behind that. This happens pretty often, you know. I can't tell you how many arguments I've seen or gotten into where it's like, well, I'm just listening to X or Y voices, you know, and then like a person from my community will show up, and they'll be black, brown, Jewish, a woman, trans, and they'll argue my position, and suddenly, you know, it's anathema to them. It doesn't matter that they're a black, brown, Jewish, whatever voice. Now they're just wrong because they're wrong. So suddenly we only care about raw empirics when we're arguing against another person of color or whatever else.
So I'd like to ask you something just to pick your brain about it. And I'd also like to say something slightly combative. So which one do you want to do first?
Go with the combative.
Okay. Let me think about how exactly I want to phrase it, because we kind of moved past that with the Jesse stuff. Yeah, I think, again, to reiterate, my critique is more about conduct. So I feel that you have a tendency, maybe because you think there are bigger fish to fry, and I'm not necessarily saying that that's wrong. My critique of you is that you tend to look past or look more in a not excusable way, but you do put lesser harm on implicit racism or like stuff that are more. I think we can both agree that if we live under a white supremacist structure, we've all have some internalized white supremacist beliefs. Do you think that's wrong?
I think we're all affected by it. I think you can do a lot of work
Good.
to undo that, but for sure, I think
I
it's
agree.
something that at the very least influences us.
So at the core level, I believe that my critique of you is that as an ally and as someone that I do see as a fellow progressive, I should be able to ask you to do more work on that when I feel like that work is not being properly done. Like, I don't think if I tell another progressive, hey, this is a weird take, maybe check your privilege, they can still say, no, you're wrong. But I would like them to first like assess that. And I'm not saying that you have to then go, oh, well, you're right, I was being white supremacist all along. Like, you can agree with things. I just think that the level of like aggro and like dismissal is indicative of the exact issue that I'm talking about.
Well, doesn't that
Do you
seem
understand
kind of
where
like...
I'm getting at?
I do, but it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy then, because I can just say, oh, I've done the work, I've checked my privilege, I've assessed my positions, and I still disagree. And then you would say, well, okay, but the way in which you disagree still indicates to me that you haven't done those things. So like we're back at square one. It's ultimately...
But we wouldn't be in square one if you had... When you react in a way that is dismissive, I can argue that you potentially have not done all the work, because I'd say if you're a leftist, progressive, a big platform YouTube person, and your reaction to the critique is, so what if Say Her Name is about a white girl now? That's not a very good reply to the arguments levied against you. Well, and that's a choice that you make. It's
a great reply if no arguments have yet been levied, because that is the important question. Well, hold on. I haven't run from anything that you've said. I've addressed the positions that you've had. You may disagree with my conclusions, and that's your right. But I do take issue with the implication that the reason we disagree is because I haven't even bothered to engage with them. I have. I engage with lots of disagreements. I have to. It's kind of my job. But I don't know what to do when people are like, okay, well, I'm not saying you have to agree with me, but, and then they basically just say that I have to agree with them. I don't really know where to go from there. I mean, what could I do to convince you that I've done the work, I've given a thought, I've checked my privilege, and yet I disagree? I still believe that no proper argument has been given to the point that it is harmless to use Say Her Name for Brianna J.
So to try to build this bridge, I feel the fact that you continue. So again, I'm not saying that you have to agree with me, but when you say no valid argument was made, and this is just about woke scolds having unreasonable demands, I don't feel like you even understand my argument, because I do think that ignoring the fact that in an American context, Say Her Name is absolutely a racialized movement that is addressing a racial disparity issue, to then claim that this should now be, there's no issue at all with it being brought into just like non-racialized issue, and for you to call that nonsensical or invalid, it just seems like exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, because that's still not an argument. I need to be told that it's
It is an argument.
Well, but
you just disagree that it's valuable.
No, it's not an argument. You're saying that it is being used in a context which isn't about black people. Fine. So what then is the harm? You did say that it was dragging attention away from black issues, but I disagree. I think that historically this has been like a made-up point. The idea that progressive groups or marginalized groups are competing for attention, and you're sort of like wresting attention away from one point to another. I don't believe in that. Something pretty extraordinary would have to happen for me to fall to those arguments.
Okay.
So given that, if I don't think there's any harm in using it on a non-black person, being reminded that it's being used on a non-black person means nothing to me. I already know that. I've accounted for it.
Okay, so let me do the picking your mind thing, and maybe your answers would give me context, and then I'll be able to say, I completely misjudged you, Vosh. You totally checked your privilege, and I'm totally wrong about everything, okay? So I have two hypotheticals. Let's take the Brianna J case. Would you then have no issue if somebody said, like, me too about Brianna J?
It seems like it would be kind of nonsensical. I don't know what the rhetorical through line would be, but there are circumstances where I could see that being fine. I'm trying to think, like, rhetorically, where would that make sense? Yeah, if it would fit in, then I would be fine with it. Because Me Too on its own doesn't sound like it means much in that context, but then you could think, like, okay, well, maybe by Me Too, it's like, I too, as a trans person, have been subjected to violence. Like,
Yeah.
The whole discourse is like, okay, Brianna was being bullied by her peers and attacked and was murdered by, young people. And it's like, okay, well, I too, as a trans woman, have faced violence. Me too. And if that happens, I wouldn't, like, encourage people to stop using it in that way.
So to then relate that to my point, since Brianna's name, she was talked about on the news. Like, I know this is meaningless, but I'll just say this because I find it interesting. I've heard about the Brianna J case because it was on the news in Israel, and they said that a trans 15-year-old was murdered in the UK. So if Say Her Name is about Black women erasure and unreported cases with a focus on police brutality, then a lot of people feel like saying Say Her Name about the case of Brianna is nonsensical, the same way that Me Too might be nonsensical.
I don't think you could ever really argue that Say Her Name is that nonsensical when you're talking about a murdered person, because that feels like kind of universally applicable. It's like, she died, say her name. We have a cultural, we have like a culturally accepted practice of kind of acknowledgement of the victim that I think you could apply in basically all cases, leaving aside the whole, like, her having been dead named in the press thing, which obviously adds like a little bit more weight to the perceived validity of the hashtag.
Okay.
Though even if people arrived at like a nonsensical hashtag, I still wouldn't really care. I certainly wouldn't like go up to people who are using a hashtag that didn't make much sense and been like, well, you're kind of bigoted and not listening to marginalized voices if you use this. Because I don't think any good is going to come of that. You can't really change the hashtag that people settle on. It's just sort of like a general organic movement to settle on a term.
But again, I'm not here to discuss about the changing of the hashtag. I'm specifically discussing your reaction to that request, right? Like, I don't have Twitter. It's like I'm not gonna sit here and say I care about hashtags.
Well, then I'll
just
just to be clear, if somebody's criticism of a hashtag was this is incoherent, I would mind it a lot less than somebody saying it's racially insensitive to do this. Because saying a hashtag is incoherent doesn't really produce the same kind of ridiculous myopic infighting that arguing that you're not listening to black voices by using that hashtag does. I mean, look at all the discourse that's
Okay.
produced, right? Like, it wasn't just like an incidental request. It turned into like this big thing.
Okay, but then, like, and I'm sorry, this might feel bad faith, but I genuinely feel like this is a good point I have to make. Like, if people would have said it's incoherent, you would just make the argument that you're currently making, that like it's inappropriate to come when people are just trying to mourn for this young trans girl being murdered, and like saying and are still arguing about the thing. Like,
I still think
I
it would have
feel-
been pretty stupid and pointless, but I don't think it would have been harmful in the same way. I think it's harmful to do this like
to
identity
racialize
politics.
something that was always racialized.
Not to racialize it, but to indicate that people using the existing hashtag that had already been settled on were doing so in a way that was harmful to black people. That I think is
So
harmful.
I don't think I agree that that is inaccurate, but I think once they were explained why it is offensive, and then they say
But it's
I
not
don't
offensive.
care, I do think that's harmful.
But it's not offensive, though.
Okay, so I'm not trying to dodge your point. Do you want me to respond to that, or can I do my second hypothetical?
You can do
I'm
your
sorry,
second
I just-
hypothetical.
Okay, I'm just not sure how to. I don't want to repeat myself too much, right? Okay, my second hypothetical was, how would you feel about Black people trying to advocate for reparations by using the hashtag land back?
I think it'd be kind of funny. I don't think I would necessarily mind it. I mean, the worst you could really say is that it would end up being maybe confusing in the long run, but I don't think it would be like harmful. So here are two arguments that you could make, and one I think I wouldn't be that mad at, and one that I would be mad at. If somebody said, "Wow, using land back here is like completely incoherent," you know, like because we already have like a settled movement on this term, you know, we could settle for another one, maybe one that makes a little bit more sense or ties a little bit more historical weight to it. I think I'd be okay with that argument. You know, it's like, okay, will that change anything? Probably not. But I think I wouldn't mind people saying it. But if somebody was to say like it is bigoted against indigenous people to use the term land back to describe that I would take the same degree of vitriol against, I think.
But okay, but if you're gonna say that, then how can you counter my point that the way that you choose to address this issue is unhelpful to leftist infighting? And you're saying I don't have to speak nicely; I'm just making good points.
Well, I don't have to speak nicely to anyone, of course.
I mean, no one has to do anything. Can we not do that? That's not really.
Well, it is definitionally tone policing, right? But if we're to talk about like the effectiveness of the tone, which I think is a fine thing to bring up, I think that the kind of person who would levy the accusation that say her name about Brianna J is like racially insensitive are the kinds of people that we should be mean to. I think that it's both rhetorically effective and useful to be a little bit more militant against those people, because they are like the most damaging thing in our movement by far, like by a huge margin, I think, when it comes to unifying and getting stuff done.
Okay, so the small distinction I was making is that obviously claiming that from the beginning that it is like racially insensitive is not good. I'd argue that if I have repeatedly like explained that say your name is specifically like about advocating for a very specific issue that targets a very specific community within the Black community, and somebody says, yeah, that's not a legitimate argument for me for why I can't use this for a different thing. Sure, I wouldn't say that's racist. I just would say that that's not the best ally I'd want to have, but it's the ally I got, I guess.
Well, a good argument would have to be made. I'm not really concerned with being the best ally. I just want
I'm
to be
sorry, I'm laughing.
I want to be an effective advocate for the things that I believe in. If people say that makes me an ally, then that's fine. I won't argue with them. But I don't. I mean, I
Well,
just don't
I
really.
believe because you said that, like, if somebody said that using land back for reparations is incoherent, you'd think that's a valid argument. And I've repeatedly in this discussion explained why using this hashtag for Brianna J is incoherent. But you keep saying I haven't made a good argument. So
I
it doesn't make sense.
I don't think it's incoherent in the same way. Because like to be clear, say her name isn't actually a movement. It's just a hashtag associated with a broader movement. There is no say her name movement. What we're talking about is the Black Lives Matter movement, mostly. Say her name is just
No, don't do this.
wait.
The
Well,
first
wait.
thing I clarified on this talk was that we're not going to do, oh, this is just a hashtag
Well, yeah, but
thing.
at this point now it becomes relevant because land back isn't just a hashtag, it's the literal term of the political movement. Whereas, like, the equivalent would be if people started saying hashtag Black Lives Matter because Brianna J died, which would be incoherent for a number of reasons. I'm not saying that I agree that the say her name hashtag is associated with BLM, but I do still think there's a critical distinction if we're talking about, like, the difference between merely being associated with it and being the literal same term. But if your only argument is like, I think there's a degree of incoherence to using it with Brianna J, then I would say maybe a bit for people who get confused by it. I didn't, and I'm pretty involved in political stuff. It didn't feel like it was an overstep or conflation to me. I don't think any harm was done. And I still don't think it was justified to accuse people who use the term of being racially insensitive. But if the only criticism is like, you know, it's a little bit confusing to have an overlap here, I wouldn't have reacted the way that I did. I wouldn't have called anyone hysterical.
No, it's not a little bit confusing. It's about well, now I can't even say taking a movement because now you walked it back and said that it's not really a movement.
Well,
I don't really know how to engage with that now.
Well, you do know that it's not the say her name movement. That's not what it's called.
Say Your Name is there to advocate for the against the erasure of Black women.
That's what it's been used for historically. I'm okay with it being used in a variety of contexts. Disambiguation, you know.
I understand, but okay, we don't have to call it a movement, but it's a hashtag that is meant to apply a certain critique, like BLM.
Well, the BLM movement is meant to apply a certain critique. The hashtag was used in that context, yes, but it's been used in other contexts before and will again in the future. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We don't want to run out of slogans, right? Like, keep in mind that trans liberation now is just a remodeling of Black liberation now. Fight the power, or like the raised fist as a sign of solidarity, originated in the Black Black liberation movement, but it's used ubiquitously for a bunch of progressive causes these days. There's always going to be a lot of overlap.
So what is Say Her Name to you? If it's not just a hashtag, but it's also like not a movement, how should I call it? And what significance does it have if we're now saying that it's not like a movement advocating for certain things?
Well, it's a hashtag that has a lot of like historical context with relation to a movement, for sure. It's obviously not a movement in and of itself. Nobody refers to it that way. And I'm not making the argument that it's just a hashtag in the sense that it has like no pre-existing context. It obviously does. But I don't think that context is unchangeable, obviously, because the context of slogans changes all the time. No Justice, No Peace was a civil rights protest. That's been used in a bunch of different contexts. If honestly, a lot of stuff comes directly from Black liberation in this country because that's always been the most active and militant body of progressive organization in the past century of American history. But if we don't use that, I mean, like...
Vosh? This sound super weird. I love you, but I will do this gotcha now. I am so sorry. I have opened Wikipedia.
Be careful. It had better be a good one.
I'm gonna try my best. I know that you're a fan of Wikipedia, and I opened Wikipedia, And Say Her Name is a social movement that seeks to raise awareness for Black women victims of police brutality and anti-Black violence in the United States.
All right.
Cool. Was it a good one?
Just out of curiosity, is there a disambiguation link at the top of that?
What's a disambiguation link?
On Wikipedia, they'll put that at the top of articles where the term could refer to multiple things.
The correct title of this article is Say Her. Do you want me to just send you the link?
No, I can Google it. Just a moment.
Okay.
Say Her Name is a social movement that seeks to raise awareness for originally created by the African American Policy Forum, according to research, 17% more likely. An effort to create large social media presence alongside existing racial justice campaigns such as hashtag Black Lives Matter and Black Girls Matter. Never heard Black Girls Matter, but all right. The African American Policy Forum coined the hashtag Say Her Name in December 2014. Okay. I've never really heard it being referred to as a movement before, but I can fully accept that.
Good. So, okay. So we can move on from that because I think it matters. So if we're now conceding that Say Her Name is a hashtag, but it also represents a movement, then obviously using a hashtag that is meant to advocate for certain things that a movement is pushing for other causes, well, it's not illegal or anything like that. Obviously, you know, I already made this point. I don't want to repeat myself.
Well, I agree that it's not illegal, thankfully.
Yeah, I agree about that too. Again, my main critique is just that if I then explain to you, hey, this is a movement that advocate for certain things, and you're saying, well, I want to use this for something else, you're allowed to. I just don't know how that's helpful.
Well,
but I guess it's not about being helpful to the Say Her Name movement. It's about being helpful to Brianna J. I just don't think, and you've said it yourself, those things don't conflict with each other.
I don't think they do.
We can do both.
And what's
more, I agree.
Nobody like chooses this. It happens organically. So if the central criticism here is the idea that it is slightly confusing to use the term Say Her Name when it has other associations, I think that's fine. I don't think it justifies any of the stuff that my discourse was on.
Okay. It's not slightly confusing. The movement has racialized elements for racial advocacy. And when you say that you can use something that is related to, when you say, I don't think it's a valid argument that this should apply for the specific advocacy of the movement, and you're going to say that's not valid, it seems nonsensical.
Yeah, that's
of
because... Of
course it's a valid argument.
That's because it's in the context of whether or not it's appropriate to accuse people of racial insensitivity for using the hashtag, or try to force them onto another one. In the context of just making the argument that there's a degree of confusion or incoherence for the sake of making that argument, do you think I would have reacted that way on Twitter if I had seen that? Like, if somebody had said, well, you know, it is a bit confusing that they share a name, you know, like, there was already kind of a meaning to that name. Do you think I would have, like, gotten really mad at them? I think that would have been fine to say. The issue that I had was the behavior, the trying to force people onto new hashtags, the idea that it was racially insensitive in some way.
Okay, but I feel like saying trying to force is very loaded. If Jesse Gender says, hey, let's use a different hashtag, do you think that's forcing?
When you're saying that people are being racist if they don't, yes. Like, obviously,
but Jesse Gender didn't say that they're racist, did she?
Jesse Gender said a lot of regrettable stuff in that tweet thread if you want to go through it, but absolutely the idea
I'd love to go through it.
The idea was, yes, it is racially insensitive and you're not listening to Black voices, etc., if you do this. Racially
insensitive and racist are not the same things, and I know you know that because you argue for that all the time.
Whether or not I know that doesn't mean they know that. I'm aware of
Who
that.
is they? Because my critique is not conservatives are looking at us. I'm critiquing other progressive leftists. Progressive leftists should not be thinking that they are being called racist when somebody says, hey, maybe you're being racially insensitive right now. I don't think that's a hot take.
That is what is being said by this portion of Twitter. There is no distinction in the mind of the woke scold between racial insensitivity, not having checked your privilege, and being racist. These distinctions exist
Do you
outside of their
really
analysis.
believe that?
Yes, of course I do.
Do you think I'm a woke scold?
I don't know. I haven't talked to you for long enough. You seem more sympathetic to their arguments than me, but that doesn't make you one.
Okay. So do you think I see no distinction? So I see a distinction. You see a distinction. Your audience sees a distinction. But when you and your audience come and say, hey, you're calling people racist, why not use your power and leadership to say, obviously, saying this is racially insensitive, even though I don't agree with it, doesn't mean that anyone is calling you racist.
I mean, I saw the discourse with tons and tons of people saying it was racist to use it. So I did see that happen. I know for a fact that was happening. And that distinction between racial insensitivity and racism is often lost. Not even just a product of woke scolds and their biases, but I think just the nature of Twitter tends to boil down these arguments. It's kind of inevitable.
I agree. But then in that case, don't you feel like, because I feel like the exact same, I can see like a liberal or even a conservative making the argument of like, when I'm just saying my opinion about trans people, you're calling me a transphobe. And basically your response is, hey, don't say stuff to them that makes them think that they're transphobes because they don't get the distinction. I feel like that's your argument, and I know you don't believe in that because I follow you.
Unfortunately, I do think that a lot of the worst stereotypes about lefties can be found in some groups in the left. For example, conservatives will often say, lefties just hate white people. I don't think that's true, but there are a lot of lefties who do, unfortunately, and they go unchecked and unchallenged in many spaces on the left, and I critique them, but I'm capable simultaneously of pointing out to the conservative that they're retards, while also saying, like, turning around, looking back at the left and going, okay, but seriously though, get this shit under control. So I'm looking at the Jesse Gender Twitter thread right now, and it is basically saying, like, if you keep using this, that's racist. I mean, it's wrong for a lot of reasons. That's one of them. Like, this hashtag is for black folks killed by police violence, for that community to mourn and fight. That's not necessarily true, and we've already talked about the indigenous issue stuff. Like, clearly that hashtag can be used for multiple things. We white folks shouldn't steal it. Ugh. Especially as all of us, not just white folks, are mourning. First, after listening to black folks, I assume. The issue is how quickly white people co-opted the use of this hashtag. Second, how white folks got angry when this was pointed out and would rather argue than listen. Ah, see? Right here. This is another one of those listening to black voices means not disagreeing with them things that I was talking about, which feeds to drain us both of energy and the ability to mourn. We are not fighting for Brianna's name to even be heard. She made news. That's not true. I think you can argue for the name of someone murdered in a hate crime to be heard no matter what. I think it's ridiculous to imply that a hashtag was unwarranted because the trans girl who was murdered ended up getting more attention after backlash that was in part because of the people who were using the hashtag say her name. I think that's a very dumb thing to say. The hashtag is for black women who are ignored by the mainstream, which is kind of funny because black women who are ignored by the mainstream, Breonna Taylor was not ignored by the mainstream. Breonna Taylor is one of the most well-known victims of police violence in the history of the United States. So
yes.
Yeah.
And the issue is that most black women who are brutalized by police, we don't know their names.
They were saying
that is what the hashtag is for.
They were saying it about Breonna, though. So so you keep saying what the hashtag is for. That's just not how it works. Slogans may have general trends and purposes, but they get repurposed and reused all the time. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. As long as there's nothing like counterproductive or harmful happening.
So, again, and I'm sorry if I'm not making myself clear, I agree that jumping on people's throats about this, even if they were ignorant, is not the correct take, but my critique is very specific. After it was raised that maybe this is incoherent and is inappropriate to use in Bianca's case, and a lot of leftists' reactions was, you don't have a valid argument. What you're saying doesn't matter. Here are all the reasons why you're just using identity politics and are wrong. You saying Jesse Gender's thing is disgusting. Stop calling me racist. I think that presents a lot of negative attitudes that contribute to infighting.
Well, you need to deal with
That
this
is my
stuff.
critique.
You need to deal with this stuff appropriately in order to deal with infighting. As long as people have this attitude, infighting will be an inevitability on the left. So I think you need to be appropriately severe with it. The only criticisms that I have here are of behaviors like this. If all you have to say, if your argument is that there's a bit of confusion in the use of that term, I think that's a fine thing to say. But if you don't want to defend the behavior of Jesse or of the original tweet thread, if you don't want to say it's racially insensitive or harmful even, then you and I don't think disagree on that much. I think we agree on the fundamentals here, which is that this is ridiculous behavior from Jesse and the left broadly.
I don't think it's ridiculous. I agree that there are woke scoldy elements in that. I agree that people can be offended about things that can be attributed to ignorance rather than malice. I don't think that's a hot take. I do think, though, that, again, and this is why I asked to talk to you, you have a lot of power and you could have shifted this narrative in a better direction, but you chose not to. And then you blame her for being a clout goblin, where it was also more materially advantageous for you to continue on your own arc of like leftists are just addicted to losing.
They are addicted to losing. Whether or not there's a material incentive for me to say that doesn't matter. I think we both know I probably would have ended up being a lot more popular if I wasn't so willing to burn bridges with people at the slightest disagreement over a number of issues that I've had with the behavior
Which
of people
isn't
online.
the definition of gatekeeping that you're so upset about?
No, they burn bridges with me. I don't block other people. Jesse blocked me before making this thread. Everyone always blocks me.
Wait. No, sorry. So I agree with you that you don't do the blocking, but if you are networking, which you know a lot more about than me, and it is your job to create good relations with people, and then you choose to attack them in a way that isn't charitable and makes them look really bad, they might block you. But to claim that you weren't part of that interaction, that you couldn't have made actions to better run that interaction, I don't think you can make that argument. You're a lot smarter than that.
She blocked me after the negative things I had to say about her video on the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, which I stand by. I'm not going to withhold from critiquing people if I disagree with what they do or say, but I'm not the one who burns the bridge. I'm always willing to talk to people off stream as well. I've never declined an opportunity to do so. If somebody has a disagreement with me, or they'd rather I take it a bit easier with them, I'm usually willing to accede to those points. I've deleted videos because people asked me to because they felt it made them look bad. I've refrained from posting videos from my stream because they, again, didn't want the negative attention. I'm usually pretty willing to accede to other people's sensitivity when it comes to disagreements I have with them. The problem is, I'm just not a gigantic cuck. And I refuse to completely withhold from disagreeing with people because they're the sensitive ones who will freak out and block and act as though I'm some kind of demon on the far side of the left, just because I'm willing to openly disagree with them.
Okay. Then I'm gonna be... I'm being a cuck right now because I'm not being as forward as I should be. I think that it is unusual for me to see you, although it's becoming more frequent. I think it's a very almost reactionary sentiment to be like, hey, I'm critiquing you, so I'm going to call you disgusting, and I'm now gatekeeping what I think you're doing wrong. So, like, you can critique.
That's not
That's
gatekeeping.
fine.
That's just critique.
No, absolutely. But if you are talking about leftists are addicted to losing, you're kind of shooting inside of your own tank right now, aren't you? Which you're allowed to do, but I'm arguing that the way you're doing it is inflammatory rather than helpful to the cause that you say you want to promote.
I understand why you might believe that, but I disagree. I used to have different attitudes on the best way to deal with this kind of behavior, but unfortunately, I just don't think there's a constructive way of going about it. I think that loud and open rejection is the best way of going about things, especially from my position, where I do attract the attention of a lot of people who aren't in the traditional left, you know? Like, I don't really care that much about moving people over to the left if they're already Steven Universe fans who have pit crew avatars and spend, 7 hours a day on Twitter disagreeing with each other over whether or not it's racist to use sans serif fonts. I'm more interested in bringing over people who are a bit outside of the circle. And an open disavowal of people with these ideas has actually historically been really effective in convincing people that it's not always like that. I do the same thing with the anti-white tendencies for some people on the left. Mostly black people, but not always. There are a lot of self-hating whites out there. They don't guide leftist policy the way conservatives suggest they do. It's not like Bernie Sanders was going to bring about, like, white concentration camps or whatever. But it is an ideological weakness worth addressing.
Yeah. So I think that if you're willing, which I think you have, to just say, look, I'm willing to, like, vocally and potentially in a more, like, vitriolic way to kind of make sure very clearly that I'm separating myself from some people in the movement to make sure that I can like be appealing to a slightly different demographic. I think that's valid.
It's also my sincere feelings, by the way. There's no dishonesty there. It's not like I'm
I don't believe that there is. I don't think that you're an insincere person.
Thank you.
I don't think that should matter to you what I think. But yeah, personally, I sometimes refer to myself as the Vosh whisperer. You probably have heard me whisper in your ear sometimes. Anyway, that was weird. I apologize. My point is just that I think our main disagreement at the end of the day is that there are certain things that you believe are more beneficial to your advocacy. And personally, as a progressive, I think you could do things differently. And you say, I used to have those attitudes, but I have come to different conclusions about what's most effective. And like, I can respect that. I think I disagree with you. And I think it alienates a lot of people who want to be on your side. But I also agree that that's not who you're trying to appeal for. So I understand that wouldn't necessarily be your main concern.
Do you think people like Jessie Gender want to be on my side? I've never really gotten that much of a camaraderie attitude from some communities on the left. Always come across to me like they'd rather be rid of me if at all possible. I'm interpreting this from the very subtle hints that I get, like the inbox is full of death threats that I receive from the left whenever I say stuff like, we should care about men. I don't really get the feeling that my camaraderie is being sought after here.
So I definitely think that some people, especially in the older realm, are not necessarily interested. I think a lot of people remember you from like your origin days, which I wasn't a part of. Maybe if I was, I would have liked you less or no. I don't know. I came in straight into like right after the height of the debate arc. Right when you and Destiny started having issues. So that's where I'm coming from. If you're asking specifically about Jessie Gender, I'm really impressed by her as a human being. I think she's one of the most genuine people on this space that are truly looking to do praxis and unity. You guys might disagree on things, but I don't think she'd ever turn down something she believes would be helpful to the movement.
What if her beliefs are compromised?
What do you mean?
What if her beliefs are compromised? I'm not impugning her sincerity here. I don't think that she's a malevolent person. But I don't think a lot of people on the left really understand what needs to be done to get real progressive victories out here. Oftentimes they're very always online. I mean, God, that stuff about the Hogwarts Legacy discourse, it just to be
crazy,
yeah, like that's just just one. I don't have much faith in the average online lefty's ability to decide what's good for them in a political sense. Like a lot of them really do seem to be kind of marching blissfully towards towards oblivion because they have no idea what actual coalition building looks like. And
Do you mind if I quickly answer just the general sentiment that you presented? I'm
Sure.
sorry, I'm interrupting you.
You're not. Go ahead.
I think that the reason why I am not as upset with you or haven't been as vocal about my disagreements that I have with you as I have with someone like Destiny is because I believe that you're much more, like by all accounts, like an ally and a progressive.
I'm taller too.
That I just mean that you seem to be more ideologically and ethically dedicated to progressivism. I think he likes fighting more than he likes progressivism, even if he is a progressive. Which is why it's not that I don't have critiques of you. That is why I'm here. But I believe my type of advocacy is that I don't want to shoot inside my own tank. I'll probably just ignore the people that I think are silly. And you might say that's bad advocacy. But the thing is, like, Destiny has his like space in the pipeline, and so do you. Like, I think leftists who say, like, yeah, Vosh is just whatever the fuck. Like, you read this post even, I think it was in your Reddit, and it was like, yeah, everyone who starts off with Vosh moves on from him because they realize he's like meh. And like, even if that's true, that's like a valid part of the chain. Like, we need that. Like, I'm here because at the beginning I was impressed and now I'm less impressed, and that's okay. Like, that doesn't mean that you're invaluable to the movement. But I do have strong disagreements because, like, obviously I'd want you to advocate in a way that I think is more ethical. But I think you're very ethically rigorous, and I just personally appreciate that, But I do think, and I'm sorry to bring up Destiny again, I just don't want to see you turn into this like hate monster of like, oh, progressives and woke scolds and they serve. Like, it's just really weird to see you come out with the same titles that he does about how silly leftists are. And I'm like, Vosh, I agree that there are a lot of terminally online Twitter lefties who are crazy. I just think that's not where the focus should be on, And it's okay that you disagree with that. You know what you're doing. You're successful. I'm not, right? But yeah, that's just my critique, I guess.
Leaving aside his proclivities, ultimately here, I think the distinction is that I'm sincerely interested in the left being stronger than it is right now. Obviously, that's what everybody says when they don't want to own up to their, to use an example, seething, deranged hatred of a group of people. One may or may not beat the spite allegations, to be sure.
Yeah.
But I'm not particularly spiteful against any of these people. People block me, not the other way around. I'll have private conversations with people who I feel have wronged me. I'll do it for or without content. I've made content decisions that were objectively bad for my channel because I felt it was morally right to do so, or even interpersonally kind.
Which is why I appreciate you. I know that you do all these things.
So
right?
my interest in rebutting and attacking the more reactionary element of the left, the woke scolds or this or that or whatever, it's not born out of some kind of grand crusade that I'm orchestrating against them or anything like that. It's just a simple product of my critiques and the ways in which I think it's most effective to levy them. I don't think kindness is really on the menu here. I'm certainly not treated with it by them, but I don't hate them for it. Some of them are just stupid, which isn't a crime. A lot of them are just constantly exposed to latent social antagonism to me. In an environment like that, most people will just accept it. Very few people will hear from all their friends, compatriots, content creators they like, oh, this Vosh guy is terrible, and then think to question it. Some will, but for the most part, people have to take things at a given at times. We just don't have enough time in the day to independently research everything we're told. We have to pick and choose.
No,
But
I get that.
with
Yeah,
all of
sorry.
that being said, and I just want to cap this off, with all of this being said, I have been wildly unsuccessful in trying to reach out to these people. The last time that I did so with any success, reach out to a person who I felt had some kind of like pre-existing dislike of me over an issue that I could have made into a content bomb but did not, or at least didn't try to, was with Cat Black, who was misrepresenting a position that I had with regards to the J.K. Rowling sexism thing. I
Yes, I
DM'd her on
remember that.
Twitter. Yeah, and
I
I
was
spent
gonna
about
bring it up.
I spent about an hour trying to talk to her directly. Hey, this is
Yeah.
what I think. I think you're misrepresenting me. And she essentially just made fun of me in DMs the entire time. Which, you know,
Yes, I remember.
right, my ego is strong. I'll be fine. But then the next morning, she posted a 100 tweet thread, including links to archives of all the things that I had said with her. Not that I was wrong in any of them, sure, but still, Jesus. And then went the whole thing, and that ended up burning the Contra bridge with me. That was the last time I tried to reach out on good terms to somebody who was behaving in that way, and it literally led to Contra blocking me.
I understand. Just very quickly, like, I think that I completely hear what you're saying, and I know what you mean. I think that we both disagree. I think that there's a way to critique I think both yours. I'm not saying that you're hateful of lefties and that's why you critique them. I just personally don't think that the critique, the way you do it, is what I think is helpful necessarily, but we are working off very different demographics, and you're successful and I'm not. So, like, you know better than I do. But to address the Cat Black thing, yeah, I think Eris brought up a super interesting point about how Cat Black probably went into that because you told her that you don't want to drag her on stream, and that was the first message you sent her. And Eris brought up actually that Cat Black probably thought you were like threatening her, and that's why she was so aggressive. But I'm bringing this up because I was actually really upset about the Cat Black situation. I was also upset with you that when she brought up like you guys being sexually like involved at some point, you kind of laughed it off, and I thought it was completely inappropriate of her to do so, and I really wanted you to like make that clear as well, because that was a very clear case of like if the genders were reversed, we would be very upset. And I just didn't think that deserved to be laughed at. Now, I can't tell you how to deal with like people airing your dirty laundry, and I get that you're a dude and stuff. I just found that a missed opportunity to like raise awareness in that moment.
I only wish she had leaked my nudes. I looked incredible in them.
I will not comment on that. But to maybe like, you'll hate me for this. Oh my God. I'm quite upset about the Professor Flowers stuff.
I can't hate you for it. It keeps getting brought up against my will. I mean, you could call that
but
another...
I think it's getting brought up because, again, maybe the critiques are not being levied towards you in a way that is accessible to you to hear. I don't think they're invalid. Maybe I have different critiques. I don't know. But the fact that it keeps getting brought up and you keep batting it away the way you do indicates to me that's like, okay, he doesn't understand what the critique is, because I know that if he would understand, he would see the issue. So yeah, I guess that's just like a personal...
What if I see the issue and I just disagree?
I think that, okay, if you have the time, would you mind explaining to me what you think the issue is?
I don't know what the issue is. People just seem to take issue with the fact that I disagree with a black woman.
See, but you can't see, if I see the issue and I disagree?
That is what the issue is.
That is not what... Oh my God!
It is
now
what
I
the
might
issue
hate
is.
you. Oh my God! I'm losing brain.
What's more, it's
sorry.
actually all the issue is. The discussion could have been on a number of topics,
not.
but the ultimate outcome wouldn't have fundamentally changed. The disagreement here is ultimately that it's... I was about to say it was uppity of me as a white man to disagree with a black woman. Well, that's their critique, not mine. Yeah, they think that.
This is such a bad faith interpretation of a critique that is being levied at you often, and it's just that
I
it
am
feels...
uppity, yes.
No,
Which I am, to be
Okay.
fair. It's not necessarily
Okay.
wrong, but I was still right in that discussion.
if you don't want to talk about this, that's completely fine. I can make like genuine critiques, but if this is like more of like a thing that you want to like put aside, I won't press you on
Hit me
this,
with your
right?
best shot.
I think
that you might be rightfully upset that people are claiming that you're racist. And I think the reason why people bring that up is because they see a pattern that you have an element of dismissing critiques that are levied to you from Black creators mostly as just, oh, it's just Black people being upset that I disagree with them. When a lot of people's critique of you about what happened with Professor Flowers is that you interpreted her in an incredibly inflammatory and uncharitable way, and then proceeded to do so even though she and other people tried to explain her positions to you. And that was just really unfortunate for her because she had to deal with your community. So it's unfair of you to say that it was about disagreeing because you framed her arguments in an unfair way.
My framing of her arguments was and is fair. She is either too stupid or too dishonest to be forthcoming about her positions, but I've accurately identified them. If I know her better than herself, then that's embarrassing for her, but I won't back off it.
Don't you think that's incredibly arrogant?
I mean, she's failing to meet a pretty low bar here, so if anything, I would put the blame on her.
Okay, so just to like inquire, so all the people who are upset at you about the Professor Flowers, all of them actually either secretly agree with you and are just on her side because she's Black and you're white, or they hate you. But it's impossible that, and a large amount of people who are upset about you about that incident just actually think you framed her in a really inflammatory way and then argued against, shadow boxed against an argument that she wasn't making.
A lot of them haven't even seen the debate. FD Signifier still hasn't. I just think that, like a lot of people, they're weak. They hear a narrative and they repeat it. They've heard it so many times that they continue to repeat it. I was right then, and I'm still right.
But I am not FD Signifier. I'm here. I'm levying this critique, and you're now brushing me off as well as just a Black person sympathizer.
Wait,
a sympathizer.
Hold on. My biases here aren't against Black people. There are plenty of white people that I've disagreed with. There has been an unfortunate trend of Black people disagreeing with my behavior concerning Professor Flowers, which disproportionately skews disagreement between me and Black people, but that's really their choice to keep getting involved in that argument with me. If I, for some reason, was extremely well known in the Black conservative community and they kept wanting to argue with me about tax issues, then I'm sure that would also disproportionately ramp it up. But no, I don't think there's anything racially biased about my assessment here. It's not as though I treat white people who critique me very well.
I don't think you're racially biased. I think you saw an opportunity to make a good video that make you seem really good. And that's just unfortunate for Professor Flowers and unfortunate for like Black advocacy.
I was exceedingly
and I resent that you chose to do that.
I was exceedingly kind to her in the 3-hour debate. It was her fault for being who she is, either being too, again, stupid or dishonest, to own to her points, and to repent for them, frankly, given how bad they are. I mean, that debate opened with her doing a brownie points joke with me. Like here's a brownie, like, oh, Vosh, you white boy, here's a good boy point for listening to me, or I forget the exact thing. It was a couple years ago.
Okay, if that's how you feel, and I know you're done with the Professor Flowers discourse.
No.
I haven't finished my point.
What did I miss?
Let me talk. Thank you. All I was going to say is that if you are interested, I would either publicly or privately sit down on the transcript with you, and I will show you where you inflammatorily inserted things that were not needed. I know you're done with that, so you probably wouldn't want to do this, but I don't think I'm wrong on this. I think that you saw a good opportunity to make content. It worked out great. It created a lot of content. And I think now you're just...
We can do it right now if you want. Or you can tell me what assessment I've made of her character and positions you feel is inaccurate.
I think that to take Professor Flowers' arguments and then claiming, and you have done so repeatedly on dozens of streams that she is genocidal towards white people is an awful thing to say.
I agree. It's an awful thing to be, too. She was
But that's
justifying,
not what she is.
she was saying that the black people in South Africa had a moral right to mass deport the white people who lived there because the colonized should not have to suffer the indignation of continuing to live with their colonizers. And her definition of colonizers is white people, which she has not only implicitly reaffirmed multiple times, but explicitly stated in a conversation with Heem. There's no ambiguity to it. She was defending, morally, the idea of deporting 6 million white South Africans, which is objectively the definition of ethnic cleansing, and depending
Can I
on which
ask you a
definition of
question?
genocide you go by,
Sorry.
still fits
Mhm.
just fine.
So this is like a genuine question, and I get this is a bit heated, so I hope you can take it in good faith.
Mhm.
Because I've recently I've been engaging with Destiny, so people want me to learn what descriptive and prescriptive means. So I'm still like learning how to use those terms, basically. And so if we said that and I don't necessarily agree with your framing, but I'm just interested in this as a concept. So if we said that black people in South Africa had the moral right to deport colonizers, i.e. white people, is that a prescriptive or a descriptive?
By saying so, first of all, we need to take a step back from the specifics and talk about how we would interpret these claims in any other context. So,
Okay.
if somebody was saying, well, Hitler had the right to deport all the Jews from Germany prior to him settling on the final solution, or if
Mhm.
somebody was to say, well, Americans had the right to mass excise Native Americans from their territory,
Mhm.
you would fairly interpret that as an endorsement of that behavior. No, in colloquial
Yes.
language, and again, Professor Flowers isn't some philosophy professor. Colloquially, when you're saying somebody or something has the moral right to do something, what you are actually doing is saying it's up to them, it's their choice. Not in a descriptive sense, because ultimately, obviously, everything is up to their choice. I mean, even up to the Holocaust, technically, it was literally the decision of the government that led it to happen, right? Like, we're not talking about, oh, well, we exist in a system with free will. We're talking about a
Mhm.
moral choice, as in, it is right that they have the ability to do this, and it is right that they have the option to exercise it. In colloquial language,
Okay.
that is what people mean when they say that. I don't think a descriptive interpretation of her framing makes any sense, because if that was the case, she could have been saying just as easily, well, I think the white people of South Africa have the moral right to deport all the black people. Because in a descriptive sense, that statement would have been equally coherent. A flat statement of the power of government and the ability for it to do big demographic changes like that. But obviously she wouldn't and didn't say that because she wasn't talking
No,
descriptively.
no. Oh my God, that's silly. She was okay. If we're assuming that it is a descriptive, and I do agree with you that to just claim it's a descriptive, so you're not implicitly making a prescriptive as well with a descriptive that is loaded,
Or
that is
her claim
questionable.
is prescriptive. She's defending the right for the black people in South Africa to do that. She would not
Defending the.
say, she would
Okay,
not
sorry.
say, well, I also think it's the moral right of white people in South Africa to deport all the black people. She would never say that because she's not just making a descriptive statement of what governments are capable of doing. She's talking about what morally is permissible.
But
She
I
wasn't ambiguous with this. She was talking explicitly the colonized people should not have to suffer to coexist with their colonizers. Like these are not like this would be like saying like you read like a neo-Nazi transcript and they're saying something like white people should not have to bear the weight of the Jew, and they're like, well, technically they're just saying that they don't have to. It's like, no, obviously they're making a statement, you know.
okay. So, whew, that was a lot.
Apologies, but that's the full context.
Yeah. So I guess my question, and maybe I've missed that. I didn't interpret Professor Flowers' general claims to be that the moral right of Black people not to live next to their oppressor having much to do with governmental power.
But we were talking in the context of the removal of 6 million white South Africans.
Okay, so to make an equivalency, and I don't know if it purely tracks, so let me just think out loud and I'll see how I feel about this. I might take it all back, so like close the recording for a second. So if I say that Palestinians have the moral right to claim to make their claim over the territory of Palestine, that does not imply that they have the governmental power to do so or that they can. It just means that they have that moral right. Like the moral right is not being sanctified or by like if you are capable of executing said action.
No, but you're saying if you were to say that, if they have the moral right to do that, your argument would be if they had the power to and chose to, they would be okay in doing so.
They would have the moral right to do so. Yes. Do you think that is genocidal?
If it involved the mass execution or deportation of Israeli people, it would absolutely be ethnic cleansing by definition. It would almost certainly be genocide by any definition as well. There are probably some incredibly contrived circumstances, like a long-term resettlement program, that you could argue aren't genocidal because it would be more of a reclamation of previously held national land. But 99.999, yeah, that would be genocidal.
So you'd have an issue with people claiming that Palestinians have a moral right to Palestine?
Well, it would depend on what they mean by that. If they mean Palestinians have a moral right to exist there as full citizens, then no, I don't have an issue with that. If the real meaning of their statement was a right to remove all Israeli people, then potentially that could be genocidal depending on exactly how it went down. Usually it would be.
Yeah. So I argue basically that considering all the context and extra conversations and potentially even in the conversation with you, although I'll be willing to bite the bullet that maybe Professor Flowers was not best at expressing herself during that specific debate with you, but just there's so many so much content of hers and yours was made around her claims, and there was an infinite amount of time to let her explain what she means by moral right to get out of this genocidal narrative. And my critique is just that maybe you don't feel like she ever provided that context. I just disagree with that, and I just think that's unfortunate.
I think your disagreement is incorrect. I think your framing of this situation is willfully ignorant. In any other context, if somebody was to say, yes, by colonizers I mean white people, no, non-white people should not have to suffer to coexist with white people in this space. Yeah, I think they have the moral right to get rid of those, to deport those white people if they want. I think anybody acting in good faith would interpret that as an endorsement of ethnic cleansing.
Okay, if you heard Professor Flowers say all white people are colonizers, and I heard Professor Flowers say that she doesn't think all white people are colonizers, what do we do then? Do we assume that she's lying and she actually thinks all white people are colonizers?
Yes. If there's a person...
That is silly.
No, it's not. If there's a person whose politics gravitate towards a specific reactionary tendency, and at one point they admit something, and then later they deny it, I think it's perfectly reasonable to not interpret them charitably. So we see this all the time with racists. So for example, you'll have a white politician get outed because there's some old clip of them referring to black people as monkeys. And then they'll be like, haha, I don't really think that. And then it's well, which one do we take at face value? The one they said in private or under pressure or under heated context? Or do we believe the one they said afterwards as a way of covering up for the PR damage from the first one? Of course.
Okay.
Her politics are pretty anti-white in general. She's seething with that energy. So I think it's okay to...
Okay. Then I see what the issue is. You're just, you think that you've seen enough data for you to not grant charitability to any of what she's saying.
I mean, she also said it a bunch. She didn't just accidentally slip up one time and say, yeah, I think all white people are colonizers. She insistently reaffirmed that. In her conversation with Heem, she said it most explicitly. But I asked incredulously if she felt that way multiple times during our debate, and she consistently affirmed it. It wouldn't be that hard for
So-
her to back off that position. She was given every opportunity.
Okay. I will do research and I will create a compilation of things and I'll DM it to you. And if you'll ever have the time and you'll end up looking at it, I'd be interested in your thoughts. But I might just come to your conclusion. I just doubt it because I've watched a lot of her explanations of what happened.
What did her
but if-
explanation say her position was with regards to the ethnic cleansing subject?
She said that she never brought up ethnic cleansing and she was just trying to talk about Black liberation and how you a lot of the time compare Black nationalism to white nationalism, and how she was trying to like explain the different and how those two things are not analogous, whether I agree with that or not. And basically, while she was trying to make that explanation, genocide was brought up. And in that context, she was just trying to explain how that fits into like her greater narrative about Black nationalism.
Okay, but when she talks about Black self-liberation, what does she mean by that?
What do you, I'm sorry, what?
Well, so what was she prescribing then? You said you saw her talking about it. What was what was she arguing in favor of? So I made comparisons allegedly between Black and white nationalism. Okay, what did she say that I then used to make that comparison? What position was she defending? Did she just abstractly say, I support Black liberation? And I was like, aha, just like Hitler. Or did she say something else, maybe pertaining to a specific country with specific demographics?
I believe she did in your discussion with her, but I believe the content, from what I understood that she said, it seems that that was brought up to like give an illustration to her point, right?
To deport all white people from South Africa?
If you want to look at it uncharitably, then I guess.
Wait, but what other thing was she saying? Because she explicitly said that. So it wasn't an interpretation, that was a statement that she made.
Let me try to maybe I'm not communicating clearly. I apologize. So I think that when you say, yeah, the Jews had every right to like try to kill all the Nazis during the Holocaust, and also they had that right, like if they could have told the future, they probably should have done that before a lot of the acts were implemented, because that would have prevented the genocide. Then me then me saying that you are advocating for mass genocide of Germans would be nonsensical.
But
right?
I don't think there's much of a comparison there, because South Africa is a democracy. It's not, apartheid was lifted. It's currently ruled by Black people. They're the majority in their Congress. Black South Africans aren't currently resisting an ongoing colonial threat. They share a country with white citizens who are born, many of them, in a free country.
Yes. I'm not arguing her points for her. I'm saying that what you took as like a claim to genocide, maybe I misunderstood her and you're completely right, okay? But from what I understood of her explanations, she was using the example of South Africa to explain a broader concept, and then was called genocidal for using that as a way to illustrate like a difference or a right or a point. Now, you might say, rightfully so, hey, if you're demonstrating this on an existing country, that has very strong implications, and that's irresponsible. I wouldn't say that's genocidal, but we can disagree on that.
But
you know?
the context was her talking about not having to live with your colonizers anymore, and by colonizers she meant white people.
I heard her say that she doesn't think all the politics.
Hold on one
Do you want me
second.
to just concede on this?
Well,
I was like,
hold on, like here's like a tweet screenshot. So hold on. Somebody said, you literally equivocated colonizer with white in multiple streams. Go back to the VSG hug box with the rest of the dipshits. And Professor Flowers responded, quote, you literally equivocated colonizer with white in multiple streams, end quote. This is genuinely so funny to me that you want me to be ashamed about this, lol.
okay.
There,
So you think
there aren't
she
colonizers
thinks...
in South Africa anymore. it was colonized hundreds of years ago. Apartheid was lifted. White and black people are both citizens.
Yes.
It's not a colony of any country.
Yes.
So in what other context would colonizer not mean white people if we're talking about a country where there are literally no colonizers right now?
So you think because South Africa have gained democracy and is no longer an apartheid country, that completely erases the historical context of like why there are white people in like positions of power and disproportionate wealth in South Africa?
You're making her argument right now. So
I don't want to make her argument for her. Wait, but you're fine moving past.
But you're doing the thing she did, where it's like, so did you know colonization had an impact? Lots of things have had an impact. France had a monarchy, and now they don't. But the legacy of the monarchy has influenced France today. But if you started saying like, yeah, we want to kill all the French monarchists, like, what does that mean? There are no colonizers right now in South Africa. And then, so you're like, okay, there are no colonizers, but aren't there like still white people? Yeah, there are. That's what she was saying. She was saying white people.
So I think that you could argue that she was irresponsible or maybe misguided in her use of language. And you can even say, well, she doubled down on it, so fuck her. I already said I don't think that makes her genocidal, simply because I don't think that's her beliefs from what I've heard her talk about. But yeah, maybe she did. She had a bad showing.
I don't understand why people are like this. This is the most straightforward, like, man, I genuinely don't understand it. There's a lot of ambiguity in the difficulties that I have disagreeing with other people on the left, but Professor Flowers has always been the most overt case that just boggles my mind. How anybody could look at what happened and what was said and not just go, oh yeah, she's just in favor of ethnic cleansing. An objective statement on her part, unambiguous. There's no matter for interpretation or bad or good faith. This is why I'm confident in it. There's not really room to disagree with me. There's a right and a wrong position. But for some reason, people trend towards I wouldn't just call it charitable. I'd say like the delusional or the anti-empiricist perhaps, which I don't know. I don't know what it is about her. I don't know if it's because she so successfully whined about me afterwards or complained about harassment.
Do you think it's because it's you and they just like have a hate boner for you?
I mean, that's probably a large part of it. A bias against one. Well, if you hear about a dispute between two people, one of whom is a black woman and one of whom gets repped as a racist in the left, a lot of people are just going to intuitively take the anti-me position.
Okay.
Without investigating.
I can tell you personally why I'm very amenable to this, but it's very like personal, so I don't think it would really help you with the other people.
Well, is it because I'm white and she's not?
No.
Are you sure? Because people say no, but then it keeps coming up,
Do you want to hear my personal argument, or do you want to assume that it's because you're white?
Well, you should provide it, because otherwise I will assume that.
I'm trying. So I have very strong positions about the Israel-Palestine conflict. And when I discuss it, because my positions are nuanced and generally unrecognized in the sphere and are not very popular, people have a really hard time understanding what I'm saying. And they assume that I am anti-Semitic. They assume I hate Jewish people. They assume I am fine with Jewish people dying and a lot of stuff like that. I was accused of that yesterday when I joined a Discord server to hang out, So I understand like trying to make a nuanced point and then people taking it in a really weird way and like accusing you in a lot of vile shit. But that's just my personal experience. I don't think what's his name, the guy that looks better without a beard but has a beard.
Heem? I think Heem's beard looks nice.
No. I don't care about Heem. What's his name? The guy that you hate, that you got upset that he made the video about you. Noah Samson. Yeah, I don't think Noah Samson has the same perspective I do, right? But that's just like, I understand how trying to make a nuanced argument and maybe not being a good debater can make you seem a lot crazier than you are. But that's just like my personal sympathies,
Well, if your sympathies are towards the person who gets accused of having the worst position, I feel like you'd be biased in favor of me. The majority of people who are familiar with the me and Professor Flowers thing will probably side with Professor Flowers. My community is big, but it's not as big as the entirety of the people who hate me. That's a much larger community than I can field.
So you want me to be biased towards you? Is that what you?
Well, if your bias is towards people who you feel get maligned with ridiculous positions, then I feel like if anything, that would be to my benefit.
No. I feel like I have watched enough of her context and explanation of what happened there to understand that there might have been a miscommunication, added with the fact that it is extremely advantageous for you to not say, hey, maybe I was a bit too unreasonable with this. And by
Why do you keep
unreasonable,
accusing me
I
of being
just
in bad faith?
no. By unreasonable, I just mean that you have spent what? It's been like over a year. Like every time she's brought up, you maintain this point that she is basically a genocidal like maniac. And that's what I think. That's shitty because I don't think that's what she is. But if you believe that's truly who she is authentically and you have no charitability towards her, then I can't follow you for that. I just disagree with that analysis of who she is, you know?
I don't think it's really an analysis. I just think it's a straightforward read of her positions. I don't really think it has to do with charitability, but, you know, if you want to compile those points, you're free to. I have seemingly a limitless capacity for revisiting this one conversation. She's always free, of course, to have a second one with me, though obviously she never would.
Well, she got a lot of hate.
No, she didn't.
So yes. Oh, okay. I'm not going into this. I just want to make a final point. Because I'm already here, so why the fuck not? Yeah, you need to do your research and come up with a coherent position on Israel. Because you got banned off of Twitch for saying some shit, and then you talked to Eris with the whole bad empanada nonsense. And you are flip-flopping, dude. And I need to debate Israel with you, and it's hard when you don't have a position. So do that.
Are you going to
Thank you.
accuse me of being pro-Israel?
You're probably more pro-Israel than I am. Like,
Then what on earth could you... Whatever position I arrived at, I have no idea what kind of insane TOS flagging disagreements you would want to have with me. I'm probably in favor of a two-state solution, not because I think it's morally preferable to a one-state solution, but rather because I don't think a one-state solution is a realistic policy goal. You know,
I agree with you.
Yeah, so if we agree, a two-state solution is like considered I think a moderate liberal solution long-term. What positions do you have that are getting you accused of being an anti-Semite?
I don't believe Jewish people have like an inherent right to Israel or shit like that.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. I don't think anyone has an inherent right to any land based on their race or ethnicity.
That's what I say, yeah. I also claim that it whiffs of like white supremacists the way that the Israeli ethno-state is. It's basic. You know the arguments that you made about like the Professor Flowers makes about black people? That's how I feel about Jewish people in Israel.
Oh,
but
no.
people conflate. What happens is, and I've learned this late, unfortunately, in America, talking about Jewish people is punching down. But I was born and raised in Israel, so we like Jewish people are the dominant like hegemony. So for me, talking about Jewish people in the context of Israel is punching up. But I'm in an American space, and when I talk about Jewish people, Americans get like very shaky in their boots because they're ignorant. So they think I'm being anti-Semitic when I'm just criticizing racist Jewish people in Israel.
I do think it would be anti-Semitic to say that you should like deport all Jews from the Middle East or from Israel.
I would never argue for that. I think that's silly.
But that is what Professor Flowers probably believes. Doubt she's a Zionist.
I don't believe she believes in that. But just to very quickly, so the part of the disagreement is that I get that you're friends with Eris. Eris is a really cool person. I thought the takes you chose to have in that whole situation, I get you don't like bad empanada, but Eris have said things
that clearly support like the concept of an ethno-state and the concept of Jewish people having an inherent right to the land of Palestine, and like they're continuing of like dominating that space. And whether she is for a two-state solution or not, which I believe that she is, which is the correct solution, fact of the matter is she does support the ethno-state of Israel to remain. And I guess that we both like pragmatically say, yeah, whatever, let the Jews have that. But the fact that she doesn't morally condemn that concept is reprehensible to me. And I feel like as a progressive, it should be reprehensible to you. Maybe it wasn't important for you to make that point, but I just found that to be unfortunate considering how I thought you felt about Israel.
I mean,
I just didn't get that.
I'm sure she has positions on Israel that I would disagree with, though I would have to see specific ones to really like say anything. However, positions every position that I've ever heard about Eris, even ones I've disagreed with, haven't been any more radical than what's considered a moderate Zionist position here in the States, you know?
Yeah,
A kind
absolutely.
of lightly pro-ethno-state attitude towards Israel is basically the
Yeah.
default position in America, unless you're some kind of radical.
Absolutely.
Which means that, like, even if I had those disagreements with her, it probably wouldn't be something that I'd feel like a need to call her out on. I mean, there are lots of things I don't call people out on when I'm directly talking to them. I don't even remember
Okay.
what I talked about with her the last time I did. I do find her to be quite an agreeable, lady.
She's wonderful. She's so lovely. And she's so charitable, and she has a great analysis of social issues. I have a lot of positive feelings. I was just genuinely disappointed that it was never really brought up, especially when you were basically, when Bad Empanada was making his points, you were even telling her, do you think he's just being anti-Semitic?
I do think he's anti-Semitic, yeah.
No, I kind of, I am almost completely inclined to believe that. But fact of the matter is, he was making solid arguments regarding her positions as he was criticizing them. And maybe you say an anti-Semite doesn't get to make like legitimate positions, critiques about another Jewish person's like content. But I just found it personally irking that you did not say, yeah, because you were watching and you were hearing the statements that she was saying, and the entire time you didn't even like, sorry, I'm a bit brain foggy
I don't
right
remember.
now.
Did I go over a drama video about Eris? If so, I have no recollection of this at all.
You were just like having her on to talk about the drama with Bad Empanada, but you didn't watch the Bad Empanada video or her video, I don't believe. And if you have, you did not like rebut her positions, which were for a Jewish ethno-state. Yeah.
I only watch Lego videos in my off time. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
As for her positions, I don't know. Even if I found stuff that I disagreed with like entirely, I don't really know what relevance that has to the specific conversation we were having, you know? Like, agreeing with something Bad Empanada has said because he incidentally stumbled into a position that may or may not have been correct would be like listening to, like Nick Fuentes say that dependency on OnlyFans girls is like bad for guys' mental health, and then for me to do like a whole thing agreeing with him or gotta hand it to him or whatever, which of course I don't. I've just never really felt it that compelling to, I guess, virtue signal as like a guy who's really critical of Israel, because I feel like I got my chops out of the way on that one early. Like, I disagree with a lot of people on a lot of things. I feel like nobody's going to follow me knowing anything about me and think like, this guy's strategic ambiguity on Israel is really appealing to me. Somebody who loves Israel. I'm going to choose to not Google Vosh Israel. Yeah, so I've never felt like I had to put in that much work on making my positions on that one like super militant.
Well, my personal opinion is that I feel like you are too fucking ambiguous for me, and so maybe that's just like my own personal pet peeve. I guess it is, because I'm probably more anti-Zionist than you are. But like, yeah, that just like confused me, because I was like, I feel like he should have a different position from this, but he's just sitting here with Eris talking about how bad Empanada is an anti-Semite when he was living genuine critiques about arguments she was making about a Jewish ethno-state. And I was just like, Vosh, come the fuck on. Are you serious?
I don't think I've watched this video, though, so I mean, I haven't, like, deliberately avoided making a point. Well, okay, but I haven't watched lots of videos critiquing people.
No. Okay, this is unfair. I'm saying you had Eris on to like do a little like allyship thing, and it's fine if you don't want to watch the video. I'm sorry I said little and it sounded condescending, but like my point is you had her on sympathetic to her plight with bad Empanada. You didn't watch the video, but fact of the matter is Eris has pro-Israel, pro-Zionism positions, and maybe
I know that.
Wait, please, I'll be done. I'm so sorry. And maybe you didn't feel the need to call that out, but for me, as a person that like I don't feel like Israel is discussed enough in this space, and knowing that I felt like you and I were on the same page with that, I really wanted to hear that call out, you know. And it didn't happen, and that was just like a personal disappointment. And I was like, okay, so is he like okay with Israel now? Like, what's happening? Because Eris is his friend, so we're cool with this now? I don't understand.
Well, I haven't called you out on your anti-Semitism, but we're having a friendly conversation.
You think I'm an anti-Semite?
No, I'm just trying to make a point. I can't call everyone out for everything I disagree with them on every time I talk to them. For one, if I did that, I wouldn't...
You were talking about her being critiqued for impositions about Israel.
No. I was talking about her dealing with a lunatic, okay? I did not rush to her defense to start providing pro-Zionist arguments. I don't even remember the context of the conversation. But yeah, like, I don't think I'd ever get to have a friendly convo with anyone under any circumstances. I mean, I talked with Keffels recently. Keffels has been subject to a lot of drama. Keffels hasn't, like, exclusively done stuff that I agree with, but... I think that it's important to kind of be holistically against sort of like weird harassment behavior, like what BE stands for, whether or not you fully agree with everything a person believes or says, especially if you're open and public about the kinds of things that you disagree on anyway, you know?
How can you say that and then say that Professor Flowers didn't experience harassment after you guys' interaction?
She experienced like some, I think like the normal amount that you would get for being online and disagreeing with a large content creator, but I don't think she experienced much at all. I mean, I didn't see it.
Wait, you can't say some and then experience much at all. Come on.
A very small amount. My community is pretty responsible. She could have like made me look really bad by demonstrating it, but she never did. Like she could have, my mods contacted her to try to get screenshots, like she blocked my mods, of course. Like any effort to kind of substantiate it in any way, because you can claim like any kind of harassment, right? Like at any point in time. It's not like I've said, you know, I get death threats all the time. First of all, a lot of the death threats that I get are visible on Twitter, so you can see them. But also a lot of the stuff I get over email, DMs, and people don't ask me to substantiate that, in large part because like it's kind of obvious. Like I'm Vosh, of course I get death threats. But when it comes to someone like Professor Flowers, who isn't, you know, the #1 most reviled figure in the online left from the left, I would like some kind of evidence, especially if you're going to clout Goblin off of this alleged harassment, which she certainly did. But I didn't see any. So, like, what am I to do with that?
Let me tell you what I think, and I've heard similar things that Destiny has said. I think what happens is, and maybe large creators kind of forget this, I have 300 followers on Twitch, okay? So let's say 1,000 people from your chat end up finding me on Discord or on YouTube or on Twitch, and they just like, and I get all of that extra attention. I'm not saying that is harassment. I feel like when people feel harassed, it's less about like getting death threats. But I remember like the first convo I had with Destiny where we had a disagreement, I just had a lot of people from DGG just tell me they are from DGG. And because I knew there was hostility, I was like, oh, this is why people talk about being harassed, because you're getting a lot of attention and you're feeling attacks. So even though no one is actually harassing you, it feels completely overwhelming. So I do think, I think it's irresponsible to say, this person targeted harassment towards me, but it's also, I think there's a lack of empathy to how terrifying it can be to get so much of that hostile attention when you're a random no. You know,
So
if you're not used
am
to getting death threats,
I am
and
sympathetic.
then
I am sympathetic to that. The issue was like she took it to a point where I feel like I can't take it seriously anymore without some kind of substantiation. She made a point about how she was like borderline suicidal from the harassment. She made a bunch of points to this effect. Now,
yeah,
there's a limit to this. If she said, you know, after the Vosh discussion, I've received a lot of negativity, I'm not going to disagree with that. You know, like, okay, like, all right, I can believe that. But if you're going to go so as far to spend months talking about how my community has been racist. She said she'd been called the N-word more in the past month than she had in her entire life beforehand or something like that. She was talking about how like miserable it made her. Past a point, I need to there's a level of discretion I'm willing to offer. And keep in mind, we're talking about a person who I know is dishonest. Like we're talking about a person that I'm inclined to already think is a piece of shit. So, you know, adding to the grand list of crimes here, being genocidal, lying for internet clout is definitely not that far off. And unfortunately, despite extensive efforts from my like mod team, no evidence was found of any real, like, I'm sure she got some mean emails. I fully believe this. It'd be ridiculous if she didn't, like, just numbers wise, the size of my community. But
yeah.
that is not, like, past a point, some degree of substantiation is necessary, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I genuinely think that when smaller creators talk about harassment, I think it's very loaded, obviously, for big creators because if they are being accused of like sending their audience, but also I think you can absolutely recognize that like you don't need to send your audience. Like if people vehemently disagreed with me during this conversation, someone is going to feel like they want to tell me that or like come up in my chat. And that doesn't mean it's harassment and that doesn't mean it's your fault. But I do have a lot of empathy to how it might feel like harassment when it's just about, you know, it's like a bunch of individuals doing something and you're not used to it, you're not aware of it, and then you're like, it absolutely, I think the experience can absolutely be of like harassment. The issue is that when you're accusing someone of like harassment, then it kind of like puts them in a culpability position, which is not necessarily fair. But I can see why people conflate these terms because it can feel so bad, you know?
Yeah, just like, again, I've received more racism in the past month than I have for my entire life beforehand. Like, this has driven me to be suicidal. Like, past the point, obviously, I can't keep doing the whole, like, well, this is just the natural course of, oh, how unfortunate. Because, you know, what are you to do in such a position if it feels like somebody is lying about the harassment they're receiving, despite multiple efforts to substantiate?
Like they're lying.
Well, we already know she's a liar. Even if she wasn't known to be dishonest, I would be kind of
let me ask
skeptical.
You something. Let me ask you something. Would it have not been, even if you think you're lying, more optically advantageous for you to be like, if you're experiencing harassment from my community, I am ordering my community to stop. I'm so sorry you're experiencing these things. I vehemently disagree with all your positions still, but that doesn't mean you should be like receiving hate.
Did.
Wouldn't that
publicly,
just like...
No, publicly said multiple times don't contribute to any harassment against her. Also had multiple members of my mod team reach out with promises to permanently ban people from my community if they were found.
So you just got tired of repeating it, is your point?
Well, past a point, it makes you wonder if anything's really happening, you know? What, so I'm supposed to spend the rest of my life going like, okay, well, you know, I'm sorry, I just get off reading Professor Flowers' like 50-page manifesto on how like death squads were sent to her house who all wore like VGG merch. And then I'm like, yeah, sorry about that. I'm going to issue another warning to my community to not harass you. Okay, sorry about that. Like, obviously, past
so
a
I'm
point.
asking you to be a cuck and you're not willing to be a cuck is what you're saying.
Fundamentally, yes.
I mean, that's just like, I can't fault you for that, you know? If you don't want to be a cuck, like, cucks are great. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But if you don't want to be a cuck, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you know, should be consensual if you're going to be a cuck, right?
I would assume. Usually I'm pretty pro consent. That's how that works.
Okay, well, I did not consent in that situation to being a cuck, so I'm not going to promulgate that narrative to my community or give them the impression.
You're no fun.
Just consent. I'm coercing you to consent.
I'm not going to consent to being a cuck on this. I'm a cuck and I'm already a part of the online left. I'm the part of the most cucked, like, political wing of American
You
discourse
say
right
that
now.
as you shoot inside your own tank and whine about how you hate your people.
PF is not in my tank. I'm no genocider. And also,
Oh
frankly,
my God.
I don't think the people who like Professor Flowers are much in my tank either. There's a pretty huge gap, I think, between people who are actually on the left and people who are synthetically or optically on the left. There are lots of things that may appear progressive that actually aren't. A good example for would be black separatist types on Twitter. I saw this recently. So there are two TikTok entertainers. One of them's skinny, one of them's very muscular. They're both black. And basically they do minstrelsy of themselves. Like, they're two black guys and they'll do the whole shuck and jive watermelon fried chicken thing. And, you know, it's a free country, but they have angered a lot of black people. They have a lot of choice words for those two individuals. And I was seeing a big thread where black people were not happy with this behavior, which, understandable. It's basically minstrelsy, just you're doing it as a black person. And then I look in the thread a little bit, and I notice that all of these people who are, like, very, like, anti-black oppression, they're very like, hey man, like, how the fuck is this going to help us with, like, liberation movements, blah, 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 blah. And then you look a little bit further, and a lot of them are, like, incredibly fucking homophobic. A lot of them are, like, incredibly transphobic. I see a lot of, like, and then I start see people defend Kanye, and I see people start saying, well, Kanye's actually like an uncucked brother, you know, even though he's openly said he sides with white supremacists. And they started talking about how he actually hasn't said anything anti-Semitic. And it's like, interesting. From the outside, this thread might look like it's progressive. They're criticizing a racist bit of behavior. In reality, these people are fucking psychos.
Ian,
Mhm.
I have to pee. I'm so sorry.
Well, the sentence was done right there, or series of sentences, so you're free to go.
Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry to anyone in the audience who wanted this stream to contain literally anything but this conversation. We were having this conversation. I'm enjoying it. I'm here. Start this at the 12-minute mark. Okay.
I'm not going to answer the question because you literally are proving my point. So there are a lot of people who are saying that I'm genocidal, and I just want to clear up what I mean. What I mean to say is that there is no amount of violence.
Oh, we've seen this. We've seen this clip recently. Yeah, the one where she does the whole freak out, like, haha. Good thing we're not genocidal. Here, if I open up the transcript and I search for colonizer.
Okay, sorry.
So anyway, as I was saying, you know, sometimes people can appear to be on the left or to be progressive, and they're not.
I agree. Something I want to tell you, because I think it's funny, because other than that, and like me being disappointed in your gun takes, I think I'm done. So there was a time, I don't remember when it was, that you said on stream that that your name is Vosh, and I thought that was serious. So I thought your actual name was Vosh for like 1.5 years.
It's not the worst name, you know. I think it sounds a little
I liked it. I thought it was funny. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Apart from the gun takes, though, it's a pretty interesting intersection to be apparently like radically anti-Israel, but to be liberal on gun takes.
I'm liberal on gun takes? What the fuck?
Are you more pro-gun than I am?
I am anti-gun.
Yeah, that would be liberal on gun takes. Oh, sorry, not liberal in the sense that you're liberal about their use. Liberal in the sense that you would align with American liberals on anti-gun legislation.
No, I'm way to the left of like. Well, I guess you would claim that some leftist anarchists are pro-gun.
I would say the leftist position is to be pro-gun, and that it's a liberal position to be anti-gun.
Okay, well, my progressive position is that guns are dumb, and I think it's considering how you've literally stated that you agree and have looked at the research and there is more harm in having guns in the general population, for you to be willing to sacrifice that for the leftist context. And
I would
get that
sacrifice anything for the leftist context.
Well, I believe that your explanation to why you ended up kind of having the position that you do is because you think it is not viable to like confiscate the guns from the general population, right?
Well, there's like 400 million guns in America. Any practical effort to disarm the population would not be successful. What's more, the population that I want disarmed isn't just random people, it's far-right militias who would literally rather die than give up their guns. So no, the guns are here to stay. But as long as these guns are already here, I would rather them be in our hands and not theirs.
Well, then just a quick clarification. Would it then be fair to say that you are anti-gun on a moral level, but like pro-gun on a pragmatist level? Kind of like how you are pro-one state, but you don't think it's a legitimate like IRL solution, so you are actually for two states?
It depends on the circumstances, and both of my conditions here are pragmatic. Morally, my belief that people owning guns is good or bad is going to be determined by the outcome, so it's really all about pragmatism at the end. I don't think that people in, like, the UK, like lefties in England, I don't think they should be, like, fighting for laxer gun laws. I don't think there's any purpose to that whatsoever. I think it would be completely meaningless to do that. But in America, where gun ownership is already near ubiquitous, I'm fully in favor of making sure that the right people have them.
Okay. I assume you don't have anything to say to me since I came to shit on you.
Well, I'm not as familiar with your prescriptions, so probably not. But I'd say it's been a pretty robust conversation.
Yeah, I really appreciate the time and the space. I'm really happy. I feel like it was productive, even if you might not. So. Yeah.
No, I enjoyed the conversation. Thank you. Do you want to shout yourself out?
Yeah, I think I did the beginning. I'm on Twitch. It's DatKatee, DATKATEE. It's always hard for me to spell that out because I'm an ESL, so that's a bit difficult. So I think I got it right. And yeah, thank you so much. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, have a wonderful day. I did as well.
Thank you. I will absolutely DM you the bullshit about Professor Flowers.
Feel free.
Thank you.
All right. Didn't expect that to go on for so long, but, you know, that's the nature of conversations and live streaming. Wow. Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, man. How are you liking Returnal? I only just started in, like, the jungle area. It's a lot harder than I expected. Oh, boy. Okay. How's PF still relevant? Watch from 1730. What is this? From 1730? Okay.
Entertaining. What exactly is genocide? During the debate, I was genuinely unsure if removing colonizers is genocide. What I understood about genocide is that it can be tricky to determine. Much of my understanding of it came from the Rohingya genocide, where their oppression wasn't considered genocide by the UN until 2017. So is removing colonizers genocide? I really wasn't sure. I should have just said, I'm not sure what the definitions of genocide are, paused to look it up, and discussed it from there, instead of me responding with, I'm not sure, or I think that's okay, as any sense of uncertainty was seen as evidence of me being pro-genocide, and someone who was all too close to white nationalism but naively couldn't see it. So after the debate, I looked up if violent decolonization is considered genocide. I didn't find a clear answer on that, but what I did find on the legal definition was this. Genocide is A, killing members of the group.
See, she's literally defending violent decolonization, but again, in South Africa, there aren't any colonizers. It's not a colony. There's not South Africa isn't a colony. There are no colonizers.
Group. B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. For the legal definition, the intent is a deciding factor, and there must be a proven intent on the part of perpetrators to physically destroy a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Cultural destruction does not suffice, nor does it intention to simply disperse a group. Also, the victims of genocide must be deliberately targeted, not randomly, because of their real or perceived membership of one of the 4 groups protested under the convention, which again are national, ethnic, racial, and religious groups. After reading this, something that struck me as really frustrating was that the gotcha moment where my views were compared to genocide didn't constitute as a legal definition of genocide, which Vaush specifically references. As I've said, there are non-violent ways that you can remove colonizers from your country, and simply removing them isn't genocide, though depending on how it happens, it certainly could be. It's not something that I want to focus on too much because at the end of the day, I'm not advocating for the removal of white South Africans, and I don't think that Black South Africans. Well, for me, it's like the way that I use the term colonizer is about like the white people who are directly benefiting from a colonialist system, and that's how I throw that word around. And if you don't understand it as that, that's fine. It's not like a hill I'm willing to die on. You know, it's not like
There's no longer a colonial system in South Africa. By benefit from colonial system, what she means is benefits from white privilege, which would be all white people.
Academic term that I'm trying to use. I think it's just kind of like a shorthand way of me being, yeah, white people benefit from colonialism. White people are still very
See, she's literally just saying broadly white people.
Much a colonialist problem, and colonization never stopped happening.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think most people would disagree that you know, that white supremacy, that white people benefit from white supremacy. But to then say like, oh no, therefore that makes you a colonizer, even though you could be descendants generations and generations and generations later. Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm just trying to do my best. I just go to work, pay my bills. I'm looking for healthcare just like you. Like, I'm nice. I'm
what you could do is just like be against white supremacy.
Yeah, of course.
Could be against racism. Be against colonialism.
But
and then, you know, we're all good.
But I think Vaush is against white supremacy.
Okay.
You don't think so?
Interesting. After the debate that we had, no.
Really?
I mean, after so much, like, literally, like, every Black person that Vaush has disagreed with, he literally painted St. Andrew as, like, wanting to start a race war because St. Andrew was like, y'all need to deal with your own white supremacy before coming into Black spaces. And he accused him of starting a race war. You know, Vaush had this debate on Black.
He was St. Andrew was literally saying white people and black people should not socially coexist until white people have somehow eradicated all white supremacy from within their own racial group. It's essentially like an advocacy for racial separatism. Was this in a debate? I don't know if that ever even got posted. Dog, man, man, it's so crazy.
I think that people.
It's so crazy how much, like, I still had the ponytail back then. It's like almost 2 years ago now, I think. This is so...
Their own autonomy.
So this is where I'm hate listening to my own voice, even though I know it's fine.
Starting to wonder if you're educated enough to have this conversation.
You keep in mind we're an hour in, so it's not like stuff hasn't happened. Okay.
Keep talking about colonization, the socioeconomic phenomenon, and relating it to the actual lives of the millions of people in that country. Those aren't the same things. The sociological phenomenon of crime is not the same as the people in this country.
How can you remove millions from a country? That was like right off the bat.
Take out the people and colonize them. There's a number of ways that could look like. In a way, take power from their oppressors, even if it's not full-on separatism, is they take the power back that's taken away from them, and then that's how they kick out the people and colonize them. There's a number of ways that could look like without actually committing genocide.
Isn't that? I mean, how do you kick out millions of people because of their race without it being a genocide?
Take out. So, like, when colonization happens, the people who colonize...
I literally ask, how do you remove millions of people because of their race? And she engages with it. She doesn't say, hold on, I don't mean by their race. I mean like a specific group of political operatives who maintain a colonized system.
Colonize those places, take over industries, making it so that way the people who have the most power are running those countries. So what you do to take away their power is you take the power back. You make those industries not run by the people who are colonized them. And then because they have a lack of power...
Not run by white people.
Or those people tend to leave. That's just like one example off the top of my head.
Oh, sure. If you mean like reappropriating businesses and fairly distributing them, and then people of their own volition leave, that's fine. But that's not what I tend to see from like Black separatists, right? They aren't like, we should have a proportional amount of industry controlled by Black people in X country, and then let the cards fall where they may. There's usually an explicit intent to not live with the racial groups that are associated with their oppression, which is kind of what you use in your video too, right? Like, you don't say people in colonized countries should have the right to reappropriate industry and make it democratic. You say they should have a right to determine whether they want to live with their oppressor. You're giving the state the power to deport people or kill them, when that's the language you use.
My point is that the people who colonize those people, if the people who are there and they live in their own country don't want to live with people who are colonized, they should have the right to determine if they want to live with those people or not. I think that could look like a number of things. And my point is that doesn't actually have to always look like genocide. And the way that you're painting it is just comparing it to white nationalism. And so my point is that you can critique these things. You don't have to agree with these things, but you can talk about that sentiment without calling it the same thing as white nationalism. That's my point of the two videos.
But I've talked to white nationalists, and they kind of talk exactly like how you talk. Most of them aren't bold enough to say, yeah, I want to genocide or deport all the non-white people. Usually it's like, yeah, we want to restrict immigration from X countries, and we want to pay people to leave, and we want to incentivize white power in our country. Because at the end of the day, I mean, it seems like the underlying logic here is the same, right? Whether the grievances are legitimate or not, and I want to make a clear distinction here. Black people in South Africa have been oppressed by white people. White people in America are not oppressed by Jews or whatever. So obviously, in terms of correctly identifying past modes of oppression, there's a huge difference. But the feelings of persecution are the same. Nazis do feel persecuted, and as a product of that, the language they use comes out really similar to this. We should have the right to determine a space for our people, a right to choose our homeland. So the language to me comes off really, really similar to white nationalist stuff, especially when we're dealing in like really ambiguous terms like they should have a right to live free of the oppressors. I mean, how can a person be an oppressor because of their race? Did all the millions of white people in South Africa like individually oppress all the black people there? It just seems weird to be retaliatory in that way.
So it's not that every single person is necessarily an oppressor. The thing that people are talking about with racism comes down to the system that people are part of. For example, I'm adopted.
Dude, literally, I'm so right all the time. Every time. It's, first of all, my points are excellent. Second of all, she's literally like, hey, it's not like it's, well, they all the white people benefit from the system, you know? Like, oh my God.
And my dad is white, and he's a European immigrant, actually. And he might not have been a part of the people who have enslaved Black people or descendants of those people, but he's still profiting off of a racist system. And
she's using her white dad as an example of how it would be okay to deport white people from South Africa based on their race, because, oh my God.
And there needs to be some sort of disempowerment of those people, as far as
by those people, she explicitly means white people. That's what she's saying.
Power and racist structures. In order for there to be equality. So that's the point that I'm getting at. And the reason why I'm being vague is because if you look at different countries who have decolonized themselves, you have like all these different ways that those countries have gone about it. You have people who have been very violent, and you have people who have somehow done it peacefully. We're reading a book called Ujamaa, or it's called Ujamaa, but it's by Julius Nyerere, who was one of the leaders of getting rid of colonialism in Tanzania. Unfortunately, after he died, a lot of things were put in place, but he did it completely through voting, which is amazing. And we're also reading like Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. Frantz Fanon did a lot of work in Algeria, which and there was like a lot of violence that happened there. I think like dealing with colonialism is going to be messy, and there needs to be room to have nuance in these conversations. And I think just kind of reducing it to like, oh, this is white nationalism is very reductive, and it doesn't really give space for those people to talk about what to do.
I just don't understand how you could ever morally permit any plan of action which involves the deportation of a people based on their ethnic group, you know? I don't know if that necessarily addresses any of
that ethnic group colonized a group of people.
Dude, okay, how can it be more explicit than that? I literally say, how can you justify deporting somebody based on their ethnic group? And she's like, well, that ethnic group did the crime. I don't know how you could possibly... The thing that frustrates me is that sometimes when I look back on this debate, I know there's like a couple of examples I can think of her doing everything I've always said she did, but I actually know that if I rewatch this full debate, which I never have, if I rewatch this full debate, I would find like 5,000 examples of her doing it. It wasn't subtle. There aren't like a couple of slip-ups that she did where like maybe you misinterpret where she was completely, explicitly, unambiguously, with no room for doubt, the things that I say about her, you know? I feel like there's been a coordinated gaslighting campaign. You told Noah Samson you rewatched it like 6 times. If I do, it's long enough ago that I don't fucking remember. I don't know. Maybe I did right after? It's been a while since I've watched it, at least. Yeah. Yeah, like, I forget how bad it is on rewatch, you know?
Oh, sure, but
That's how. That's and if we disagree on that line, that's fine.
No,
but I think colonized people have to have the right to self-determination. What to do about the people who colonize them?
I agree that the ethnic group did indeed participate in the colonization, but I don't believe in taking blanket retribution against people for their bloodline because they're associated with the bloodline.
It's not about.
Well, it is.
It's about being away from the people who oppressed you. It's about taking your power back from the people who oppressed you.
Yeah,
that's what I'm
you
saying.
can do that without deportation.
That context should be a lens where you analyze that. I'm sure some people think so, and I'm sure some people have found that they can't. You know what I'm saying? It's very different for each country and each context.
You can do that without deportation or creating an ethno-state. In fact, I can't really think of a single time in history that ethnic...
It's so fucking crazy that people treat this like it was me forcing her to say this. Like, so many times I've heard people say, like, oh yeah, basically she just, like, stumbled and Vosh, like, bullied her and kept asking over and over and over again. Like, she didn't really say that. He just kept trying to, like, force a conclusion and, like, twist her words. And she's, like, openly, like, fucking Sieg Heiling over here.
This empowerment was improved through the initiation of genocide. Or like mass deportation. It doesn't seem to be a very effective way of changing the socioeconomic reality of the people who were previously colonized or previously oppressed. It seems like, if anything, it's an act of retribution, that people would go, oh, well, since we were the oppressed for centuries, now we have the right to enact moral vengeance against you and remove millions of you from the country or something. And that just seems to me, I mean, not only are you basically being the villain there, it just seems to me like this is a really impractical way of fixing any of these issues, you know? Like, I mean,
I think that's fair to say, like, that you could say, like, wow, like, mass deporting millions of people is, like, not really useful or helpful. But I also think, like, when you look at people who are working on decolonizing, like, that's not necessarily what's happening. People are just trying to, like, get the people who have power over them to leave. And I think in that context, that makes sense insofar as you're trying to break down a power structure. That's where I stand on it personally.
If they want to leave, that's fine. But I don't think any ethnic group has any more of a right to a country than any other ethnic group. I don't think any racial group here in America has the right to decide whether they want to live with any other racial group.
So, like, just to, like, be clear, because I actually don't know your views on this, like, you don't think that we should give the land back to indigenous people?
If that involved deporting the people who live here who aren't indigenous, then God, no, absolutely not. I don't think we could fix one genocide with another one. I think there are ways to address the problems with, like, Native American people here today involving, like, land redistribution or, like, forms of reparation and stuff. But if it involves, like, displacing, like, millions of Americans, that seems, I don't know, that seems pretty bad.
I feel like I was really on point in this conversation, man.
I mean, I think it sounds pretty bad. I don't think indigenous people are trying to do that. And at the same time,
notice how she keeps doing this, by the way, where she'll defend ethnic cleansing, and then I'll be like, okay, but I think ethnic cleansing is bad. And she'll be like, well, I don't think land back activists are trying to do that, which I agree. Real land back activists don't, in fact, want to do genocide. To fearmonger that they do is a kind of white supremacy. Professor Flowers does want to actually do that. She's not a land back activist.
I agree.
Like,
yeah.
These are the people who are colonized, and they have to have their own autonomy to decide what happens after being colonized by people.
Well,
and again, I don't
limits,
think that's
right?
the solution for them.
Well, within limits.
I think
they couldn't go,
get
like,
to decide those limits.
Well, wait. If Native Americans wanted to start, like, taking out a blood debt on white people, I don't think they should be allowed to just start killing us, right?
I mean, I don't think they should be allowed to start killing people. What I'm saying is, like, they should have the right to decide if the colonization should continue, if the people who should stay here or not.
What do you mean? But where's here? The whole of America? Do we deport 1/3 of a billion people back to Europe or something? I mean, we'd cause, like, a worldwide catastrophe so that, what, a few million people can re-inherit the land? I like, the logistics of this seem really odd to me. Shouldn't we talk about ways that you can pragmatically address these issues and not, like, just give massive moral leeway to people just because they're oppressed? I don't think being oppressed means that you have any more.
I shouldn't have kept talking here. This was a big mistake for me. I should have just said, so you think Native Americans should be able to deport 1/3 of a billion people back to Europe? My problem here is that I'm still treating her as a good faith actor, so I'm talking on and on, but, like, I should have just said, like, flatly, you know?
Right. To be like a moral judge, jury, and executioner than any other member of any other group.
I think the point is that it's not actually like the US's land. We're on indigenous land, and they need to have their own autonomy.
She's still defending it. Okay, yeah, okay, whatever. I've made my point. We just watched I think 9 minutes of this convo, and she said, I think we should be able to ethnically cleanse white people from non-European countries like 18 times explicitly with no room for misinterpretation. Like, it's like over and over consistently with no ifs, ands, or buts. So okay, I feel like my point has been made there. Okay. I've always thought you should have gone harder in that debate. Yeah, well, that was back when I thought, like, I wouldn't end up being despised by the entire online left. So, you know, there was more, like, hope back then. We're in the bad timeline, where everyone doesn't agree with me all the time, at all times. The nil? Man, fuck, we did the thing again now. We did the thing where it was like, I'll play Bayonetta, and it's 3 hours into stream. I don't want to play Bayonetta for like a 1 hour snippet. I wanted to just like, at first I was going to do one politics segment, and then the debate was 3 hours. And do I have any, hold on, let me check my email. Is there any other debates? Somebody who might like respond right away? Hold on. This person wants to debate me on queer liberation, youth liberation, misandry, etc. Don't aim to have a hyper-oppositional debate. I'd rather pull you closer to my side. I'm trying to avoid debates that just end up being friendly convos. No disrespect to people who want to critique me or anything, but like, I'm trying to have debates where I feel like things are a bit more oppositional. I don't know if I succeeded with the convo that we just had, but I feel like it was still pretty entertaining. Fuck. Talk about Aiden Ross. We'll just talk about Aiden Ross tomorrow. I was going to save it for tomorrow because it's more involved. It's like a big thing. I want to do it for a morning stream. The lady cop rape dude was in chat earlier. Yeah, I saw that. The crowd wants blood. Yeah, the crowd wants blood. Let me see. This person wants me to talk with Jason Hickel, not Jackson Hinkle, but Jason Hickel, the professor and economics researcher, but that's not a debate. That's a different thing. Georgetown. Oh fuck, I screened someone accidentally. When was that? 2 weeks ago. Jesus Christ. I was on vacation. I can't debate, but do you think the Holodomor was a deliberate act of genocide? Yes. The Soviet Union was very legalistic and very bureaucratic. There are tons of internal documents that paint a picture of a deliberate withholding of aid and resources and a deliberate, like, program to sort of punish the Ukrainian region for a variety of things, including being ethnically different and having like prior like independent sentiments and the whole kulak business and resistance to the state. Yeah, yeah, it was deliberate act of genocide for sure. Oh, Dino Man, I saw your email. Don't worry. Yeah, it's up the thing. Yeah, true logical pretzels. Okay. Do I have any favorite anime of all time? Wow, what's the word count on that email? Quite a lot. Transgender. Okay, that's a nice email. Okay. Bosch, wait, on the Holodomor, the Soviet legalism doesn't apply. No such documents demonstrating intent exist. I can pull a quote from David and Wheatcroft. The legalism applies to the ethnic deportations, not to the Holodomor. Wait, doesn't the legalism, like, give us a incredibly detailed look at their internal economic transactions to the point of, like, people being forced to remain in the famine-stricken area and being denied the ability to move out of it? And like maintaining an export of grain when they could have like brought that in and brought it to the. So I guess I should say, like, I thought we had a really well documented evidence on the idea that like the famine happened and then like the Soviet Union was like, yeah, let's go, and basically like was like, yeah, all right, like it was there was a lot of similarity to the artificial famine. Well, I think the famine would have happened anyway. It's more like they exacerbated it and like prevented it from being fixed, I think. Do you think the Irish potato famine was a genocide? Yeah, it was. Literally, it was. The British did the same thing, didn't they? there was a mold that spread and fucked up the crops in Ireland, and England, which is, you know, right across the water, was like, oh, you having a bit of a problem with your crops, are you? Well, and then they like fucking like a billion people died from the Irish potato famine, man. They were executing people for having a potato in their person or in their possession. The British Crown intentionally stopped the Ottomans from sending aid. Okay, yeah, the preventing other countries from sending aid, insane. Literally, like, Weasley Little Liars. Causing the country's population to fall by 20 to 25% between 41 and 71. The argument for it not being a genocide was because they didn't do it to kill us, but because of liberal economic doctrine. Nah, I think that's bullshit, dude. That's bullshit. That if you're gonna say that, you might as well say like, well, fascist social doctrine mandated the Holocaust. That wasn't like a deliberate genocide. That was just a natural product of fascist. It's like no, like it's like what happened with the British Raj, like millions and millions of British people dying under English colonial rule, and Churchill was like, whatever, they breed like rabbits anyway. Sorry, not Irish, the Indians. I agree, but that's what the historians say. Historians are cucks. The Bengal famine was intentional. That's true. Like, to contrast it, I would say, I would say that like the millions of people who died under Mao, like a lot of that wasn't a genocide. Mao was just retarded. Pulling all of your farmers away from farming and towards pig iron smelting or whatever. That, like, I don't think that was a genocide. I just think it was like genocidally retarded. Yeah, it was a it was an oops, eto, whoops. Daniil. He's poopy. Why was Daniil pooping? Because he pooped. Oh, that makes sense. Sorry, Mary, over email. No, no cell. Fuck, are we just doing politics now? I want to debate more people. Here, can I like pee? Don't send me emails about how you want to debate, okay? Anybody who would send me an email now because of what I say right now is not the kind of person who would give me the debate that I want, all right? Having disagreements isn't enough, okay? I need retards to dunk on. The world is literally like packed full of dipshit low IQ fascists. Those are the people who need to make up our debates, okay? Not like good faith, intelligent people in my community who have disagreements that are usually reconciled within like 20 minutes of explaining our differences. Debate. Here's a debate. Yeah. Artemy. He just meowed at me. He's mad? So maybe he'll talk. He's feeling chatty. You're mad? What are you mad about? Yeah? Claws are out. Yeah. Yeah? The new. Oh, he's departing. Danil, you can't eat the chair, okay? That's Pigeon and Artemis meal. Bah. Wah. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Good job. Good job, team. Here, tell you what. Let me piss really quick, and then we'll decide what we're doing next. Would you be open to a regular convo? Absolutely not. Funny rhetorician. That's even worse than a good faith, lighthearted disagreement. Gotcha, SDL. Okay, hold on. Turn the water on. Okay. Woo! That was a big piss. Bet I had to pee at least as badly as that lady did. I just have a larger bladder. Or people have sent me emails that they'll be disappointed with the response to. That's okay. All right, close this, close that. All right. Do we just play Bayonetta? Maybe we should just play Bayonetta. Read my email. Shut up, I'm streaming. Here, I'm going to read donos, then we're going to play Bayonetta. That's what I want to do. That's what I feel like. Or do I want to just play Returnal and turn on TTS? Y'all make it hard. No, I wanted to do like a full thing with Bayonetta. I think I'm going to turn on TTS. And do some Returnal. I think that's chill. I want to chill. Zafre Fennec with the 10 bucks. All this say her name drama feels like getting into a slap fight over an umbrella as the casket is getting buried. Yeah, I completely agree. It's so unproductive to even like talk or think about it. Fishik and Vertical Landfish, thank you for the 2 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Vertical Landfish. It's very kind of you. And congrats on losing 70 pounds. Fishik, hopefully you're able to get unionized soon. Whale and Thotchkiss, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Django Geek, thank you for the $5. Exidius Polo, thank you for the $5 as well. Maybe I'll give it a look. Comrade Sophia! Wait, Comrade Sophia? Comrade Sophia. I recognize that name. Right? Wait a second, you're a mod. I can't argue with a mod. Get out of here. Don't you know what incentive structures are? Squall Line and Chucky, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Quick look at this dog. Dog? Dog? Ooh. What a handsome baby. Ben Chesters, thank you for the £1. Uber, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Sweaty Gage, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Amatai Aharoni, thank you for the €6. I plan to cover what's going on in Palestine, don't worry. Caracal, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Been playing a lot of hard-coded and dealing with existential dread. Feels good to catch a live stream live rather than just VODs. Yeah, it's always fun to be there when it's happening, you know? In the room when it happens. Zachary Riley, thank you for the $2 donos. Really appreciate that. Lumberjack Ent says, with the $5, woman, smiley face, or frowny face? It can be both. More like neutral face. We're getting this cat. Herman says we're getting this cat, I guess. I don't know why.
Le dimos un tazón así y en ese mismo ratito todo se lo comió.
El gato es muy sociable.
What a good dog. They gave him a gang tattoo? The cat?
El gato ya está en perfectas condiciones y ya no tiene la infección ni nada. Ya tiene sus...
Where's the cat tattoo? On the belly. Cat 2. How the fuck would you keep a cat still for long enough to tattoo it? That's insane. Hakeem CC, thank you for the $5. Always have hope. Poor Tutades, the $5. Don't worry about it. Don't read too much into it. Karubi, thank you for the $10. Love your streams, dude. You're an amazing advocate for the left, and you taught me so much about politics over the years. Been watching since you started out. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Leafar, thank you for the $5. I don't know about you, but to me, treating Professor Flowers like a baby that doesn't know what she's saying when she's reaffirming it many times seems very condescending. Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of the, like, bigotry of low expectations thing a little bit. Just a little bit, though. The Fiddle Faddle and Episto, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Thoughts on someone making small web games that debunk bogus claims made against you, like Choose Your Own Adventures with a poof right there, like bam? You can do that if you want, but that seems a bit esoteric. Kowalski from Nebraska, thank you for the $2 $5 donos. I got paid $2.25 an hour at the meat packer. That includes comp for using my personal skid loader. Equipment rate is $175 an hour. I was an emergency contractor. Okay, so it's not a consistent wage. The packer is hiring. Folks dealing with hide cleaning / folding make $25 an hour, $50 for overtime. Soul crushing work, TBH. This plant had a child labor scandal. Oh, nice. Yeah, unfortunately, meat packing plants are up there in the absolute top tier of, like, early 20th, late 19th century horrible shit, you know? Somniostatic, thank you so much for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I will carry the battle flag of my brother in Christ, Semilocon. Semilocon, no! Wait, did something happen to Semilocon? Hopefully Semilocon's fine. Artemy. Artemy, why are you glowing? Sammy's okay, I think? Okay, good. Got his ass. Ooh. What they gonna do? What they gonna do? What's the next move? Okay. The next move is to do nothing, it seems. What does it mean? Even Artemy's bored of his shenanigans. Okay. Charlotte96, thank you for the $5. I celebrated my birthday with my family, wherein they all dead named and misgendered me. Happy birthday to me, I guess. Yep. Yeah, well, don't worry, okay? Their misgivings and poor behavior have nothing against the almighty time which marches on. Things will get better, I'm sure. Mechasov9, thank you for the very kind $5. Really appreciate that. Sovball, thank you for the $5. Well done as always, Sovball. You better be selling some of these. It's a good income source. Christopher Smith, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the kind words. Also, I hope you're enjoying Seattle. And Zachary Riley, thank you for the $2. Vosha added Vossum and Vostruck to the Lex. Gotcha, good. A lot of room there. All right, folks, been a little while. I'm turning on TTS, and I'm going to boot up Returnal again because I think it'll be fun. Khrushchev threatened to kill himself because the American government didn't let him go to Disneyland. That's a reasonable response, I think. I completely get it. Why is the volume mixer not responding? Hold on.
I have yet to see all 3 babies together on stream. Please rectify this immediately or I will be forced to retract this donation.
I promise we'll do it soon, okay? Holding Pigeon and Artemy on its own was pretty difficult. Throwing Daniil in the mix when he's so goddamn wiggly? Not easy. Not easy. There we go. That sounds about right. Basically, guys, this is a AAA roguelike. You crash land on a planet, the planet's fucky, when you die you come back, so on and so forth. Opinion on the game so far? I like it. Though it feels kind of weird to be playing a, roguelike with this budget.
Found out my neighbor is a Vosh fan. Apparently he had to tell everyone when he moved into the neighborhood and can't be closer than 500 feet to a school.
Yeah, that's because the conservative school board doesn't want him educating those children on progressive economics. It's fucked up. Imagine. Goodbye, Danu. How the fuck do I get up there?
Yo, was up, V-Dog? You a fan of Drawfee? They seem like the kind of channel you either love or hate for some arbitrary arcane reason.
I don't think I know anything about the channel. So I guess the third category there would be utter indifference. Oh, I see. There's a teleport pad there. Yeah, Jacob Geller's video on this was the reason why I got it to begin with. I respect Jacob a lot, but I haven't seen that video. There's no spoileronies. Ooh, yes. Oh, man. Reducing repair efficiency for 30%. Oh, God. Okay, that's rough. Heals are 30% less effective, but when the enemies drop money, it stays on the ground for longer, basically. The roguelike genre always felt like it was kind of built for indie games because reusing the content in that way makes it more cost-effective.
Did you see Friendly Jordy say you have the same vibes as George Takei?
I did see that, but I have no idea what it means. I have no clue what he meant by that. Ever played Apex Legends? I played a little bit with my friends back when I had any inclination whatsoever to play multiplayer online games. Oh my. Locked? Give me a gun. That's good. Wait a second. Didn't I get something that would make it more effective for me to, Yeah, gaining or fixing malfunctions increases max integrity, so we want malfunctions. I can't go in water yet. I don't know how to do that. Gotta get the chest. Volume kind of low. Yeah, I just kind of winged it. There we go. Should be louder now. True. Is this going to be one of those things where it plays, like, weirdly late? Maybe not. As a weathered boomer lefty, I've noticed that the nitpicky woke scoldery is more a function of being a fetus. Will boob or grass touching help? Or, a lot of it is people being young and dumb, but unfortunately, I do think the tendency persists for many. I think it's less likely to be a problem the older you are. It might also be a generational gap thing. Like, young people are more likely to be perma-online, right? So it would make sense, maybe as older people grew up perma-online. Funny, my first roguelite was Rogue. Yeah, I'm not that old. I haven't played Rogue. I don't know anything about it, really.
Coming up on 3-year anniversary being a proud Boschite. Here's to another 3 years. Glory to chat.
Goddamn right. Still lots of work to do. Not everyone on Earth has agreed with me yet. We'll get there.
My brother finally agrees that Tim off the deep end, but still watches Stitch and Adam as they are quote centrist.
Well, Adam and Sitch probably aren't quite as insane as Tim Pool. Maybe? I'm not entirely sure. I think Sitch is a lot more intelligent than Adam is, like, by far. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Stormgate, Jackster. Don't you worry. Coil Spine Shredder. I don't like the Coil Spine Shredder. I can't wait for the 8-hour analysis video of that statement. True! They're gonna have guests on and everything. You doing a morning stream tomorrow? I think so. Stop.
Did you ever watch my Fooly Cooly AMV? I sent it to you over email. I made it in a depressive state at 3 a.m.
If you did, then I probably watched it, but that would have been a while ago, right? I think I have a vague memory of that happening. I hope you're feeling better. Do slim fit pants look bad for a dad bod? Not necessarily. Doesn't have to. Whoa! We have the trait that makes our shotgun have the spread of, like, Look at that.
Other anarchists will disagree with this position, but Vosh, do you think running for political office is a good way to spread anarchist thought?
Anarchist thought specifically about the dissolution of the state? Probably not. You can't really advocate for yourself if you're operating within a philosophy that's about, like, that kind of dissolution. It's not impossible. You know, it really depends on, like, the context in which you're running. Generally speaking, I think it's good to participate in electoral politics because doing so gives you the opportunity to spread your message, even if you can't win. The concern many anarchists have, however, is that the nature of electoral politics makes it kind of like an innately corruptive force when it comes to anarchist stuff specifically. Okay. We want to get a malfunction so we can pick that up. We want this. Give me a fucking malfunction. Thank you. Now we can pick this up.
I took a political test and it said I was a liberal socialist. I don't know what this means. I am scared.
In that context, liberal probably means socially liberal. Basically progressive. could also mean liberal in the sense that you value democracy as a characteristic. It could mean a couple of things, but it's not necessarily bad. There was a lot of stuff down here. Whoa. So how's everyone doing, chat? I feel like it's been a little while since we've had the opportunity to talk and just chill.
Do you think compulsory voting could backfire by voters choosing random candidates or spoiling their ballots out of spite? Would sortition be more democratic?
I don't think countries with compulsory voting typically have that issue. I guess it's not impossible. Americans are stupid and spiteful, so who knows what they're going to do exactly. Even then, even if a lot of them did do that, I still bet it would be to our favor. My ass is not getting any fucking malignancy. I feel a recurring theme of dumb people is smugness. That's often the case. You can be smug and smart.
Why do conservatives act like STEM fields are on their side? I've been a biochemist for a decade, and the vast majority of us are lib or left atheist degenerates.
Well, because they're dishonest, mostly. But also, I think left advocacy has focused for way too long on feelings. So much of left advocacy is like, well, it's good to do this. It makes people feel good. You're mean if you don't do this. It's a very liberal attitude towards trying to change people's minds. The assumption that other people will share some kind of innate empathetic bias towards progressivism is just not true. It's not necessarily ineffective, but I feel like things would go a lot better if people on the left and liberals and what have you were willing to adopt a more adversarial, like, matter-of-fact attitude towards some of this stuff, you know? I've always felt like, interpersonally, one of the best ways to deal with a reactionary is to be a little bit incredulous at the audacity of them holding such a dumb position. But, like, don't say that. Just go like, wow, you really believe that? Okay, I mean, whatever. And then, like, get them in a position where they want to justify things to you and put them on the front of, like, you know, you want to make them feel like they're being the burden. Makes it a lot harder. Oh my goodness, Polaris, thank you.
Howdy. Just wanted to say that I found you way back in early 2020 and you have really helped change my view of the world for the better. Thank you so much.
Oh, of course, absolutely. I'm so sorry, I'm actually getting a phone call.
Nightquell hitting hard might fall asleep to your voice. Thanks for the fun stream.
Thank you, I love you. Sleep well.
Do you like 4X games like Stellaris? I reconnected with old coworkers recently and found they both also watch you. Unfortunately, they live next to a school, so I reported them to the authorities.
Sorry, that was Contra. She apologized. That's not true. Also, Saran, good, well done. Nicely done. And no, I don't like Stellaris. I don't like 4X games.
Finch, this is your extended warranty calling about your car insurance. I know they've been reaching out to inquire about me. Remember what we talked about?
I don't remember. And we're not doing it.
Just less than 5 years ago, it seemed like people in general were more media literate. Is this just me, or do you think people have legit gotten dumber?
I don't think people have broadly gotten dumber. I think conservatives have, though. I think conservatives have kind of, like, tilted discourse towards, like, lower IQ, you know, stuff, basically. But, I think that's more because, like, conservatism kind of requires bad media literacy.
Hey Vosh, I used a bit of your rhetoric in a 1vs4 debate on trans validity at work and made the cons look mighty goofy. 2 neutral co-workers agreed with me, Ty.
Nice! Well done!
The Xeno archives.
Very nicely done. That must have felt good.
Even years later,
Gotta put in that work.
I still dreamt of them. A tree riddled with eyes.
Leech rounds. Sure. Very nicely done. Takes a lot of work to handle heated situations like that.
A slaughter of bipedal vertebrates.
Nice wrestling with the news. Can we get schizo debates? I don't like schizo debates. Oftentimes they're like, they feel like a waste of time. If you're talking to a person who's like barely even there, I don't feel like there's much for me to do. Like, there's not, like, I don't even get any like epic owns or whatever. There's just not much to do. It's just there.
I am back, Papa. Back for your approval. Back to blow my back on Vorse. Once you go Vorse, you never go back.
That is true. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Repair efficiency would be good. Praise Vorse.
Oh, also, what game are you playing?
Oh, Returnal. It's fun. It's currently $60 in the Steam store though, so it's a full game price.
Mark Kochinski looks really young for his age. How old were your parents when they had you? Does Mama Vosh have a Twitter? People think.
That's an old photo of my dad. My dad's like 60 or something. What the fuck is the cat doing?
You should watch the latest Corridor Crew video about AI art. I have some problems with it, but it's one of the only ways I've seen AI art used in a creative way.
Been a while since I've seen a Corridor Crew video. Okay, I'm so sorry. So many things are bothering me right now. Oh my fucking god. I need to use the restroom. My cat's bothering me. Hold on.
So asking for someone's name is just wanting a noise to get that person's attention. We are planting in 7 weeks. You need any soybeans, beef, or dueling pistols?
I've always felt like dueling pistols are pretty cool looking. Okay, hold on. Here you go, you stupid pieces of shit. You fucking...
...economy. I highly doubt that if we get...
Fuck you. PTS off, I'll read it in a second. I love you very much. I'll be right back, okay? We're not running out of time on this video. Since it was already up.
The land back to indigenous people, that they would do the same thing that white people did to them. And I think that's also like a mistake around black people. Like black people having power doesn't mean that they're going to just like start murdering white people.
Yeah.
White people just like want equality, or black people just want equality.
Wait, but I don't have a problem.
I think people should have
with land back. I don't have a problem with black people having power. I'm specifically saying I take issue with your claim that oppressed people have the right to determine whether or not they want to live with their oppressor. I don't think the land back movement is about kicking Europeans out.
Like, there's so many ways that could look like besides committing mass genocide. You know, like you keep on talking about like, oh, that means that we're just going to kill people or deport people. There's just so many ways that could look like in the US, that could look like in different African countries. And I think people should have the right to determine that, to be able to talk about what to do.
But I'm in favor of those things. I'm explicitly against the claim you made.
Like if you're in favor of those things,
what are those,
like what really bothers me is that when people talk about this, when people even start to talk about like just, you know, how LeftTube is divided by race. Right? Like I watched that you have with No Name and say Andrew. This person's just saying like, hey, my tweets aren't for you. You're calling this person a segregationist. That's my point. My point is that people can't say their opinions without being called these extremes. People can't even talk about like, wow, what would it be like to live in a world where we're not around the people who are oppressing us that time all the time? And then we talk about this, and then we start talking about separatism as this wild extreme. And it's like there are separatism that I think is this wild extreme, but there's also separatism.
You're doing it back and forth. Just to be told,
it is, and we don't have room for this conversation.
So just to be clear, I don't think you have a right to live in a world without white people or in a country without white people. You keep dancing back and forth between these 2 points. I don't think any ethnic or racial group has a right to exclude or expel other ethnic or racial groups for any reason, no matter who was the colonized or the colonizer. Now, if we're talking about other policy to redistribute power or address differences or stuff like that, then absolutely, I'm on board with that, and I spent time on my platform advocating for those things. But the problem that I had with those no-name tweets is that it was like, my cultural product isn't for white people. I think that's essentially segregationist gatekeeping. Obviously not like, you know, one water fountain for the other type stuff. We're not talking about state power
But you can understand that there's black people who want to have black spaces. Like, you understand that.
Yeah, as long as they're not like backed by the force of a state. Yeah.
Okay, well, No Name's just saying that this tweet is for white people, and you're calling that person a segregationist. That's like the kind of rhetoric I'm critiquing. And again, I'm not saying that you can't critique separatism, that you can't like be on board with this stuff. What I'm saying is that your content that you're making is making such extremes where people talk about how they're frustrated with white people. People talk about how like, hey, we need spaces where it was with black people. This content isn't made for white people, so your opinion isn't as relevant here. When that's happening, you're calling these people segregationists, you're comparing everyone in this box to white nationalism. And what I'm saying is that's not a fair critique. I think it's okay if you're not okay with separatism, but what I'm saying is that these critiques and making these false equivalencies to white nationalism is unfair.
Well, I didn't.
Does that make sense? Does that clear things up?
Well, I didn't call No Name a white nationalist. I don't think. I don't remember the exact tweet thread.
You said that she was a segregationist.
Well, yeah, there were elements of that stuff that were pretty segregationist. I think. So like I don't have much respect for the
tweet that said this isn't for white people. That was it. That was the tweet.
Well, I think that was in response to some other stuff, right? Where people were criticizing something that she said, and she said that it's not for white people. I need to look at the thread again, but if I remember like the general gist of stuff, the thing that bothers me is that I think that the only real difference between doing that and somebody saying this content isn't for black people is really like broader societal power. I think it's really unproductive to suggest that racism can be fixed or addressed by reifying and reflecting a lot of the exclusionary tendencies that systemic racism brings about only through the lens of the oppressed, you know? And No Name has done some stuff that I found pretty yikesy. I have to go back and look through the Twitter thread. When I was having the conversation with the person who was defending those tweets, it also feels to me sometimes like we're not really talking about justice. We're just talking about some black people don't really like being around white people, which I guess is you're right, but I don't think that's like a morally defensible political movement, you know?
Like you don't understand why there are black people who don't want to be around white people.
I understand why there are white people who don't want to be around black people, but I don't give them much moral credence either. I get why they want it. I just don't think that it's necessarily a good thing.
Like why people who have to deal with racist shit all the time are like, hey, I don't want to be around the people who keep on making racist shit.
Well,
do I understand that right? Or like I don't understand.
Well, I think you can say
what's the issue with that?
Well, I think you can say I want an anti-racist space, but what you've just done there is essentialize racism as something only white people can express and something black people don't express. And I can tell you from my experiences online, there are a lot of black people who are pretty goddamn racist in all directions, and there are a lot of white people who aren't. If you want an anti-racist space, go for it. Godspeed. Make more of them. But when you essentialize it as like a white-black thing, I think that can lead to a lot of really bad roads, you know?
I don't understand like why it's wrong if a black person's like, I'm talking to black people right now. Well, and I think a lot of white people aren't going to get it.
Well, I mean,
I don't understand like how that leads to bad things when like that's just like a reality that black people are dealing with all the time. Where they try to talk with white people about racism, and then they're called a white nationalist, they're called a segregation. Like you know what I'm saying? Like your content is actually the perfect example of why it's like, yeah, we need black spaces, and if you want black people to stop needing black spaces more, then you got to stop comparing black people to white nationalists whenever you disagree with them.
Well, you know I don't every time I disagree with them. I think that's a pretty bad characterization of my position.
Sorry, when so many times you disagree with them. My bad.
I found the tweet from No Name that I really took issue with. Do you mind if I read it? Just because we've talked about it, so I think the context is relevant.
Sure.
No Name said, "Why are white leftists more eager to unify with radicalized communities than organizing your own people first? Unity with black people is meaningless as long as the masses of white people are indoctrinated into white supremacy and liberalism. Please don't speak to me about police." The last sentence being in reference to the
that's actually not the tweet that I'm talking about.
Oh, is there a different tweet? How many No Name tweets do I dislike?
There's two. There's one in a video from earlier. I guess I can try to find it. But
well, I'd say that tweet that I just read, though, is kind of an indicator of the behavior that I don't like. It's essentially saying, hey, white leftists, you know, you have a quota of white people you have to de-radicalize before you're allowed to interact with the black community, which seems like such pointless, unproductive, like gatekeeping. Like, what is that? How does that improve anything with regards to racism besides like making white leftists feel more awkward and uncomfortable talking about race issues? You know?
Sorry,
it's like
I'm
stay in your lane. You know? I don't think it's okay to say stay in your lane to black people. Seems like kind of.
I think there is a lane that like white people are in. That tweet kind of confused me because hold on, let me just pull it up because
we're all in one lane, and it's the lane of life. You know, we're on the Autobahn. It's just one giant road. I guess the Autobahn has lanes too.
We're in the lane of life. It's like just kind of completely like ignores like the racial divides that actually exist. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wouldn't it be nice if we were all in the lane?
I was muted the whole time. You know what? Never mind. Title Punk Roller Girl, thank you for the tier 1 sub. True. Okay, it's back on. All right, we're here. Hello. Nice. We are going to make progress. Hey, have you ever debated a nationalist from a country other than the USA? We debated a Serbian nationalist not too long ago.
The fact that the left treated you so poorly, Vosh, on the PF debate, despite being completely correct, solidified my stance here in your community. Keep it up, King.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't feel like a victim over it or anything. I'm doing okay. Just,
according to all known
frustrating.
laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground.
Is that actually true? It's not, right? Like, there's no way we actually can't explain how bees can fly.
Poop Boy is
Yeah,
back.
Yeah, I feel like my stomach ache's been happening a bit more. I don't know if I have, like, a little sickness or...
Vosh, I finally got the courage to come out as a trans guy to my dad.
Nice.
He didn't accept me, but your rhetoric has been really helpful in defending myself.
I'm very sorry to hear that he didn't accept you. Keep in mind it might take a little while, you know? Like, sometimes it's, sometimes it's a process. Woo! Okay. Ow! They got me. Yeah, Galley, that's the reason I got it as well.
The bee, of course, flies anyway, because bees don't care what humans think is impossible.
It is incredible how bad the Bee movie actually was. I bet a lot of people in the audience haven't actually seen it. I remember watching it drunkenly with some of my college friends. It's actually very bad. Yeah, Galley, Jacob Geller's really good at what he does. I gotcha, Panic Stasis. Hello, Daniel. I saw it in theaters. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it was fun anyway.
Are walnuts still your favorite kind of nut? Just curious.
Maybe. I don't know. Probably.
Vosh, can you tell me why I get a large amount of finger waging for advocating your opinions in trans spaces?
Finger wagging? Well, did you make the mistake of saying they were my opinions, or did you just say them outright?
Do you enjoy keeping reptiles? I set up a planted lizard enclosure for some green anoles and it was so fun. Like a slice of a rainforest.
Yeah, they're cute. I think, like fish tanks, you know, it's more like a nice thing to look at than it is like a pet, you know?
Finally had the courage to tell my parents that they're gay less than 3.
True. Okay. Kill hostiles, open containers. Alright. You're exaggerating, Vosh. The Bee movie is a perfectly mediocre movie and you're just giga pretentious as usual. It's a pretty bad movie. Okay. No, Vermin. I want to play the goddamn game. No more distractions. Danil is absolutely zipping right now. I don't know how to make it across this without taking a fuck ton of damage. Vermin, no. It'll have to be tomorrow. Oh, wait. There's a chest over here. I can get rid of one of my malfunctions.
Vosh, I am sorry, but Bee movie take is literally the shittest take. Bee movie is one of the movies of all time and I will debate you. I will die on this hill, F.
Is it one of the movies of all time? Maybe. I have to kill 20 hostiles before I can gain proficiency again. That kind of sucks. That was dumb. That's dumb of me. I'm stupid. I'm fucking dumb. I'm so stupid.
I know you don't like AI art, but why not make your TTS into Ben Shapiro's voice with AI? Or Tucker Carlson, etc.
Honestly, I just kind of like the lady's voice.
Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time.
That's pretty
BTW, I wonder if Professor Flowers would have supported Idi Amin's actions when he kicked out the Asians out of Uganda.
Well, I don't think that's the problem with people like her. She'll never actually own up to any of it, you know?
I believe you've said you enjoy the videos of Noah Caldwell Gervais. Have you watched his travelogues?
Yes. Yes, I have. They're quite nice. Make it Joe so it's like you're getting orders. That'd be pretty funny. Danielle's trying to climb out of my lap. You know what? Fine. No, fine. Hey, Danielle. Hey. You want to be on my lap?
Okay. A Ben Shapiro TTS voice would make me suicidal.
Let's say, hypothetically, that I gave you $5. And let's say, hypothetically, that after I've given you $5, I then seek to remind you about your car's current warranty status. Now, obviously, as anyone would rationally conclude following this, that you would renew your car warranty status if it had, in fact, expired, which in this case it actually has. Now...
I just want to say, it's completely okay if you want to change your favorite type of nut from walnut to cashew. I support you. Also, it's the correct opinion.
I don't like cashews that much. I mean, they're fine. We do not want that. Resin destroyed? That's fine. Danielle's just on my lap. What a good boy.
Given the influx of anti-trans legislation, is it too soon to make an escape plan and bug-out bag in case I need to flee the U.S.?
Well, it's not a bad idea to have a plan in mind. I don't know if you need to go like buying your beans and water like right now or anything. I don't think that's immediately necessary. But having a general plan, keeping your passport up to date, that kind of basic stuff, I think it's pretty important.
Would you want to get ratatouille'd? Here's my bi-monthly sub. Keep being awesome.
I don't think that I don't think that
dope. I want it. Where did you get it?
Oh, I think this is like Urban Outfitters or something. I don't think I would enjoy being ratatouille'd very much, I'm afraid. I don't think that'd be for me.
Personally, my favorite kind of nut is online leftist.
True! Or the kind I have the most, too. What is ratatouille? Like somebody being on your head and making you do stuff by yanking your hair around. Oh god, that made it sound like a bottom thing. Wow, describing what being ratatouille'd is just immediately sounds like a bottom thing. Oh my god, I didn't even intend for that.
Is REI a true co-op? Is it based?
REI? Yeah, puppeted. REI? It's a brand? I don't know what REI is.
Dark Souls 2 is a fine game. The main problem is that the movement and animations are kinda bad, and it bothers me that nobody talks about it when critiquing it.
True, in some respects, there's a bit less polish. REI is a consumer co-op, not a worker co-op.
Bosh, are you going to watch Cocaine Bear?
I probably will. Ooh, I should go on a date. I should bring a cute girl to see that. That'd be fun. Sorry, the only REI I know about is Rei Ayanami.
Was literally just typing that being ratatouille'd as bottom behavior LMFAO.
Yeah, fucking got me on that one.
Oddly enough, it was Noah Samson's first Guide to Leftists video saying, "Vosh good actually," was what caused me to start actually watching you. Rare Noah VW.
Yeah, again, look, to be clear, I don't think that Noah is some kind of, like, uniquely asshole-ish guy. To the contrary, of people who have made the kinds of videos he has on me, I actually think he's a lot better than most. I just think that a lot of people are weak and susceptible to a lot of social pressure, and that there's a ton of social pressure on the online left to treat me like some kind of supervillain. And even if you want to both sides it and don't want to treat me like a supervillain, you have to make a ton of concessions where it's like, ah, well, he's not literally Hitler, but, you know, like da-da-da. And it's like, okay, you know.
Come all you bourgeois black men. With all your excess fat, a few days in the county jail will sure get rid of that. Won't you tell me now, which side are you on?
Is that a song lyric? That's a spicy song lyric. Bourgeois black men. Obama? Does Obama have to lose any weight? Ah, fuck. Obama. Whoa! Okay, games that have an active reload, where you can speed up the reload, by timing it properly, are automatically goated. Oh god, I'm getting fucked up here. I need to, like, back off. I have a long-range weapon. Oh god, I ran into the... Except for Gears of War.
As an Arizona Amazon delivery driver, the state cares more about dogs in hot cars than actual people. What are your thoughts on right-to-work states?
Right-to-work shit is super cucked. It sounds pro-labor because they, like, lied. I mean, they, like, deliberately, dishonestly made it that way, but it's obviously not. It's super cucked. What do you have against Gears of War? There's a lot of stuff I don't like about Gears of War. I don't like the gameplay. I don't like cover-based shooting bullshit. I don't like the tone or theme of the games, basically. I don't like the fucking color palette, or lack thereof. Thoughts on Hi-Fi Rush? That's the game we're playing after Bayonetta, which we were supposed to play tonight, but, you know. Noah liked a tweet calling you a pedo a few weeks ago. Dino Smash, seriously? Never mind, man. If that's the road he's gone down, it's so crazy how all the people who start out being like, I'm not like those crazy types, I just have some good faith criticisms, always end up being, eventually they're like, yeah, he's like a fucking giant man. Vosh, ask for proof. Oh yeah, sorry, wait, sorry, we have to be responsible. I'll need to see proof before I can commit to believing that. Okay, there we go.
Vosh, what do you consider the best Nintendo franchise?
Best in terms of, like, most consistent? Or most good games? I don't really know. I don't know. Metroid or Zelda?
I want to learn more about feminism. Any sources you'd suggest I learn from?
Vosh.gg, probably. YouTube.com/Vosh. There's a lot of good stuff out there. Just please, God, don't give a shit about any like feminist analysis that isn't intersectional. Keep it third wave and forward, okay? The only reason you should be going back to second wave feminist texts is for like anthropological reasons, to give you context. But get your grounding on third wave feminist texts. Advance Wars was really good though. Yeah, but that's not really a Nintendo franchise. Like, they were on Nintendo platforms, but Nintendo wasn't the studio. Oop. What was the studio for Advance Wars? I don't fucking remember. I did enjoy Advance Wars a lot, though. You know, what if you sat in a less obnoxious area? There we go. Nicely done. Intelligent systems? Oh, okay. It was the Fire Emblem people. Dog, did you guys see that thing where the most recent Fire Emblem game has, in the Japanese dub, there is literally, like, a character grooming a girl, and in the English dub... So basically, it's like, in the English dub, they're like, haha, wow, we defeated the enemy and we're friends now, great. And then the Japanese dub... The one person is like, I love you and am interested in your body, but I understand that you are underage. That's okay. We can still wait. We can wait until I'm the right age. Yes, that's right. Literally, in a fucking Fire Emblem game, man. Japan moment. Yeah, true. They just can't help it. Oh fuck. 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 We're bad. We're bad. We're bad. We're bad. We're mad. We're sad. We're bad. We're mad. We're sad. Health. No, not very much of it. Why do you suck at this game so much? I don't know, man. I'm just bad at video games. I probably shouldn't take this. You plan on doing a Bloodborne boss tier list? Only if they release Bloodborne for PC, which they never fucking will. Sorry, it's been too long since I last played Bloodborne for me to remember enough from it. And I'm not hooking up my PS4 again. Danielle, what if you moved a little bit further up, huh? Little baby.
I wanted to tell you I bought the Metal Gear Rising soundtrack album because you played it.
Oh, dope. Yeah, Metal Gear Rising has good music, obviously. I think everyone's pretty much agreed on that one. Da-da-da-da. Holy shit, there's so much malignancy in here.
Just saw some new pics of Nicki Minaj. She's basically culture appropriating Chinese culture in the most despicable way. I think this shit deserves more attention.
Is that true? I tend not to care that much about cultural appropriation. I think sometimes people are kind of freaked out about it. I can look.
Did you see that Arizona is passing a bill to making students say the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge. I thought, like, to force them to? That's a First Amendment issue. The Supreme Court has already ruled on that. It's already your First Amendment right. Not that it'll stop them or whatever. Fuck. Do I want to keep the Tachyomatic Carbine because it might give me health? Here's the tweet Noah liked. You found it? Oh, this one? Oh, yeah. This was the one that that I ratioed like 4 times over by saying that my channel was about zoophilia. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Man, Noah, okay, whatever. Fuck Noah. I mean, obviously fuck Noah. That's not new information, but, you know. She's a Chinese she's literally like a Chinese state agent. Fuck, do I keep the healing or do I go for the thermo... I'm gonna keep the carbine. I'm gonna keep the carbine. We're like so damaged. We're so fucking... We need the health. We need to clear the proficiency gain disabled first. This is a extra life. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Microsoft's new AI?
I don't know anything about it. Oh, right. I was gonna look at Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj. Okay, so where do I look for this? On Insta? Oh, I see. This? Okay, I'll just say this, okay? I don't really care about non-Chinese people doing whatever dress or hairstyle. However, it does range more into like racial cosplay to me when you're doing like the chopsticks hair buns thing. I don't know. Past a point, it feels more like it's not like you're wearing a Chinese dress, and it's more like you're dressing up like you're Chinese, if that makes any sense. I don't really know. I don't think it's a huge deal. Certainly not the worst thing she's ever done. It's probably not good, though. It's pretty orientalizing. Please let me just get 2 kills.
The intersection of being a leftist and grilling enough to hear how insane online leftists sound to the regular person.
That's a bad intersection, brother.
Yeah, but now they're gone. Why won't the music end?
Have it on loop.
I silenced it, but now it's stuck inside me. I don't deserve this. Seasons don't fear the Reaper.
Yeah, because they come back.
She hears the music too. I'm starting to understand what destroyed her mind.
Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union won a prestigious NAACP award and gave a speech about trans rights and protecting trans POC. Nice dose of hopium.
That's nice. Wow, intersectionality? That's crazy. Danil. Oh, shit. Thoughts on the 15-minute city conspiracy theories? They're completely insane. There's like a subsection of ultra-crazy cons who think that... Oh,
My black friend holds the individualist stance that black people need to fix themselves, and rejects my examples of institutional racism. How would you handle a discussion with him? Any debate you've done for reference?
Yeah, any debate that were about, like, the false virtue of meritocracy. I've done a couple of those.
Why do video essayists even
Ask
bother
chat.
trying when Defunctland perfected the formula with their Disney Channel theme video?
That's true. It was a pretty amazing fucking video, man. There we go. Oh, nice. Okay, we have 2 malfunctions that we can clear with one thing, okay? So... we have an item that gives us more max health when we get a malfunction. A malfunction is basically like, sometimes picking up items will give us like a debuff that we can't clear unless we fulfill an objective. And if we have too many malfunctions at once, we lose system stuff.
Beat Bioshock 1, on 2 now. I love being a big daddy in 2, but is Sophia meant to be a religious, fascist, or... she's totally a communist, bro, critique.
I don't know. I haven't actually played Bioshock 2 in a billion years. I've been meaning to replay it so I could, like, appreciate it a bit more.
Sweet Caroline bomb bomb bomb.
That's true. I think I agree with that. Probably Skipper. Yeah, I gotta figure some stuff out. What were you gonna say about 15-minute cities? Oh, there are some crazy, like, QAnon-type conservatives who think that a 15-minute city is basically, like... the government will shoot you if you leave a 15-minute walking radius from your house. It's like, oh, 15-minute city. Ah, so like 15-minute, they're trying to keep you contained in the pen. 15-minute city, more like 3-minute barn pen. Like, it's like literally insane like actually schizophrenic shit, you know? I don't know how else to put it, I don't think.
Can't believe what roped me into your channel was your FNAF jump scare video. It's been a crazy year, but you've changed my life for the positive. Thank you.
I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you. I'm glad that's what brought you in, you know? I'm very proud of that video. I look forward to being able to make that video again, you know? Like, not that video, but I'm able to make, like, a stupid video game tier list bullshit fucking... those make me happy.
I might be misremembering your position, but do you favor raising the age of consent?
I think I'd be okay with it. Inertially, 18 is where we are, so 18 is what we have, but, like, I would not hear out any arguments on lowering it, but I would hear out arguments on raising it. The idea of, I don't know, like, the idea of it being, like, 21 with generous Romeo and Juliet leeways, where, like, if you're 22, you can fuck, like, a 20-year-old or whatever, because, like, it'd be silly to, like, outlaw that. I think that's probably, like, could be pretty reasonable, because people are maturing and becoming adults later and later, right? Like, back 150 years ago, when you were 16, you're an adult man now. You're off to the fucking mines, dipshit. Go, you know? But nowadays, that's not the case. Nowadays, people take longer to mature and be socially ready and so on and so forth. Well, you don't need to make it that... Oh, just because two people are both under the age of consent, Lovecraft, doesn't mean that you can't do crimes within that, right? Like, right now, today, a 17-year-old can't just, like, mack up a 4-year-old. Like, obviously, even if you're both under the age of consent, there are still boundaries.
I'm trying to find anime that isn't overly sexualized or has weird loli stuff. All I have is Attack on Titan, Monster, and Mushi. Is that all?
Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is like the gold standard of super cool, non-creepy anime. Mob Psycho? I like this game. I think this game is pretty good. It's fun to play. I'm not paying that much attention to story stuff. Oh, Vinland Saga is really good, yeah. Oh, Hunter x Hunter's really good. Hunter x Hunter has some weird stuff, but, like, overwhelmingly, I think Hunter x Hunter is, like, super on the ball when it comes to not being fucking weird. I'll still keep the healing one. We should have 2 sources of passive healing now. At low integrity, minus 30% weapon damage. Okay. Oh, dude. Another thermogenic launcher, but this one is level 18? Oh, fuck, man. Can I get rid of the leech rounds now? I think I should. Did we all forget about Hisoka? No, I haven't forgotten. I just think that I think, like, Hisoka is weird in Hunter x Hunter, like, a half-dozen times, and it's a 140-episode anime.
I took 2 leftist tests, and one labeled me a democratic socialist, but the other labeled me an orthodox Marxist? Am I a tanky?
Online tests are, total bullshit. They're insane.
PLZ watch Drawfee. They're brilliant artists with very good opinions. Everyone must check them out.
I don't know if I've ever watched an artist's YouTube channel. Could be fun. Might make me feel bad about how long it's been since I last did any art. I wanna fabricate one more thing. Oh, he smells the food. No, he's going. He's gonna do it. No, go. You can do it.
Chat. Find me that FNAF jump scare video.
Yeah. Find me the FNAF jump scare video? Just Google Vosh FNAF jump scare. It's not hard to find. Okay, I got that one for a freebie. What were you saying about Hisoka? Hisoka is like fucking weird and creepy and pedo-y and stuff, but I don't think the anime endorses that behavior from him. The whole Hisoka's whole thing is that he's like a clown jester man who finds like erotic thrill and satisfaction in fighting powerful opponents. And unfortunately, the protag is an 11-year-old boy. So when he fights the protag a couple times, he's like, "Oh my god, you're so strong. Ooh." And it's creepy, but I don't think... first of all, Hunter x Hunter is a masterpiece, and it's massive. Second of all, Hisoka is explicitly a villain and a sociopath. Nobody in the story endorses his behavior. So it's not like, oh, haha, Hisoka, what a card. It's like, fully he's a negative, evil character. And third of all, it's just such a colossal show that, proportional to the total amount of content, leaving out all of Hunter x Hunter because of that feels like a total waste. Yeah, even Hisoka's friends fucking hate him. Like, all the other evil people are like, okay, yeah, we're bad too, but like, Jesus Christ, you know? Oh god. No, my health, no! Oh. It had a bottom.
Hello, Voosh. Have you seen Pizza Tower? Any interest in playing it at some point?
I got it.
Are you racist against Italians?
It's a very excellent game, but it's not my thing. I played it a bit. That type of game's just not my thing. But it's really good. Just not my thing.
Got really into One Piece lately, and I'm not ashamed to admit I cried like 3 times during Arlong Park. Peak shonen right there.
Yeah, it is peak shonen. I can't believe that people draw comparisons between One Piece and, like, Naruto. One Piece is so much better.
Can you let people in the Discord know that saying, speaking of Palestine, when I mentioned that I'm Jewish during the Day of Hate, Saturday isn't cool?
No, speaking hostile, but I mentioned no Jewish. Oh yeah, that's anti-Semitism. It is anti-Semitic to like automatically assume that because somebody is Jewish, that like to hold them account for Palestinian stuff.
All right, I'm going to bed now. I'm all eepy. Have a good night.
Gotcha, Lib Mr. Ducks. I can give it a look. Have a good night, Charlotte. Fuck, I really wish I could get the damage augment, but I can't. Yeah, Naruto and Dragon Ball Z are literally like so much worse. In a good world, I feel like Hunter x Hunter and One Piece would be recognized as like the absolute goats of shonen. But that's just not how it works, you know?
Am I morally correct to mod out durability in The Witcher 3? It slows the pace of game down so much.
I don't think durability adds very much to the game in Witcher 3. I just found it kind of annoying. I didn't feel like it added any challenge, just tedium.
Drawfee's best went off the rails. While they're all great artists, their appeal comes from their crimes against humanity. All based crimes, though.
Well, maybe I'll give them a look. A lot of people in chat endorsing them. Finally, a fight. Oh man, more Malignancy.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventures is the only anime that could ever make me utter the words, "Thank God for the Nazis."
Hold on there. Also, the Nazis were the ones who released the Pillar Men to begin with, okay?
Dragon Ball Z greater than all other shonen?
No, Dragon Ball Z is honestly not that good. Dragon Ball is fine. Dragon Ball Z is pretty mid. Actually, I wouldn't even say it's mid. I would say that, like, leaving aside its legacy and all that bullshit, I would say that... Oh my god. Oh fuck. Oh boy. Oh god. Oh boy. Oh man, we had a good run, man. This guy's like fucking dash attack.
Have you seen Trigun Stampede? It's animated by the Beastars people and is some of the best 3D anime I've seen.
I have not, but I plan to.
If not, I very much recommend.
I have not, but I plan to for sure. Yeah, I plan to.
Have you been keeping up with the new 40k lore? The new Chaos God as rad as asterisk.
They made a new one? No, I haven't been.
To some Dark Mechanicus models.
No, I have not been keeping up with it. Okay, new Chaos God. Fuck. Aren't they losing enough? It's not like the Imperium of Man is doing well right now. Okay, whatever. Needed to be more grim and more dark. Okay, well, we survived. That's pretty cool. Have you ever watched the anime Ascension of a Bookworm? No. Are we gonna find a gun we want more than the one we're currently using? Probably not. Spitmaul Blaster. No. Thermogenic Launcher. No, that's a downgrade.
Many would rather top a twink
hits.
than stop and think.
That is true. Me too. Didn't somebody say replicating hits is like a goated... So what is that? Like extra shot? Alright, Witch of Sky. When did you become such a zoomer using words like goated? I try to keep appraised of media outside of the popularity space that kind of meets my generation. Like, I don't want to be one of those people for whom culture stopped when I graduated from high school. You know, I want to keep active on this stuff. So I try to make an effort to see what's popular. Twitter makes it pretty easy.
In Japan, manga artists will get busted for CP and get a pass in the public eye. But if you smoke weed once your life is over, why is Japan like this?
Because social conservatism, which Japan is full of, entails a lot of anti-marijuana and pro-pedophilia positions. That's just social conservatism. It's the same in the US over here. There are conservatives, Christian conservatives in the US who do not mind their local pastor, like, fucking a 14-year-old girl, but would, like, literally rather die than have their kids smoke weed.
Gnarly, my name is Yellow now and I get to support my fab leftist. This place is cool. You guys are nice and deserve. Or forehead kisses lol.
Thank you, Christopher King. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Change your stream title. YouTube chatters keep losing their minds. You're not covering the Aiden Ross thing until tomorrow. Oh yeah, the like YouTube title is completely inaccurate. Hold on. Debating the say your name thing. Also, I love you. The Aiden Ross stuff is going to be tomorrow, guys. Sorry. But we'll talk about all of it. Tomorrow morning. Okay, also, I love you. Save. Nice. Have you seen Yu Yu Hakusho? Yeah. My favorite part of Yu Yu Hakusho was when the protag was battling a trans woman demon, and he jumps at her and grabs her dick, fondles it, gives it a little squeeze, and then squeezes her boobies. And then when he lands, he's like, "You're a man, actually. I can tell from your penis. If you really were a woman, you would have had bottom surgery. But you haven't, have you? No, you fucking didn't. Now I'm gonna kill you." That was my favorite part of Yu Yu Hakusho. Nothing that I just said is a joke. Over here, then, right? Wait, what? Is that real? Yes. I need another echoing key. Oh, right, there's a door right here. He literally goes in for a closer look. Yeah. Dog, I follow back large accounts. I follow at this point so many fucking trans OF sex workers that I swear to God I'm forgetting what a fucking pussy looks like. Jesus Christ. I love how every time Yu Yu Hakusho comes up, Vosh does that bit. Yeah, because it's really funny.
Long-time watcher. Figured it's about time to not live on gift subs forever. I work in gender-affirming care and you are an amazing source of hopium. Keep it up.
Well, thank you so much, Avidilulun. I really appreciate that. I'm trying my best, you know? Hopefully the research document, when finished, will also offer some positivity. For a reminder to those who haven't seen, I'm retooling the Ultimate Research doc so that it's POG and relevant again. And I'm going to include rhetorical bits as well. So it's not just going to be a bunch of, like, studies with, like, a bunch of shit to memorize or whatever. It's going to have more of a focus on, like, these are the talking points that come up, and here are the responses to them, see? So you'll have sections that are about studies and their relevance, and then you'll have little mini paragraphs that are about the rhetoric to use. And they'll also have studies that you can link to, and that'll be, like, highlighted and stuff.
I was so confused when I got to that part of the manga as a kid.
Yeah, probably doesn't make much sense to a lot of people. This is all accessible. It's still part of the Ultimate Research doc. It's still down there. You know, you can still...
The new Chaos Asterisk demigod is named Voshtor. They basically put you in the lore.
Dope. Who wouldn't want to be a Chaos God? Being a Chaos God is one of the very few safe positions that you can be in 40k, man.
You, and chat, should see Violent Night. It's Die Hard with Santa, starring Hopper from Stranger Things. Cheesy as asterisk 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 asterisk, but leans into it and is fun as hell. Less than 3.
That sounds fun. Oh.
I've been watching you since I started graduate school years ago. I have a journal paper accepted and 2 papers due in 2 weeks. Your streams help me relax.
Oh, thank you. And good luck as well. What?
Bosch, there is
Whoa.
a new conspiracy theory where people believe that the government is covering up the existence of an island with dinosaurs on it.
That's true. Oh, shit! Fuck! Oh, it all fell. Oh, God. Sorry, that was... I should have expected that. That was pretty cool. I'll be smarter next time. Dinotopia? True. Not true.
Have you read any manga that you would like see turned into an anime?
Yeah, Berserk, except good this time. It's really difficult to do adaptations to anime because the pacing of reading a manga and of listening to dialogue is really, really, really different. It's really difficult to do that well. So I'm not entirely sure. It'd have to be like a good adaptation. Even amazing adaptations, like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, suffer from this sometimes. But I almost always prefer original anime, like Kill la Kill, for example. The pacing, tone, the synchronicity between dialogue and music, the like weight of lines as they kind of key in with the flow of action, impossible to do if you're doing an adaptation. Kill la Kill was original anime, and it shows. Same with Fooly Cooly, same with Neon Genesis Evangelion, same with Gurren Lagann.
I research applying AI to mechanical engineering and 100% agree with your AI takes. It is getting insane and disruptive.
It is getting insane and disruptive. Same with Promare. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Like, think, for anyone who has seen Gurren Lagann, can you imagine, like, what a manga version of the final episode of Gurren Lagann would have looked like? And then imagine an anime adaptation of that manga. So, like, all of the amazing stuff where it was just silent and animation-based, like... remember when Lord Jinemu rushed out? Imagine, like, the essays of dialogue on, like, what's happening, and oh, he did this, and he did
Cali
that.
Progressive Victory has lots of stuff coming up next month. We could use Meet with a Heartbeat. Californians assemble in the PV Discord California channel.
Yeah, I'll be talking about that soon. There's a lot to talk about there. Like, dude, he just threw us against the galaxy. Our size is so... Yeah, like, some stuff has to be conveyed in animation, you know? Same with One Piece. That's why I read One Piece instead of watching it. Hey, stop! Oh my, dude, I'm gonna die the next laser. Okay, normally lasers take a second to hit you. These ones are like fucking immediate, dude. Holy shit.
Do you watch any One Piece YouTubers?
No, I do not.
I have been taking some online tests for autism and I think I'm retarded lol. But people say, you don't seem autistic. Do you know resources I can look into?
There are no, like, 100% reliable ways of determining stuff like that. I wouldn't worry about it too much. If you think you're autistic, if you don't want any medical help, then don't worry about it. If you do, you can talk to a doctor about it. But I wouldn't worry too much about trying to find, like, online resources, because people can prove any old shit with stuff like that. Oh. Okay, we should be healing now for the damage that we do. Oh my god, holy shit, guys, we got health back. I can't believe we got cornered like that and we got our health back. Because we get health. Oh fuck, well. We're dead, we're fucking, there's no way, there's no way, there's no way, there's no way. Fuck, I keep fucking up the active reload. Nah, yeah. Oh, right, we had a second life. We had a second life, guys. This should put us back to full health. That's right, we got this a while ago. Full health Marino. Big cappuccino. Oh, it's because overload is disabled. Fuck, up there in the top left, see? Oh, I'm so dumb. I completely forgot we had an active malfunction.
Does Returnal have actual ammo pools, or is it just an infinite reload, recharge system? To be honest, a lot of games would do better without an ammo pool.
It's, infinite ammo.
Do you like slice of life anime? Personally, I find the lack of any real story or progression kinda boring.
Generally, no, which is why I liked Bocchi the Rock, because Bocchi the Rock had a continuous story that was addressed episode to episode. I do get bored really quick with slice of life stuff. It's not my thing.
Best anime of the last 5 years go. Is there any, or is it all lowly garbage?
Yeah, there's plenty of good anime. Mob Psycho, all 3 seasons are phenomenal, and they're all from the past 5 years. Promare is a movie that is fucking excellent. Attack on Titan is really good. Not perfect, but it is, let's be fair, really fucking good. And it's recent. Oh, the first season of Promised Neverland. You can just pretend that it ends after season 1. Is really, really good. There's a lot of good stuff out there. Spy X Family is good, yeah. I feel like the lolly shit's been more toned down for the last 10 years. Depends on what you're looking at. There's still tons of, like, trashy, lolly-filled light novel adaptations.
There's a Gays Against Groomers account going after a 19-year-old edgelord I'm moots with because he made a pedophile joke, and it's a really funny situation.
It does sound edgy. Well, as long as you're all having fun, that's what matters, okay? Oh, fuck.
Cowboy Bean Bowl is a really good anime.
True. I need to watch it one of these days. Fuck, this guy's so fucking mean, dude. My active reload's disabled. It takes me 8 million billion trillion years to reload anything. Wait, what's my... There we go. Okay, horizontal shot. Stop. Oh, oh yeah, right. That's right. They go through. Yep. Yep. Okay. The gun we're using is not good for bosses.
How can I help my chud brother reach basic humanity like vaccinating his own son, even though I live far away from them?
I really think I can fix that shit with your family just like that, man. Even though you live far away. That's really like, stuff like that is difficult, man. Family dynamics like that, trying to, like, it's really more about getting your brother to care about what you have to say, and that's an interpersonal thing. That's not like a rhetorical well, it is rhetorical, but it's not something I can help with. When it comes to disputes with people you know, with people who care about you, it's almost always about what can I say, what can I do to make them understand how important it is to me that they listen, you know? And a lot of that, I mean, again, it is rhetorical. It's just, you know, it's not like the argument you use. It's how you come about it. It's a whole thing. But I hope you're able to succeed. Sounds like a pretty dire situation. Love you, B-Down. Good luck. Some shit down here. Do you think the creatures in this game are sexy? I'm not as... listen, wanting to fuck tentacle monsters is a bottom thing, okay? Not a top thing. Sorry. They're pretty cool, though. I mean, I think they're cool.
Ping Pong the animation is a really, really good anime emo. Unique art style, too.
Ping Pong the animation is excellent. Has anyone seen Stars Align? It's a tennis anime that's, like, basically just about being gay. It's a bunch of middle schoolers, and a lot of it is about their difficult family lives and the emotions involved in them, like, learning to work as a team, blah, blah. It's pretty cute. I just finished it the other day.
Chat, you should defiantly watch the 2016 adaptation of Berserk. Easy S-tier anime. The animation is top-notch.
Don't listen to them. They're lying to you. Do not be deceived. We're never going to see a really good anime adaptation of Berserk, I'm afraid. It's not going to happen. It's too much. It's just not happening. Oh, fuck. Oh, come on. Oh, we had that. Yeah, the 90s one is good, but let's be real. The 90s one is mostly like a mood piece. The 90s one is not great. There's a lot of stuff it couldn't do because of budget. There's a lot of stuff that it couldn't go on to do. I mean, it was only the Golden Age arc the whole time, too. Didn't people say JoJo was unadaptable for a long time? I think that Berserk is harder to adapt than JoJo. I think that JoJo is easy to adapt, in fact, once you decide to just directly adapt it the way David Productions has, you know? Well then, Farsight, hopefully I'm proven wrong. I want there to be a good adaptation. I'd say we're doing pretty good in this run. It's a lot easier to do this when we're not having a debate about, I don't know, genocide or whatever.
Do you have any thoughts about Doctor Who?
Never seen it. It looks pretty lame and corny to me, but I think that's like part of the charm, right? Like that's deliberate. It's like corny, like space adventure kind of stuff. And I guess that can be done really well, but I haven't seen any of it. So, you know, it can still be done really well. The only like real Doctor Who stuff I've ever seen was the JXC 5-hour-long video taking apart the recent 2 seasons of Doctor Who, and I have to say, the most recent Doctor, the blonde lady, and the seasons she was in looked fucking horrible. Like, I would be, like, calling the British government asking for time of my life to be given back to me. If I had watched that. Is tentacle porn morally sussy or just normal? Morally sussy? What would be morally sussy about tentacle porn? Just some tentacles fucking you. I think it was fine at Dip Red. I think I sounded good. The H-Bomber guy one is so bad for Doctor Who because of the writer being trash. Yeah, Moffat, right? That's the guy? He seems pretty bad. The most recent Doctor, they made her, like, insecure? I don't know why you would go for that route with a character like that. I feel like a lot of this is just irony poisoning, too. I think a lot of people are insecure, and they know that other people are insecure, and they don't want to make a, They don't want to make a character who's really good and cool and powerful without it being some kind of, like, ironic, self-defacing thing.
Just wanted to say that your hot sauce and Greek yogurt mix is a life changer.
Mm-hmm.
Goes well with just about everything.
Goddamn right. Glad you like it. Cheap, plentiful, low-calorie, delicious. Versatile. Angel's Egg and King's Journey. Yeah, those are on my watch list. I haven't seen those yet. I need to. Oh, fuck, man. Come on, don't kill me. Dude, 2 of these guys? And the fucking... Okay, hold on. You mean the Sherlock show? Well, that was done by Moffat, right? Here, come on down this way. These guys aren't very fast.
The library episode where they introduce Riversong is some fantastic TV with great horror elements. There's definitely some bad episodes though. I stopped watching Doctor Who after Matt Smith left.
Sorry, I'm afraid I'm not educated enough on the subject to agree or disagree with you. But I love you. That's what matters. Thank God we have the active reload again. Oh, interesting, Panic Stasis.
Chibnall is the Doctor Who writer who sucks.
Okay.
Moffat was up and down. Chibnall was all down.
Okay, gotcha. Chibnall. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Moffat was the Sherlock guy. Okay. We want to bait out the flyers. More like my balls on his chin, am I right? You fucking hit. I feel like those rockets run low. I wish there were more characters that were aspirational in like a larger than life kind of way, man. It feels like there aren't many characters that are trying to do what the old James Bond movies tried to do, you know? Like, what if I just want there to be a guy who's fucking awesome and sick and cool and is good at stuff and they're a nice person? You know? Like, the closest thing we have to this shit is your like fucking Rick and Morty bullshit, where it's like, ah, yeah, he's the smartest guy in the universe, but also he's like emotionally damaged and he's a huge cunt. Like, no, what if I just want to watch a show where the guy is just great and just like be aspirational about it, you know? Like, maybe I could be that cool one day.
Stephen Moffat sucks donkey dicks. He wrote Sherlock and then later, Bad, series of Sherlock. Russell
Nice.
T Davies is the GOAT. Anyway, watch Taskmaster. FR.
I'll make no promises, but I'll keep it in mind. Thank you. Donkey dicks, huh? Vosh, that's boring as fuck. It's better when your characters have flaws that make them believable. No, fuck that. You can... First of all, it's not about believability. It's possible to have unbelievable characters. But also, like, everything that I just said right now doesn't have anything to do with them being flawed. They can still be flawed. But, like, sometimes don't you feel like characters are, like laid down with a ton of flaws as a way of them trying to, like, avoid having a cool dude? I don't know, man. The Doctor's kind of what you described. Yeah, but not in the most recent interpretation with the lady. Vosh, that's cope. A giga-competent character is boring as fuck, and then being flawed makes them more believable. No! 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 You need to keep your depressive bullshit out of my fucking media, okay? There is absolutely nothing unsympathetic or unbelievable about a giga-competent character, okay? And it's possible to write them having flaws in character arcs, but that doesn't mean they can't be ultra-competent. Why do we have to wait? Why can't characters just be fucking great, man? Oh, here's an example of a character that I really like, okay? Hold on, wait. Demon Slayer Fire Guy. I fucking loved this guy because it kept seeming like they were gonna have some twist where actually, like, he's fucked up, or actually he's like a bad guy, or actually he's like, Rengoku, or actually he's like weak, or actually he's this, or actually he's that. No, he's actually fucking poggers, okay? He's actually fucking great. His main flaw is mostly like he's got like issues with his family and stuff, but he's hyper competent. Because all the other like fucking top level swordsmen in Demon Slayer are like freaks. They're like miserable people. And then you finally meet this guy and he's on the fucking train and it's like, oh, he's gonna be fucked up in some way. But no, he's actually really fucking friendly. He's friendly, kind, hardworking, and incredibly competent. And he was still great. Everyone loved him. Is Returnal fun? Yes. He looks kind of retarded. I actually like his eyes a lot. I like this character archetype of, like, intensely fucking positive. I like them a lot. Like Thorkill from Vinland Saga. Yeah, there are characters like this in Vinland Saga, for sure. Vosh is right about this take. Not just a media consumer, but I'm a role player. Do a lot of collaborative storytelling, like writing books, communities, and stuff. And something with deprogram people is what Vosh talking about. People try to overcompensate the power level of their characters or the virtue of them all the time with loads of trauma and other bullshit, and it feels like they're there to negate the strength of virtue. Yeah, I am fucking tired of every character having to be a bucket of trauma and flaws because the dipshit fucking mentally ill, suicidal ass, depressive showrunners were like, well, I hate life and so does everyone else, so we can't have anything aspirational in our fucking story.
Unironically, he looks like a Chad.
Oh, he's a hyper Chad, for sure. Yeah, he's a massive, super, ultra, hyper giga Chad. but you said you don't like DBZ. Unironically, one of my favorite... I don't like DBZ, but one of my favorite parts of it is the fact that Goku is just Goku, you know? Hey, you know who else?
They even made Superman broody. He's supposed to be a chill, hopeful guy.
Yeah.
But apparently having all the power to help and being willing to so is bad.
No, we have to make him brooding, dude. He's an outsider. Never mind the fact that he's conventionally hot and looks like a white person and fucking would be accepted basically anywhere and everyone loves him. No, he's an outsider. He has to be moody all the movie. Hey, you know who else I'm talking about right now? Guys, big question. How much of One Piece is burdened with
Someone I know was arguing it's okay that Velma is racist and sexist because it's only jokes and adult shows like South Park and Family Guy have been doing that forever. What do you think of that take?
I think it's really dumb. A, two wrongs don't make a right, and B, in those shows...
Unironically, some of the flawed character traits these characters have only exist to make them Mary Sues. Like you want C, hates dogs, as a flawed trait.
Yeah, like the flaws are only there to make people not hate them because like, oh, they're all like this, but at least they have emotional damage. I think that's dumb because two wrongs don't make a right, and also like Velma's not a comedy show in the same way that like South Park is, for example, with it critically analyzing that behavior. Velma just unironically engages in that behavior. Luffy is super flawed. No, Luffy is a fucking dumbass, but let's be real here. Luffy is also incredibly fucking strong and competent in the ways that he attempts to be. No, stop. Let me talk for a second. Please.
NTs don't go around wondering if they're autistic. Just saying lol. Vosh, Google, autism blood test.
No.
RPI. I had the privilege of being on the research team.
Hell yes. Hold on a second. I love you. Vosh, that's a flaw, shithead. I didn't... Hold on. Are you listening, Jabberman? You fucking pathetic sack of slime casually tossed together by a cruel and malicious god into the shape of a man? You fucking moron, you imbecile. I said earlier that you can have flaws while also being giga-competent and powerful. Luffy does not burden One Piece with fucking... a billion like giant character flaws or like trauma that they have to dump onto him to overcomp for the fact that Luffy is OP as shit. Luffy is incredibly fucking strong. He is insanely strong. And in a cartoon universe, his stupidity isn't that much of a flaw. It's more of an asset, half of because it helped him put together the Straw Hat crew, and half because he literally canonically does Looney Tunes bullshit. So being stupid is not in any way a detriment to him. He's really powerful. One Piece does not burden us with a bunch of stories about how, oh, he's really, really strong, but also he doubts himself. No, he doesn't. He's Luffy. He doesn't doubt himself. He's a fucking idiot, and the show rewards him for it. The manga rewards him for it, you know? He's very competent when he needs to be. Exactly, but it's also like a comedy cartoon universe. So obviously, like, they're going to play into that. I'm just really tired of like melodrama being a kind of weighted compensation for characters' otherwise like fine competence. It's really annoying. Would Goku have been more lovable of a character if like he had been burdened by constant doubt about the what is the nature of my power? No, like fuck. I guess it's mostly like melodrama that fucking bothers me, not character flaws. But like I want hyper competence to aspire to, okay? I aspire in some respects to Luffy because I think he does the power of friendship stuff better than literally any character in fiction. No manga or media has ever made me think, damn, there's fucking real power in being kind to others than One Piece, because like because it's One Piece, you know, it's they rep that shit a lot, but they do it so well. And I think that's aspirational, you know. Goku's like radiant positivity is for me a kind of inspirational thing. Rengoku, I find him inspirational because he's ultra competent, but he's not cynical, you know. Everyone else in Demon Slayer is cynical at his power level. Everyone else is like a fucking weirdo who doesn't know how to interact with people, and they're like melancholic and cynical, and they all that bullshit. But he is just fucking positive. There's fucking, for like no spoilers, but like minor spoilers here. Hold on, I'll read that in a second. Because I turned the thing off. after the intro of Vinland Saga is done, Thorfinn would be called a Mary Sue by every retard who ever dared fucking voice their opinion, okay? I don't want to spoil or anything, so I'm just going to show an early pic of Thorfinn, okay? But this kid who spends the early part of Vinland Saga being like a myopic, rage-filled dipshit, after the, like, opening third of the story, he's basically Jesus H. Christ. He's fucking perfect. And you know what? It's great. It's not boring. Because honest to God, the term Mary Sue is not meant to describe how good a character is. The term Mary Sue is meant to describe how effortlessly they overcome challenges. People misuse it all the time. A very powerful, strong, cool, well-intentioned, optimistic character isn't a Mary Sue if they're good. A Mary Sue is a character whose traits are never tarnished with failure or difficulty or adversity. But even a very strong, competent, so on and so forth, can face difficulty and adversity because life is hard. All Thorfinn does is face adversity. But after his opening bit, he's basically Jesus Christ. And he's great. I love him. I feel like Mary Sue has discouraged a lot of artists from creating the kind of characters you're talking about here. Yeah, I agree. I think people really misuse it. Another good example of a character that's basically like would be called a Mary Sue by a retard would be none other than Aang from the last Airbender. Because let's be real here, okay? Let's take a look at like Aang's character flaws, okay? Aang's character flaw is that he's a 10-year-old boy, so he's like kind of immature sometimes. Now let's list Aang's character benefits. Okay, so he's incredibly strong and peaceful and wise and noble and has an innate tendency towards being kind to others. And he's got an intuitive sense for feeling out other people's emotions. And also he's like at the center of a grand conflict. And also he's like the most powerful fun in the universe. Also he's fucking introspective and constantly adapting and like fixing himself. But everyone loves Aang because even though he's like fucking amazing, and he still faces a lot of adversity, and he gets his ass kicked pretty often. Because, again, a Mary Sue isn't the character that's amazing. A Mary Sue is the character that is, whether or not they're amazing, the story is twisting itself into knots to try to make you seem like they're super cool, because, like, all the adversity is unwinding itself in front of them, you know? Like, you guys understand what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, Aang's not a pacifist. He just doesn't want to kill people. Aang fucking loves fighting. He does it for fun. Yeah, he's not really a pacifist. He just doesn't want to take life, which again, that's kind of a reasonable character trait for like a young monk. Vosh, I don't know if anyone else brought it up, but please, for the love of God, I know it's massively flawed, but the MCU is full of these characters. Thor, Captain America, to a lesser extent Iron Man, later on Doctor Strange. None of these characters are aspirational to me. When I watch Thor, he's just like another Marvel movie muscle comedy man. I don't look at Thor and go, wow, Thor's righteousness is inspirational to me. Mostly because these aren't real characters. These are shit-tier Marvel movie characters that are developed only enough to smash toy figurines together and like fill ticket seats and whatever. They're not like real characters. They're not developed upon anywhere near as much as the ones that we're talking about here. Yeah, there's not really an ideology to Marvel movie characters. The closest you really get is like Captain America's Civil War, and even then it's not really developed. It's really, really fucking dumb. People much more say this shit about Korra. Korra's not a Mary Sue, but also Korra isn't that aspirational of a character. Like, Korra ends season 1 contemplating suicide and begins season 4 like suicidally depressed. All of Korra's story is ups and downs. And I still think she's a great character, but what I'm talking about is like, I think it's good to have characters who just fucking rock. Not like they rock asterisk, here's this deep trauma or like moral conundrum or failing of theirs. They just fucking rock. They can still have flaws, but I mean characters that are larger than life, that are larger and stronger and cooler and better than most humans really can be. Because I think it's nice to look at that and like, I don't know, kind of reflect. Here's a good example from something that isn't animation. Maybe some of you will or won't agree with this, but I think this is an easy cinch right here. No one would call him a Mary Sue, but I think a lot of you would agree that this guy is larger than life in a lot of his tendencies. Captain Picard. It's a 7-season show where he demonstrates what is, I think you could fairly say, like a superhuman degree of patience, clarity, tenacity, a bunch of good traits. He's not perfect. He has mistakes, and he has character flaws, and attention is drawn to those flaws. He faces adversity, but for the most part, he is like a resolutely admirable, admirable figure. And I think this is something that distinguishes him from Benjamin Sisko of Deep Space Nine. Benjamin Sisko is also a really good guy. He's a great guy. He's a great commander. He's admirable in a lot of ways. But the story of Deep Space Nine with relation to Sisko is much more about his flawed... Yes, you have to be bald to be in charge in Starfleet. It's much... Does anyone here who's watched both agree with me? You understand what I'm talking about, right? It's not to say Sisko is a better or worse character than Picard, though I personally prefer Picard more. It's that Picard's like stateliness and wisdom elevates him above regular human behavior in a way that's obvious even in The Next Generation. All the other like deck officers on the Enterprise in The Next Generation are, let's be fair, kind of lesser to him. He is so clearly like the sensei. He is like the fucking wise master. On the hill, like guys, how many times over the course of The Next Generation does another character in the show do something bad and they get a talking to from Picard? It happens all the... Like, almost every episode, somebody else will have a big dilemma, and they'll be, like, called into his meeting room, and he'll be, like sitting there at the far end of the table with his little, like, iPad thing in front of him, and then he'll, like, look up from it, and he'll be like, all right, what are we doing? What's up this time? And he'll give them a pep talk, and he'll be right. He's not always right, but goddamn, you know? Oh, I hope you guys understand what I'm getting at here. Oh, you know what? I'll do another one. One more, and then we're getting back to it. One more, okay? This one's a little bit more controversial, but I would stand by it insofar as what I'm talking about, okay? He's flawed. He's not perfect in any way, shape, or form, okay? Nobody would accuse him of being those things, and he probably wouldn't appreciate it anyway. But I still think that he's meant to be an aspirational, larger-than-life character who's not burdened with flaws as a way of making them more, quote, like, relatable. Han Solo. Dude's cool as fuck. And they never try to, like, okay, he's cool as fuck, but, like, also, he has trauma from a bad relationship with his father. They don't try to do that shit. He has flaws. He makes mistakes. But none of them are meant to, like, detract from him being larger-than-life cool. I think you could also probably do this with, maybe to a little bit of a lesser extent, but I think you could also pretty fairly do this with, Indiana Jones. Yeah, like Indiana Jones. Because Indiana Jones is, again, also larger-than-life cool. Wait, but they're the same character? Yeah, I guess. Do you think characters with trauma can be done well? Of course. I'm not saying it's bad to have a character that has flaws or trauma or anything. I'm just saying I like characters that are larger than life, that are aspirational, that are meant to be a bit bigger than we are. And it's good to I like looking at them and thinking, you know, wow, they are really cool in a lot of ways. Maybe in ways humans can't necessarily reach, like, realistically, but it might be possible, and I want to think that there's something to learn here, you know? You guys get what I'm getting at, don't you? I hope so, at least. What I'm hearing is you want characters with positive vibes you can look up to, but that's literally a matter of taste. No. You can look up to any characters, and not all characters with positive vibes meet what I'm talking about here. I am specifically talking about an unreasonably high level of competence, proficiency, they're strong, they're smart, they're wise, they're self-aware, they're charismatic, they're engaged, and the story doesn't see these things as alienating characteristics that it needs to compensate for by adding negativity or fault. They aren't trying to drag them down or bring them back down to earth, you know? That does not happen here. That does not happen here. I think a lot of people just find characters like that kind of intimidating. Any female version of these characters? Ooh, oh man, wait, I know for a fact that there are. I know for a fact that there are. Oh, yeah, I can think of at least one. Hold on. Not to remind people of any recent you know, any recent treason on my stream, but the whole so again, haven't played all 3 games. I've played more than half of one of them, and she's insanely badass the entire fucking way through. She has flaws and problems, but I don't get the feeling that the narrative is trying to drag her down or detract from how cool and competent she is. She's incredibly dude, the last cutscene we saw was literally like her racing ahead of the journalist's car to dispatch with a bunch of demon angels, and then she flips the car and like stands outside of it, and that like she's styling on everyone all the time, you know? What about Xena? I haven't seen any media of Xena Warrior Princess. How can you tell the difference between a character with flaws and a character compensating with those flaws? Every good character will have some flaws, because it's not really possible for a person to be flawless. For me, the difference is, are their flaws a detraction from their weight as a larger-than-life admirable character that you can look at as a kind of like a beacon of competence and exemplary such and such? So, for example, Rick Sanchez is the smartest and probably most dangerous entity in the universe in the context of his show, but the viewer is constantly reminded of his flaws, not only in a way that serves the narrative or the plot or even a joke in any given scene, but also as a way of dragging him down. I don't think anybody here would really say that, like, Rick Sanchez is like, how do I put this? Well, nobody would really say he's admirable. It's more like, okay, I don't really like this manga. However, the only comparison that I can really think about here is this. Between Rick Sanchez and this guy. This is from the Dr. Stone anime. It's not bad. It's okay. It's probably good. I don't know. It's fine. Though the mangaka doesn't know how to draw women, so all women look kind of like mutant, doe-eyed titty monsters. It's kind of weird. It's actually very strange. It's actually very weird. The women are like in a different art style. Example, please. Okay, so this is a scene from the anime, and here's a woman. That's not a joke. That's actually... Yeah, yeah. It's, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I wasn't kidding. This is how she's drawn in the manga. Kind of like a fish-eyed... Yeah. You can actually see it even in the splash pages. Literally, look at how the guys are drawn next to the girls. It's actually insane. Literally. Look, there are like a couple of visible guys on the front here, and They all look fine. And then there are two women here who both look like fish mutants. It's actually like kind of crazy. It's actually kind of wild. And it's almost endearing, to be honest. It's so bad that it crosses over into being kind of, this is less egregious, but you can see it here too. Like the two guys here on the left look like normal anime guys, and then on the right, she's just, oh, and in the manga, their titties are massive. I think they tone it down in the anime, which is probably for the best. Like, this is meant to be a caveman woman. Cave woman? I think this is actually meant to be like the main desirable female character. I don't know. It gets bad, man. It's wild out there. Oh my god. Wow. You just Google Dr. Stone woman manga and you, whoa boy. Good lord. Oh my fucking god, what is happening there? That's crazy. Holy shit. This is like advanced. Look at this. The effort has been put. Meanwhile, look at what the mangaka is capable of drawing when they want to. Look at this. That's a nice looking panel. This indicates a pretty high level of understanding of like lighting and inking and yeah. Why did I bring this up? Oh, right. For any of you for any of you who have seen both Rick and Morty, but also read or watched any of Dr. Stone, this guy is basically like a genius who got frozen in the Stone Age. It's complicated. Just that's what he is. It's okay. And he is a Mary Sue. Basically every problem that he encounters, he's like, well, we can simply overcome this with borylene citrate. All we need to do is build this like 17th century level factory to produce it. Like it literally, like, they make gunpowder, they do this, they do that. It's all about like chemistry and how to make stuff. I think it's kind of cool, like premise wise. It's very larger than life. This guy has plenty of flaws, mostly that he's a fucking cunt. But I don't think that he's like Rick Sanchez in that sense, because the flaws don't really make him any less of this bombastic, overly competent character. But Rick Sanchez is both bombastic and overly competent, but I still feel this way. I don't think that I'm wrong. I think that I'm failing to understand how to convey my feelings on this. There's something about the way Rick Sanchez is presented where his flaws are a detraction from the traits that I'm referring to, whereas in this case, they aren't. The flaws either complement or don't affect the things that make him a larger-than-life aspirational character. Maybe it's just the extent to which Rick is constantly fucking up and is a horrible piece of shit all the time. I don't know. Doesn't Puss in Boots count? Oh my god! My friend, you're right. This might actually be one of the reasons why I like Puss in Boots so much. Because Puss has flaws, obviously, watch the movie, but he's... Okay, like, I guess the way I would put it is, like, at the end of the movie, is he not basically, like, almost flawless, kind of? He's ultra competent all the time, with no exceptions. He's incredibly strong and competent, and over the course of the movie, his main flaw is his fear. That's still a real flaw. It's not saying it's not there. It's just like... Does anyone understand what I'm trying to get at here? Is he not aspirational? I aspire. Dude, absolutely. I aspire to be Puss. Puss in Boots. I aspire to be Puss. Okay, sorry. This has gone on for a long time, but all of this circles back ultimately to how I feel about Superman the character. That's where all this kind of like originates from. It bothers me so much that if you look at, like, literally Google Superman right now, here's the first image you get of a rendition of Superman in the comics. What feelings do you get when you look at this? Apart from, like, muscle Superman guy, right? Handsome, whatever. Optimistic, hopeful, uplifting. I immediately get a feeling of, like, competence from him. You know what I mean? Like, there are problems, but he's here to help. He might not be perfect, but, like, he's like a douchebag? Douchebag? Okay. Maybe people are going to read into this more than I want them to. But, like, for me at least, he looks like a Boy Scout. He looks like an optimized, idealized version of what people strive to be, in the form of a muscular guy in underwear. And then look at the photos that come up from the movie adaptations. Oh, well, this looks a little bit more like grimdark. Why is the costume so dark? Why does it have that weird, like, film thing over it? Okay. And then you realize, wait a second, this is actually the least grimdark Superman live-action image that pops up. Oh. Okay. Well, he still looks like a muscular guy, but, like, I don't get any feelings of this guy being hopeful or even a good guy. Like, this could literally just be, he looks about as trustworthy as a Homelander does in any given frame. Here, he's on trial here, or something. I don't know. Okay, why does he look like that? Why do you look like this? What? Can't we have a story about hope? Again, I'm not trying to be sappy here. He can have flaws and there can be drama. But it speaks to me to incompetence on the writing team if they aren't confident they can create a compelling, dramatic narrative without Superman being some kind of Batman wannabe, like, edgelord reject. Look at the next up comic drawing of him. I hate how the face is drawn here, but you can still tell what emotions the artist was going for, right? Like, leaving aside your feelings on the way it's drawn. Like, okay, like, clearly we can see what mood is being brought about here. Here's another comic rendition. Wow. Again, he kind of looks like he's pinching one off, but, like, I see what's being done. I see what they're going for here, you know? Why do we have to... You guys get me, right? Wow. Oh, how refreshing. A take on Superman where he's actually a dark, twisted loner haunted by being isolated. I can tell people isolate him because who would like a 6'4" white, ultra-muscular, chiseled superhero who saves people? I can tell he's tormented by his dual identity between being an Earthling and a Kryptonian, even though he was sent from Krypton when he was an infant and has no memories, and the only legacy of Krypton that he has with him is his parents leaving him a voicemail telling him to get along with the Earthlings. Man, he must have had such a traumatic time growing up alongside people being recognized as a very handsome, muscular, tall white guy who is also physically invulnerable. That must have been so fucking hard for him. Like, Jesus Christ. This looks like a Homelander scene. It looks like he's being tried for fucking killing a baby here. Why? Oh my God. He's like on trial for war crimes here. Like, it doesn't have to be this way with movie adaptations, man. Even in Superman Returns, which I think came out in like 2005 or some shit? 2006. Okay. Even back in Superman Returns, which is, mind you, not a good movie, okay? But, like, look at how he looked. Maybe you think it's a bit outdated. And also, I think the S on his chest is kind of weirdly small. I get that. you know, I think we could do a bit more with the costume, but like, he looks like Superman, you know? I would rather a little bit of corniness with this than whatever the fuck is going on here. I would much rather like, oh, haha, he's such a goofy Boy Scout, than I would whatever the fuck is going on. He doesn't look that bad, honestly. A little bit of more ornamentation on the costume, or maybe a bit more muscle definition, and I feel like it would look a little bit less, goofy. Do you like Batman? Well, Batman's not meant to be seen as like a Boy Scout, so a lot of his renditions are fine. I liked the Batman, yeah. What about the original movie? Superman original movie. Okay. This is a quick retard check. Does anyone in chat have a problem with how this looks? Because if you do, I have bad news for you, your parents, and the state employees who will have to look after you. Maybe this is me being a bit nostalgic for some of the shit that I would watch with my dad, but like, this to me is so good. And a lot of it is just Christopher Reeves, sure, but is like, does it all have to be this? Like, which would you rather? Like, hey, you know, we're gonna make a Superman story. For me, like, this is like an obvious which one I'd rather go for, like a million times over, like easily, you know? I think the cape could taper better. Keep in mind this movie came out in 78, like almost 50 years ago. We could probably, you know, improve the aesthetics. Here's a comparison, okay? I think this shows it off best. Look at that. No comparison, we're downgrading. Literally, like, I think you'd have to be insane to go like, yeah, dude, the Snyderverse has improved on the character. Now, you know, now he has little diamond doodads on his thing. Yeah. They all suck? You think the Christopher Reeves version sucks, man? Really? He doesn't even look like Superman on the right. He just looks like a generic fucking cape shit villain. This is Superman. This guy on the right is only identifiable as Superman because of the S. If you took the S off this guy's chest, he would just be like another baddie of the week in any low-tier DC TV show. If you took the S off Superman's chest, which he does, by the way, in the second movie, he would look like Superman. I feel like I've made my point a while ago. Just like, I don't know. I just like having characters to look up to. Pardon me for my apple cheek, rosy-eyed nostalgia, but don't you feel like this world would be a better one if, like, you're walking down the street because you're about to get groceries and you see some, like, 10-year-old kids kind of, like, zipping around a wide sidewalk patch, and they're like, dude, Superman was so cool, wow, and they're, like, holding their arms out to fly, and this was the guy they came back from seeing? Wouldn't that be nice? I don't know. Like, I'm not even trying to do any good old Americana stuff. I just feel like there's something kind of fundamentally missing with all the cynicism we artificially pack into our media because we're afraid of coming across as hopeful. Because it's so fucking uncool to actually care because everything is South Park pilled now that, like, every piece of media with a message has to undercut it. Every piece of media with a hopeful character has to drag them through the mud. Every piece of media with, like, a super competent character has to reveal that actually their competence was fake or that there was some other flaw or whatever else. Like, there can never just be, like, a plain and simple message of something to look up to. Like, we mistake complexity for like quality when it's not true. Like, things can be simple but excellent. They don't okay, never mind. I'm done. I could do this for literally like a limitless amount of time. So we're just gonna okay, I'm so sorry. All right. Nikki Bugs the $5. I think Rengoku, All Might, and other hyper-powerful / unambiguously heroic characters work best in the context for the protag. Yeah. Yeah, All Might would be another example of this, I think. For sure. Call me Trim Tab with the $10. Superman and Justice League and Unlimited is an inspiring moral Giga Chad. Well, he's wrong for pretty much all of season 1 of Unlimited, but yeah. Skipper, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I've heard the Doctor used to be pretty good. Matt Fury with the $5. Gandalf? Maybe. He comes across as a bit too ephemeral, I think. Thank you, Meowshi, for the tier 1 sub. And Vidgis Hirja, thank you for the $5. I don't think I'm familiar with any adaptations of Tsutomu Nihai's works. Okay, we're back on. Whether this run ends in our death or otherwise, we're finishing this, then I'm ending stream.
A tower. It draws me as the White Shadow Tower did so long ago.
Why has my transfer been delayed? I have ways to deal with that. Delusions? No, they're helping me stay balanced. I've made a lot of progress. What is everyone expecting to find? If they shine a light at me, they'll see the shadow they expect every time.
I remember that day. I wish I'd stayed.
Is this the recurring death game? That's every game when you play it, dumbass. What's your opinion on Kryptonite as a device? Like a narrative device? I think it's fine. I did think it was kind of cool how in Red Sun they had no Kryptonite because obviously Krypton was just Earth in the future, so the Kryptonite didn't travel back in time. So they had to, like, it was like a world dealing with Superman when there was no easy win over him. They just had Red Sun radiation. I don't think Kryptonite is always done in a lazy way. Wow, spoilers. It's been out for like 20 years. Fuck you. It's the archetypal MacGuffin. Yeah, but it depends on how it's used. Like, for instance, don't we all agree that Kryptonite was used really well as a narrative device in The Dark Knight Returns? Because in The Dark Knight Returns, it was like, okay, Superman's been around for a while. Basically, all the Kryptonite in existence has been used already. I manufactured it. It cost me billions. And we're now fighting Superman, and this is all I have. Like, I don't think it came across as a MacGuffin there at all. I thought it was dope. I like the game control, Corey Cat. Okay. Fabricate items. We need to go back and fabricate items like pronto because the dash cooldown increase is going to fucking kill us. Even if Batman is meant to be edgy, isn't he the type of character you have problems with? No, not really. Again, I don't have an issue with characters that are super competent being weighed down by some flaws. Also, to be fair, in a lot of Batman media, he's not really weighed down by those flaws. In the Batman animated series, he's just awesome.
Vosh, Kazuma Kiryu from Like a Dragon, Yakuza as a perfect example of a Gigachad hyper-competent character who still has flaws.
Yeah, I need to play Yakuza 0.
Not to add another to the list, but God of War Ragnarok is a 10 out of 10 on all fronts. Gameplay, world design, character development, music, everything. Yeah. PLS consider.
Well, I'm probably not going to play it on stream. I'll probably play it off stream if I do. I got to play Zan's gift.
Just curious about the yes or no. Would Giorno Giovanna fit the archetype? I know he has a sad backstory, but he doesn't focus on it and just inspires everyone.
I think in a lot of ways, JoJo characters frequently hit this beat because they're so over the top and larger than life that they feel that way.
Hey, it's been a while since I caught a stream. Hope all is well. Since you mentioned One Piece, I was wondering who is your favorite Straw Hat?
Fuck. Brain blanking because it's late stream. I Want to Live. Fuck, I'm so dumb. Maupin wouldn't debate me, Bobos, but if he wanted to, then we could. Nico Robin, thank you. I love Nico Robin. I think she's fucking adorable, and I want to wife her. She's my waifu. Second and close second would be Luffy. Key destroyed. Fuck you. I actually really like how they showed the Cavill Superman. How do you expect them to show him a positive light after he leveled a city while fighting another Kryptopian? I don't know. With his head like a Boy Scout?
Talking about moral anti-realism got me into reading about meta-ethics. I find it fascinating. Do you think right and wrong are real properties that exist?
No, I'm a moral anti-realist. Well, how could I believe that if I was a moral anti-realist, right? First of all, he didn't level the city, okay? He was trying to stop fucking Zod and his bitch babies from leveling the city. That's one, okay? He was fighting against them. For two, okay, the appropriate reaction to, like, a big disaster you failed to stop happening is not to, like, don your fucking goth suit and turn into a whiny bitch and look all serious all the time. You know how embarrassing that is from, like, an outside perspective? Like, dude, imagine if Henry Kissinger finally got brought in on war crimes and he shows up to the war crimes tribunal in, like, black fucking lipstick and eyeliner with, like a bedazzled leather coat, like the fucking Crow or whatever. Like, no, no, what?
Hey, Vosh, have you read the Chainsaw Man manga? And if so, what do you think of part 2 so far if you've read it?
I like it a lot. I'm enjoying the Femcell manifesto that it is.
What's your opinion about submarines?
They're pretty cool. Spooky, though. Anyway, just like, I can just remember a couple of examples of Superman getting accused of doing really bad stuff, and sometimes even feeling really bad in the DC Animated Universe Superman cartoon and in Justice League, and he never wore a fucking goth suit, like an idiot. You know, his response to that was not to instantly turn into a brooding Batman wannabe. What are your opinions on Chainsaw Man? I like Chainsaw Man a lot. I think it's actually, like, quite progressive on a lot of issues concerning gender relations and stuff. But I think you have to squint a little bit to see it. Like, Fire Punch is fucking psychotic, but, you know, if you're paying close attention, I think the progressive themes are right there. Fully Cooley, I think, is really progressive, but, you know, not everyone feels that way, because not everyone agrees with me, because not everyone's smart. Like me. I won't take that. Why do you think Superman is supposed to be aspirational? Like, why is Snyder wrong about the character? Are there any, like, razor blades that you could swallow? No, because, like, first of all, like, we have an overabundance of, like, brooding bitches in cape shit and broader media, okay? For two, you're talking about Superman here. You're, like, why make a Superman story if it's going to be a story about a brooding dipshit? Like, the whole point was always that he was this, like, symbol of hope. You know, this ultra-powerful golem who rose above the, like, the weakness of man and did his best to do good, even if he, you know, even if he couldn't always. He tried. Like, why do... Like, do Batman. We just had a really good Batman movie, The Batman. It was really good. Like, do that, right? Fully Cooley's kind of sus, TBH, I'll dance on this hill. I mean, it's not perfect, but I don't think it's sus in the way you're implying it's sus. I think that a good faith reading... Oh, I had to ascend the tower. I'm so dumb. I think that a good faith reading of Fully Cooley makes it abundantly obvious that it is, like, thoroughly against the abuse of children, because that's practically the point of the story.
Picard, we work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. Cisco, I lied. I cheated. I bribed men to cover the crimes of other men. I am an accessory to murder.
True. Though a lot of the stuff Cisco did was based, okay? We do a little bit of casual terrorism for funsies. Nice.
I really recommend reading Blame, or Sidonia no Kishi. They are excellent works, foundational works of hard SF, even if the action can be a bit hard to follow.
I think I'd enjoy that. Oh, Noi in Dorohedoro would be an excellent example of an ultra-aspirational, super competent, powerful character, and a woman, who, let me just bring up this casual frame from the anime. Of an excellent, like, ultra-powerful, aspirational character. Who, whose flaws don't detract from those characteristics, I think.
The show Picard is the Zack Schneider take on Star Trek.
I haven't seen it. I've heard critiques. God, Noi's so fucking hot, dude. Holy shit. Dude, look at her next to a normal person. Oh my fucking god. This person's actually rather small, so they're probably like 4'8" or something. So I would be up to here, which is exactly where I want to be. You know? So my head level would be right here, which is fine by me. It's a good place to stop, TBH. Bottom moment? I like tall women. It's not a bottom thing. I just like tall women. She's great. Noise belongs to another. Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's head back. I have not seen Code Geass. Code Geass? I mean to, though. Lady Dimitrescu? She is hot. Would Saitama be one of these characters in this new list of good characters? No. Saitama is not meant to be aspirational at all. Nothing about Saitama is aspirational. He actually fucking sucks. That's true, Bobo. I actually think that one of the worst things that turning One Punch Man from a, like, comedy manga into, like, a real shonen manga was the fact that, hold on.
Have you ever played Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and would you ever consider playing it on stream? Also, thanks for the great Steam tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, I have, though it's been a long time, but I won't play it on stream, probably. Well, I'm pausing TTS just so you don't interrupt me. Okay, one quick thing. Okay, in the beginning of One Punch Man, it's more of a, like, comedy parody thing, because, like, haha, he's so strong that he suffers from not being strong. And that gets, like, left aside the longer it goes on. Like, the longer you go into One Punch Man, the less it's about the joke of Saitama being too strong, and the more it's about, like, the actual world and their threats and, like, other characters trying their best, you know? Most of the best fights in the manga aren't with Saitama. They're other weaker characters trying their best. And Saitama's mental health is less and less and less of a factor. But I will say this. Saitama was originally meant to be kind of like an admirable guy, because even though he's not really that popular or beloved, he still, like, tries, and he's so strong, and he's not recognized for his talent. But here's the thing, guys. The more the manga goes on, the more Saitama starts to look like a psychopath with no redeeming qualities. Because at the beginning, they show him kind of casually responding to a bunch of threats and trying to, like, save everyone, and, like, he like, shows up and, like, he never gets any credit for it. But later on, millions of people die because he's lazy. And it's actually very psychotic. Like, he's a real problem, you know? Because originally, it's like comedy bits where he just shows up and he tries to get there as quickly as he can. Guys, the entire Monster Association arc is him being like, I'm trying to get some sleep. What's all this noise from? While the entire city that he's in gets blended into a fine paste by the strongest monsters yet encountered by humanity. You know? Like, all this shit. Like, Saitama is canonically strong enough to just launch Boros' ship into the atmosphere. Why the fuck did he not do that the moment... Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? I thought it was because he was oblivious. No. It's... No, in the Monster Association arc, it's not just him being oblivious, man. He's like psychotically disinterested in saving human lives. Do you know what happens in the Monster Association arc? Hold on! Spoilers in case you were trying to save this one. For the anime release, but I'm not letting you have that, okay? So, at a tower, which is probably miles high at the center of City Z, where Saitama is currently scratching his ass or something, that thing happens, and it fires a laser, okay? It fires a laser in an arc. This is the arc that laser is fired in. This is the aftermath. That's not fan art. Canonically, this happens. A single shot from one attack, from one fight in the Monster Association arc, cleaves off a portion of the planet. Meanwhile, Saitama is somewhere like here, having comedy buffoon hijinks, where he's like, oh, the noise is coming from that side of the city. When we all know he's strong enough to, like, basically teleport over and instantly... So, again, as a comedy bit, it's fine, but when you're doing an actual shonen battle manga, you really have to wonder what his mental state is when stuff like this is happening, and he's the only human capable of keeping this from happening, and he's not. You know? It really makes you wonder. I don't know about the Earth sites, but City Z was abandoned. Like, even still, but also, people died because of this. This can't happen without a death count. This is just now, you can't. I missed the webcomic. Yeah, that's true. I'd argue he's been liable since the start of the series. I guess technically, yeah, man. Even in the first episode, there was a joke about him knocking out the giant and having him fall in the city. Actually, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this was appropriately addressed from the beginning, because even in the very first episode, he punches out the giant brother and knocks him and kills probably tens of thousands of people. He even says oops after doing it. I don't know. But Vosh, is it his responsibility? Well, in this specific instance, it'd be pretty hard to argue that it wasn't, yeah. What do you think about Azula's mental collapse? I think some people have said it's poorly written. That's dumb. It's very well written. It's very good. Okay, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Christina Rose, thank you for the 15 Australian. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the Friendly Jerseys video and the weird reference to me that I didn't really understand. True, Matt Fury. Okay. I have to end this fucking stream. Let's ascend the tower. Get me up there. Part 4, Razor. God. There's gotta be a boss up here. Yep. They're playing a fucking organ? Shut up. We're gonna die. I'm positive.
Why are you playing it?
Yeah, true. So far, so good. Almost down 1 health bar. Fuck. Oh boy. Oh man, you have a melee? Fuck you. Ah. Erg, this is painful. Vosh is just wrong. This isn't a hard port. They literally explain it. Saitama doesn't know the raid is going on because the Hero Association keeps it from him. Neonium! Neonium! Did you see what Psychos did to City Z? Saitama knows that he doesn't know the raid is happening. He knows there are monsters trashing the city. He knows that. The city is shaking. Tatsumaki turns all of City Z into a fucking swirly. She flushes City Z. He knows. He doesn't know the raid is happening. He doesn't know about Garo and everything, but he knows there are fucking giant ass, yeah, must have been the wind, you know. Yep. His city is empty. He still knows about what's going on. Also, you seriously gonna say this guy's like more powerful than a god? And it's like, oh, a monster capable of destroying the entire city in one fell swoop just appeared. Whatever. It's not a populated area, you know. Could be a bunch of people living in slums here, like me! Like me! But, nah, whatever, dude. Just, it's not an issue. Whatever. Oh, fuck. We were not ready for this fight. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. No. Woohoo! 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 Ah, yeah, the melee, the melee. If you get close, the arm flashes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No. Okay, we gotta stay way further back when he's doing the fucking orbital attacks. We're gonna die for sure. Okay, what are we gonna do with those? Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Wow, that was like 17 things that hit me at once. That was cool. Roguelike. Nice. Oh, well, I'll give it a better try next time. Alright, guys. I love you very much. This ended up being a pretty long stream. And I am supposed to stream tomorrow. You know, that would be good if I did that. I love you all very much. You are beautiful people. Just excellent. If I ever shouted at you in chat during this largely inconsequential discussion on video games and anime and stuff, just know that I love you and everything is hyperbole. Also, apparently for once, Demon Mama is actually streaming on Twitch, which means that I know to raid her quite easily. I don't even know if Demon Mama Live is listed here because it's been so long. Have a good time, y'all. I'll see you soon.